Alright, where's my drawing pen? Ah, there it is. Yeah, let's do some drawing. Sick. I'm gonna announce that I'm drawing. Everyone. Okie dokie. Oh, let me have my restream chat open. I swear. Okie dokie. I hope you like the music. I hope you enjoy it. Because I love my adventure music that I play. I love it. It's perfect for focusing on this world that I've been working on. Do I need to make that a larger brush? Bobro says, hey, yo. How's it going, buddy? Everybody's preoccupied in another VC right now, so I'm just kind of alone in a VC. We'll wait and see who wants to come in and have a good debate. For now, I'm just doing my drawing. Bubro says, oh, well, I'll join you then. Oh, okay. You don't have to do that, Bobro. I appreciate it, though. People always show up. Just give it a bit. Oh, let me, Oh, hey, Bobro. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
We got another user here. God exists. Adam. That is quite the
My
name.
day has been meh.
Really? What happened?
Yeah.
Why don't you tell a member about it?
Earlier last week on Wednesday, I had an interview at McDonald's, but they had to cancel it because there was a blizzard of snow coming.
Mm-hmm.
And then I called today to try and see if I could reschedule it, and they just put me on hold and hung up after a few minutes. They didn't try and get the hiring manager or anything.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
Where are you trying to work?
McDonald's.
Ah, okay. How old are
I've
you?
applied. I'm 20.
Oh, okay. Just starting out.
Yeah.
I was there once. You know, I used to work at Starbucks, and I also worked at Taco Bell.
Oh, nice. I used to work at Walmart for like a month, but I put open availability and they just gave me literally every time they had that they could put me on, they put me on. They didn't care. I had to work nights, I had to work afternoons, I had to work mornings.
That sounds
I
terrible.
literally worked from
Maybe they're
like,
just trying to figure out where to put you.
if they were, it took a month.
Fair enough. Yeah, that doesn't sound so great.
Yeah. I did have to work, like, one time I had to work from a certain time till closing, and then literally the next day I had to work early in the morning. So I didn't get much sleep. And closing was like 11, 12.
That sucks.
Yeah. I'm not putting open availability until like I can set strict hours or whatever.
So did you quit your job at Walmart or?
Well, I didn't exactly quit. They fired me, I guess, because I was exhausted and like I missed a few days.
Oh. That sucks.
Yeah. I'm not built to work open availability.
That's crazy though. Like I've never heard of a job where they like make you work days and nights and just whenever.
Yeah.
Like even
Neither
if
have
you do
I.
put down open availability, I've never seen that before, and that would definitely be a red flag for me because I would just be like, wait, so I don't have a sleep schedule? Like,
I didn't have a sleep schedule.
yeah, I would
And
go like that's not conducive to my health, and then I would
I
quit
only
that job.
got one day off, like a week, if even.
Yeah,
It was like one day off a week or every 2 weeks. It was not that often.
bro,
I'm
this fucking-
surprised I stayed for a month.
This
So
mountain.
what are we talking about here?
Oh, we're just goofing
Oh.
around right now.
Yeah, I was just talking about how Walmart had I put open availability and they just gave me every shift they could possibly give me.
W.
If you have a topic you want to go over, we can.
Anything better than Quinny shitting on European white man settling in like Latin America, which is literally
Okay, so guys,
the
like I really
definition of
want to
my
like
life.
monologue and guys, I really want to like monologue and keep talking, and if someone tells me to shut up, I'm gonna get really mad about it. Okay, like I really want to monologue. Okay, like it's me here. Okay, let me talk.
I told Quinny, I said, "Hey Quinny, can I have the VC back?" And he decided
no.
that no, I'm not going to give the VC back. And like,
No, like everything needs.
it's
to
kind of
go
wild because
in,
like I gave them the VC in good faith that they would give it back. And so now that I realize that, oh, when Quinny gets what they want, they will just be like, "Hey, fuck you." And
Yeah,
then
don't
not,
do. Yeah, I recommend not doing that.
Yeah,
'Cause
I mean that's gonna be that. Well, that's the last
My
time.
favorite
I
thing
mean,
about that
that's the
guy-
thing, right? I get tricked once. That's it. Right? You
My
don't
favorite thing
get
about that
another you don't
guy
get another
is
chance
that-
of that.
Ay, hueputa.
My favorite thing about that guy is that he likes to make it all about himself, and if people like tell him to shut up or like that other people want to talk, he gets pissy about it, and he tries to act like all sympathetic, but when he gets what he wants, he doesn't care anymore. And I fucking hate that kind of person.
Yes. So the beginning of Debate a Liberal starts with "Let's hate on a liberal," Quinny.
Quinny's not a liberal. They're an anarcho-syndicalist.
What the fuck is
Wait,
that?
hold on.
You don't know what that is?
This-
What the fuck?
I'm a political scientist, but at the end of the day, I just don't go down this route of like defining every single term of any type of belief system there is. When in reality, there's just one or two things that are different.
Yeah, it's like a
Hey guys, I
Trotskyist,
want to
for
feel.
example.
Hey guys. I wanna
Exactly.
feel
So why don't we
special
just say
too.
that? If you just say Trotsky, it's like okay, I understand you, but there's like these. Oh man, I hate
mean,
political science.
Hey
You
guys,
could
I
say
want to feel
anarcho-syndicalist.
special.
You should know that term.
Hey guys,
Yeah,
I want to feel
not really.
special.
I acknowledge you, Sir Mighty.
Hey
I'm-
guys, I want to feel special too, so I'm gonna make up a new term for myself. I am an anarchist, uruipist, communist, capitalist, Muslim Jew.
Muslim Jew. Nice. Gerbil.
Do you,
Gerbil.
can I just point out how long it takes for me to do this map? Do you guys have any idea?
Which map are you doing? You're not streaming anything.
I'm not.
No.
Not on Discord.
I was
You are
actually just
on-
about to ask you if you were gonna play something, but
That's right.
you're doing the map for the DD the D&D.
Yes, that is
Oh.
correct.
That
It takes
But
you a
the
long ass
D&D.
time. It takes you a long time to do anything within it. Like you've been working. This is the same mat you've been working on for like the last 4 fucking streams.
Shut up.
Don't you remember when
Hey,
you were
hey,
arguing?
hey,
These
hey,
people-
I swear.
Hey,
And then when I
don't-
show this, like nobody, I don't know. I feel like nobody ever. They never look at my art. No one cares.
Yes, I do.
I want.
Amender,
love
don't you
your art.
remember?
Okay, so
Amender, don't you remember
person
when
who
we spent
just said-
20 minutes like trying to figure out why there was a different shade of brown and orange?
Yeah, drove me nuts. Drove me nuts.
Hey, to the
bro.
person who just said to shut up.
That
don't ever
area of
say
the
that.
map, by the way, is still like that, and I don't know what layer is causing that. I just gave up. I'm like, fuck it. Fuck it. There's definitely something there, but I don't know what it is.
I like
I've tried
the little
clicking.
city. I like how you have like a little city format. Like you don't see it like explicitly, but you can see the layout of that city
Yeah.
to the right. This is a very mountainous fucking island.
Yeah, this is
Jeez.
the Titans or mountains. It's like one of the tallest regions in the game.
That's cool.
It has mountains that go so high they go into space.
Oh, that's awesome.
Curveball. There's a system of caves.
The
underneath.
highest point is literally a severed island of the mountain that's in space.
That's
Ooh.
so cool, actually.
Yeah. I would love to be a D&D character exploring that place. I would
I
just see
love-
how high I could climb before my character passes out or something.
Roll,
You know
roll,
our
I just have
roll,
a
for
question
no,
here.
roll for no oxygen.
I just have
love-
a question here.
I
I just have
just
a
love-
question here.
Yeah.
I just have a question here. If Queenie comes in here, we agree to like
Just kick it
the
out.
bandit guy.
Mender.
Because
I'm
he
gonna have a
does
pretty
that to
short
me.
leash.
He's gonna have a short.
Because he
gonna be a very
does,
short
problem
he
with
does
Queenie-
that
you know what the
to
problem with
every.
Queenie is?
Because he does that to everyone he doesn't like. So I think it's time that we teach this person here that like, hey, if this is how you want to treat people, then be prepared to have that treat to you, and you can cry about it.
You know what the problem with Quinny is, and I really get mad at people like that are like that in general, that just enter VCs, they stay in them only to hear one specific topic, and then go crazy about it. You know what I mean? Like,
So
why?
what you're saying is that you feel like that black people don't deserve rights, they
What the
deserve to be
fuck?
lynched, and you also don't like kids.
Where the fuck is that coming from?
Where did that? See, that's exactly what Quinny does. That's exactly you proved my point for me. We could be talking about like religion, and then he just comes at it like we're just talking about like theology, like about a certain controversy or dilemma, and then he comes and is like, yeah, the Catholic Church and the Crusades are bad. Like it's like, wait, what? It's nothing
I
to
feel
do
like
with-
Quinny is that kind of person that will like not add anything to like the conversation. He'll just say basic stuff that everybody already knows, but to try and feel like included.
It's such
And
a
it's
shame that I
so
don't really
infuriating.
hate Quinny. I don't really hate him at all.
That's like whenever he
I've
starts
known them
bringing up
for years.
politics, and then Quinny comes out of nowhere and says, "Well, in the great state of Missouri." Like, no, bro, no, it's not the great state of Missouri.
Like there was literally one time, and this is not Quinny, but like it's an example. We were talking about slurs, and one person that just sat there didn't say anything, that wanted to feel included, said, "Well, it depends on like how you say it with the intention." I'm like, "Thank you, Captain Obvious. Anything else?"
Me paying back for my farming.
Those people are fucking infuriating.
Sorry. It's funny.
Yeah.
Vamos a comprar este.
But yeah, let's shit on Queenie some more or someone else. Do you have anything else you want to say?
All right,
No, just
hot
really
take.
that.
I got a hot take.
Oh god, here we
Ooh.
go.
Oh no.
Here we go.
If you're grilling
That
with
was-
propane, just use your stovetop.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's for sure. No, I agree with you.
I
What's
mean,
what's
the
the
char-
difference?
No, I think you should
You,
just.
you need
should
to
just
explain
let it
that
go.
to me.
Huh?
I'll explain it very simply with you. If you
like-
if you're trying to grill with propane, like you might as well just not grill.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
charcoal
You're like,
adds,
I don't
like,
feel like
flavor.
grilling. Like I don't want to. I don't want the flavor of grilling. Is basically when someone says, "Oh, I want a propane grill."
Like
But I mean,
it makes
doesn't
no
it
sense.
depend on the grill though?
I said
No,
if it's a propane
asking.
grill,
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I mean it's
you're gonna-
propane, but I mean it's like it doesn't have to have like a smell, right, of propane. I mean I understand like
No, it
charcoal
does,
is
though.
it's
But
charcoal.
that's not
charcoal
grilling.
has like a very
charcoal
distinct
is charcoal,
flavor.
right?
There's a
Yeah.
reason to cook with charcoal, right? Because obviously you're not going to get the flavor of like a
That's
you
why
know
people grill.
a barbecued grilled food from like your oven. It's not going to happen.
I don't know.
It's
I don't see the problem grilling with
like
propane.
this. I'll give you an analogy. It's like saying that like instead of like heating up
Rain says,
soup,
hi,
you're
hello,
gonna
Rain. How
heat
you
it up in
doing?
a grill outside. You know what I mean? Like there's the purpose of grilling, right? Is that it's a different type of cooking than just cooking on your stovetop or cooking in the oven, right? Which is powered by gas.
like
It's
grilling.
to give it a different flavor, a different.
No, I understand. I
natural
understand that,
flavor
Dylan.
of
But it's like, for
If you're gonna
example,
just
I
attach
could
a
be.
thing, then
I
it's
understand.
just what's the point of paying for this expensive ass grill?
Well, I mean,
Grilling
yeah, but
with
it's like
propane.
there's way worse things that you could burn, right, in order to grill your food, rather than propane, right? I mean, you could use I don't know, like cow dung, right? That's probably worse than using propane, right?
I mean, if somebody, let's say, like,
Huh?
I mean, I guess
I'm
like
confused
maybe
now.
if somebody made the argument like, well, propane isn't carcinogenic.
That's
But barbecue is, and I'm like, yeah, but man, have you tasted just barbecue?
Oh, okay. Look. So
It's
there
so
is
much
actually
better.
a thing. There is actually a thing. Okay, when you're grilling with propane, it's like you know exactly what's in there, right? It's like because those are coming from like installations. It's like you know the quality of the thing, right? So it's like you're not gonna get surprise shit in that. If you're using charcoal, it might have shit in it that you don't know.
That's
That could be carcinogenic.
Well, the
I'm sorry
charcoal
to
in
tell you.
itself,
I'm sorry
burning
to
it
tell
is
you.
it's carcinogenic, like it is.
So-
But also,
I mean, more than usual.
Can
right?
I
It's
just
like,
say
it might be like
it's-
asbestos in it.
can I also just say, it's freaking delicious.
Well, obviously, charcoal is
that's-
charcoal.
That's
know-
the
you know
problem.
what the
It's
problem
too
is?
tasty. I am willing to take the risk of the carcinogens just so I can
Yeah.
sit there outside and grill.
Yeah, but I think it's just the like the biggest thing is it's just to me it just seems like a waste, right? I feel like in terms of a wasteful society that we just buy things that we just genuinely don't need, right?
All right.
And that's just one of
Yeah.
them. If your stovetop will give you the same flavor, the oven will give you the exact same flavor. It's even worse. You might even have a
All right.
worse flavor because propane will attach itself to the food more compared to when you're cooking on a stove.
All right, I got a joke that I want to send y'all. If you're
Alright.
looking at my stream,
Oh god, I'm gonna stop playing
here we
Farming
go.
Sim to check
Ready?
out this
Here it
joke.
comes.
Let me see.
Communist, Nazi, communist.
I
I'm sorry, you don't serve mine.
As a as
No.
a as a as a,
mean,
as a-
works good both ways. I gotta say, it's like,
It's so
I'm sorry,
true,
no.
dude.
as an ANCAP, I don't find this joke funny.
Oh my god.
I don't
Come
understand this
on.
joke.
You don't get the joke. Okay, so basically,
No, I
like
do.
the joke is that like usually people who hold extremist views on politics is usually like kids who aren't like well versed.
That makes sense.
but
You know,
also it works both ways because a lot of those people also have an affinity for kids.
So what you're saying is
Okay,
Pizza
Rain-
Patchy is a child.
Rain says, "What is charcoal? Are we talking briquettes or hardwood?" I think I'm talking about briquettes. Let me just Google.
Yeah,
Let me
I
just.
mean,
think you're talking
Yes,
I would
about-
assume
briquettes.
so.
No,
I
you're
use.
talking
I
briquettes.
personally use briquettes. I like briquettes. That's what I do. It's also like the most common thing. You know, if
Also-
you're gonna.
wood is not charcoal. Like you can make charcoal from wood, but it's like if you're using wood, well, that's a very different smell and texture and everything.
Well, the
else, like,
briquettes are made of
changes
the
whole
wood.
thing.
It's made of wood.
They're made of the wood, but they're not wood. I mean, keep in mind, it's like it's burnt wood, right? It's like you burn it without.
No, I will
Okay.
say,
Right?
I will say there are negative effects of charcoal, but as a person, right, who
Likes delicious
As a
things.
person.
not only likes delicious things, because I'll explain. I agree with Mender so much, and this is also because of the fact that I'm just Spanish. I'm Latino, and this is one of the biggest things that we have is that If we show up to a barbecue and you have a propane tank, we're gonna leave. We're gonna leave. Like, we'll pick up all of our beer, all of the meat that we just brought, and we're gonna leave. Why? Because we didn't waste the hard work money that we get, right, to just throw it on a grill powered by gas, right? Like, my entire country, one of the top meat consuming countries in the world by per capita.
You're talking about Argentina.
No, Uruguay. Uruguay is in the top. Right?
Same shit. It's
If
safe.
you,
Same shit.
The country that has more cows. It has.
I always
Yeah.
thought
more cows
Argentina
for
is like the meat place.
Dude, if there's
True.
one thing that every person from Uruguay will tell you, they have more
Rain
cows
says
than
hi
people, right? In
If,
their country, right? It's like every guy from Uruguay knows this, and they will tell you about this. It's like, how do you know that? Because they will tell you. It's like the vegans. How do you know somebody's a vegan? They will tell you. It's the same thing with the cows in Uruguay.
if
Like
you
they
gave
constantly tell you. I've
Yes,
not
and
met
I was almost-
one
If you
person
gay
from
people-
Uruguay to not tell me this.
You know what's funny was that I was just
zero
about to say.
information.
You interrupted me before I even finished saying it. Was that there's 4 cows, right, for every one person in Uruguay?
That's fine.
There,
I know.
I'm here for
Like
that.
the cows could literally like do a civil war and they would win.
yes, they would.
You
They
know,
would.
Right.
So
You know,
so,
if there's two gay people, if there's a gay couple out there, you know, like a gay man and two gay men and all that, and they go out for dinner, and they get like steak, is it still like two men having beef or not
Yes.
with each other?
Bobro says, I'm sorry, Rain says briquettes have a bunch of additives like limestone and borax. So I agree with you. Like there's a bunch of shit to it, but here's the problem, right? The problem is that it's delicious. Okay, what I'm doing is fucking delicious, and
Like, do you understand how
you can't
good
stop
cancer
me.
can taste?
Okay. I've never like had like a propane grill and been like, wow, that was amazing. I go,
Cancer,
yep,
so
tastes
delicious.
like it's been cooked in propane.
You know, I wanna like get my chance to like ramble about something, so I'm gonna like shift the topic real quick. One thing I can't fucking stand, and I hope you guys agree with me, are people that like to debate in this way, where like they like to make a claim about someone, and one person tries to defend themselves, person that originally said it starts like over talking them, screaming, or like tries to like give a remark, and then just like keep saying like something about you that's not true, and when you defend yourself and they get more agitated about it, and they just turn into like be a man-child. I hate those kinds of people and their debate tactics.
Who are you talking about?
Yeah, fuck those people. Those
I'm
people.
just talking about certain people that like to debate and like discuss and like be like this in real life and online. Or people.
hot take. Just to go back to the meat conversation, because I just want to take it back there. I
Yeah,
think
you have
filet.
right to meet here.
I think filet mignon is overrated.
Yes.
I think filet mignon. I as a person who's eaten a lot of meat in my life, which may sound weird out of context,
You definitely step on some meat.
filet mignon is overrated. I think
Have
it's
you,
really tender, but
have
it's
you-
not. It doesn't hold flavors as well as other pieces of meat.
Have you had any organ meats?
I mean, the better question is what I haven't had. I've had.
Yeah, I'm
anything
saying like, have
from-
you had organ meats? Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Anyone?
It makes you want a filet
particularly-
mignon. Is my
No, I disagree with you. No, see, I'm just saying. This is a really
no,
good
that's
one.
not true, Amanda.
That's
That's
so
not true,
true.
Amanda. Okay.
Anytime I have
No,
organ
no,
meats,
no.
I'm like, man, where's my fillet?
No, it means it's like you never ate like good organ meat. Like what?
No,
It's like
you're right. I
dude,
haven't.
First of all, okay,
Ah.
when we're talking about organ, okay, there
Why?
are so many good organ
It's
meats.
not like I go out of my way to like look for
Wait.
an organ meat. I go,
First of all, my favorite organ meat has to be either tongue or like intestines. It's got to be one of my top
Okay.
ones.
Just trust me,
Intestines
it's
are
like
tongues and
great.
intestines.
liver.
That's crazy.
If you
Oh
know how
my
to
God,
cook
liver's so
liver,
good. Oh, liver's
it's one
so
of the
good.
best.
Yes,
But
liver's
no, it's extremely hard to cook properly.
no, you
Trust
know
me,
what's
I
another?
used to hate liver. I hated liver until I learned how to cook it properly. And after
Yeah.
that, it's just like, oh, it's so fucking delicious.
you throw it in milk.
Also, the stomach, the
Isn't
stomach
that one of
inside
the
of it.
things you're supposed to do, like milk?
No. It's not just no. You put it in milk, but okay, if you let it too much in milk, it's shit. So it's like you need to let it the proper amount, and then the way you cook it,
Mm-hmm.
because the thing with liver, if you actually manage to sear it like fast, right? Like you need to have a good pan and you need to sear it properly. And if you do that, like the inside becomes like so fucking juicy because like liver, right? If you don't
Oh
cook it
my
properly, it's
God.
just like dry as fuck, right? It's like
Yeah.
eating, I don't know, like sandpaper, right? It's like it doesn't
It's so
go
good,
well.
bro. It's so good.
But if you do it properly, it's so juicy. It's like you can't believe you're actually eating liver. You're thinking it's like, what
Wait.
the fuck? It's like,
Amender,
what is this?
Amender, do you know what mondongo is?
No.
So mondongo, and I believe it has a different name in English. I don't remember, but it's the lining of the stomach of like cows and sheep, right?
Yeah.
But it's not the same one that like they use in like Scotland. It's completely different. It's very popular in Spanish cooking, especially like Dominican and like Caribbean food and stuff like that. It's really really good, but it's like a honeycombed white piece of like tender
Nobody's
like meat.
no.
And what you use it in soups because it carries so much flavor, right? It's amazing. I'm just saying,
Dude, can you,
You have to-
fucking mute yourself?
you have to really know. You have to really.
Yeah,
You have
thanks,
to-
Jake Easy. Appreciate it.
You have. You have to like really find people who know how to cook them because like it is hard to cook a lot of these. But tongue, bro, in Uruguay there's this thing called lengua del
You're
vinaigrette,
gay.
which is basically
Oh, dude.
basically cow
That's
tongue,
also good.
but made by like in a vinaigrette, and it's fucking amazing, Mender. One time there was this old lady that came and she made it for me like while we were on vacation, bro. I could not stop. I kept telling her like I'm taking like a gallon of this home. Like I need a full
Is
container.
that good, huh?
But I think I've told you
It was
before, Amanda, my
amazing,
favorite
bro.
food out of all the foods that I ever ate, it's pork belly soup. Okay? Like
Wow.
Romanian style pork belly soup. It's so amazing. It's so good. It's like, dude, I would eat that, and
I know.
I have done it. Like like eating like a week just that, like nothing else, just that, because it's just so fucking good. It's like amazing.
I
Yeah,
hope
no.
one day, I hope one day when I get to like travel to Japan, aside from like finding the cat girls and uruing all around, is just finally try some wacko meat.
Yeah,
Wagyu?
meat.
Yeah,
I'm
Wagyu
gonna
is-
be right now. Wagyu is. I will also make the hot take that Wagyu meat is overrated.
Base
Remember-
Flashy says, when did Amender start looks maxing? referring to my you're referring to my my drawing of
Oh
myself.
my god, Kiwi look maxing, slay, queen,
Uh,
draw maxing.
Hazel
all
says,
that
"Hey
map
Amender, sorry
maxing.
for bothering you. I do custom art for streamers and YouTubes like PFP banner overlays, emotes, VTuber. Can I drop you a Discord Insta username in chat so you can show you my work?" Well, I would request your work, but if you notice right now, I'm actually doing art right now, as in I can do my own art. But more power to you. Grind away.
Speaking of
Biggest way of
emotes,
saying I don't need you. No, I'm
speaking
joking.
of
I
that
mean,
was a good
speaking
way
of,
of saying
uh,
I don't need you.
What'd I say?
speaking of stickers and all that, this one here that I drew, and this one here is actually one of the twos that I've been using mostly right now.
cool.
Used to here
Sick.
So yeah.
inside text.
By the way, so the reason why I think Wagyu is overrated is remember that Wagyu isn't like. But when people say, "Oh, A5 Wagyu," and this, remember Wagyu just means Japanese beef, like just from the breed of the cow. There is Wagyu in the U.S. and there's Wagyus in Australia, and all over the world, right? Wagyu does not mean it necessarily just comes from Japan. So I think it's sometimes overrated.
I think
I
it kind of
also think-
like Kobe beef, right? It's like Kobe
Yeah,
beef.
Kobe.
Yeah.
Kobe beef is a specific
different.
species of Wagyus
Yeah.
that come
Yeah,
from
yeah.
a certain region in Japan, right? Like you can't find that anywhere
Yeah.
else.
I wanna
But I
wanna
still
try
think
it
it's
in
over.
Japan.
But I still think it's overrated. You know why, Daniel?
I mean, it's good.
Like literally, I'll show you this right now. In Uruguay, it has been named one of the countries with like the best type.
What is
best
your
meat.
obsession with Uruguay?
Well, because
He's
I'm
from
it.
there. What do you mean?
What do you mean? That's like saying to a Republican, "Why are you so fantasized with America, a patriot?" Yes, I'm from there, but also it's just that people just don't know about this very very small country that literally sells 80% of the meat that it makes to other countries as an exotic meat. It is sold to places in Europe, right? It's sold to Italy and in France. If you go to a Michelin star restaurant, I would argue that at least 3 out of the 10 times, or maybe 5 out of 10 times, you're going to be eating a South American meat because of the fact that it's just made over there. They won't tell you, but you know, it's there.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, look, it's like I lived for a while in Brazil, and yeah, I actually went to Porto Alegre, right, which is like in the south of Brazil, right, which is that part where they have like a lot of cows, right? 'Cause they have a lot of ranches.
Dindu Muffin.
Did it.
Dindu Muffin says right wing chud. Sorry.
So I did go to like a restaurant, you know, to eat like asado, right? Good. I mean, it was fucking delicious, right? Like the whole fucking thing.
I will say that Brazilian asado is a little bit different. Brazilians are different when it comes to their food compared to Uruguayans. But if you are in southern Brazil, the culture is not extremely different, because if you know the history,
that's why I told you, because I went to Porto Alegre.
Porto Alegre and basically the entire state of Rio de la Grande Sur used to be part of Uruguay before the Brazilians came in and just took it back from us after our independence from the Spanish. We were larger. And even if you go to the northern parts of Uruguay, there's this very interesting dialect which is spoken, which is a mixture of Spanish and Portuguese, but specifically a Spanish spoken in Uruguay. So it's extremely difficult to understand.
Bobro has said, hot take, I've never had filet mignon or Wagyu. Filet mignon is cheap. You can get that at
it's not as expensive as
Walmart.
people make it think.
But Wagyu,
probably
now
had it
that's
without
expensive
knowing.
for sure.
The what?
I mean, depending where you get it from, yeah, it can be extremely expensive.
Yeah, honestly, it's just not expensive. I think what filet mignon starts becoming expensive is when you go to a restaurant. It's like a really
I can tell you.
It's a really
what to
easy
do.
piece of meat to like overcharge you at a restaurant. Porterhouses,
Yeah, of course.
ribeyes, they're not expensive. Meat is just not expensive. I'm sorry to tell you.
What?
It's just
Okay,
not.
you know what to do actually?
Show
It's like
me.
one of the best things to actually improve the quality
you
of
what?
your steaks
Show me.
is to use Wagyu fat. Right?
No.
Because you can literally-
Wait.
You can
Fun
buy
fact.
Wagyu fat.
No, forget that. There's just one thing. There's two things that you have to do to automatically have like a better piece of meat that is super easy. Number one is leave the steaks at room temp. Do not cook your
Yeah,
steak
of course.
like super warm or like right out of the freezer. Like no. You have to cook it at room temperature. You have to let it get to that point.
You need to let it cure a bit with like a bit of
I also
a bit of
recommend.
salt,
Yeah, I was
and
about to
then you
say,
get room temp.
people, especially if it's thick pieces of meat, like a ribeye or something that's definitely a big piece of meat, a porterhouse T-bone steak, like what you do is you should salt it and let it leave in the refrigerator for like a couple of hours, and that allows the salt to actually penetrate the surface of the meat, and so it actually is more consistent in terms of its flavor compared to then when you just add salt on top of it and just throw it into a fucking pan. Also, you need to invest in a cast iron pan. Cast iron pans are just the way to go. Whoever
That is
tells
true.
you anywhere else, cast iron pans is the best way
Well,
to make meat.
actually, you can do it with a steel pan too.
A
If it's a good
stainless steel pan. Yeah, a stainless steel
stainless
pan
steel-
isn't
it's
bad
good.
either. But the problem is that like those cast iron pans just give you a completely
I will still
different
go.
process.
I will still go for
Especially-
those. I will still go for those. But
Also,
if
if
it's a
you eat your
good
meat-
steel, stainless steel pan,
Yeah.
because I have a really good one, right?
Which
It's
one?
like,
Which
and that
brand
one
do
is
you
the.
have?
I don't fucking know.
I was thinking of. I
I
think
have to
I was
look at
thinking.
it.
I make a lot of money, but I don't like wasting money on like stupid ass things. Sorry,
You
that's
make
something
a
really
lot of money.
I do. I make a lot of money a year, but
That's
I don't
a
like
wild
wasting
thing to
stuff.
say, bro.
No, because I had this conversation with someone because they asked me what I do, and then they said,
What do you
Why
What do you
don't-
do?
like, "So I remember I told you this."
I do your
Amanda.
mom.
I own a pizza shop
Oh,
/ restaurant.
that's
Yeah,
nice.
he already
So-
said it. He already
Oh,
said it.
nice.
Yeah, that
So-
he is working
so-
in the food industry.
Yeah, so I make a lot of money, but the problem is I just don't like spending it, right? Because I think that's just dumb. I didn't get there by spending money, so I shouldn't like just be like super like inconsiderate of the fact that I have money. Like I like saving it and thinking about like the future and stuff. And one of the things that I've been thinking about is like buying one of those like expensive ass like cooking ware, like the Hexclads stainless steel, which like supposedly like have lifetime warranties and everything. But I'm like,
Oh, I don't have anything like that. But it's
they're
good.
really
It's got, like, a
expensive.
thick- No,
you
no,
can
no,
use
I
that
don't
money
have...
you have on my Indiegogo.
Yeah.
So I have one.
Donate,
I have one that
donate
has
to
like,
my stream.
like the bottom
donate
is like
to my
thick enough,
Indiegogo.
and
No,
it
I'm good, thank
like
you.
the
Donate
heat is
to
very
me.
uniform, right, on the bottom of the pan. And this is all you need, right? It's like because you need that uniform like heat, like yeah.
Mhm.
But I also have like I have a cast iron pan, obviously, because that's
Yeah,
like,
but cast
great.
irons are really
And
cheap.
also-
There is
Yeah,
not. It's just a hunk
yeah.
of metal. It's just a hunk
And
of
I
metal.
also have like a cast iron sheet, right? That I can use. Just like
Okay.
it's just like a plain thing, right?
Yeah, no, cast iron is
Or like
probably the
grilling
best
and
way.
stuff.
Also, the best question and the most important question about this conversation is, what temperature do you guys eat your steaks at?
Temperature? I don't.
Yes.
I just get it
so,
to
you
medium.
have to
I
let it
just get it
rest
to
a bit.
medium rare, and that's it, dude. I'm good.
Okay, so we
You're
got medium
telling
rare.
me.
Oh
wait,
yeah,
wait,
medium
wait,
rare.
wait,
Yeah,
wait, 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 wait. You're
Medium
telling
rare,
me
medium rare.
you don't. You're telling me you don't just like take the beef, pound it a lot like a woman, and you just eat it raw. That's cringe.
You Republican chud.
All right, bro.
I am not a whatever you just said. I am an anarchical, communist, capitalist Muslim Jew. Bitch.
Good talk.
The amazing talk. I learned a lot from you. Thank you so much.
I have an annoying laugh.
Who, me or him? Or
Me.
Daniel?
I said
Oh.
I have an annoying laugh.
Oh, what a great way to start.
You
Shannon
think
will
that's
tolerate.
annoying? You think that's annoying? Well, listen to this here.
No, dude, you gotta get the One Piece laughs in there. You know how it's like a unique laugh for every character, right? Like we gotta get the ba 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 ba, and like
Oh my god.
You know, my favorite thing is when someone likes to like talk about that the voice or like laugh someone makes, and the laugh that they like make themselves is not even something to like. You have no room to stand on.
I do remember seeing like a reality show where there was just like a bunch of people who have really weird, unique laughs, and they were all laughing. There was like one of them that was like, it's fabulous.
See, when I laugh, I don't think
I
so
know what
much
you're
about
talking
like
about, Amanda.
I don't think so much about
What's
like
up?
doing it correctly or something like that. If I find something funny, I'll just like laugh, and there's nothing else about it. Sometimes it'll be like normal one, it'll be like one that's high pitched because that shit was actually fucking kick, no cap, like full on maxing.
I was saying, Amanda, I've seen that video you're talking about. The laugh chain, the
You
chain
know-
reaction of laughing, the laughing and shit of laugh. My favorite one's the one where the lady goes whenever she laughs, like she
Let me
laughs.
see if I
and
can
she
find
breathes
it.
in
I'm gonna
and
see if I
she's
can
like,
find it.
Just look up laughter chain.
Let me
triangle
pull it
laugh.
up. Hold on,
It's
I'll
called.
find it. Let me.
There's the no,
Gotta look for it.
no.
Hold on.
Like he literally sounds like a gay ostrich getting fucked in that laugh. Like,
Hold on. People with unique laughs. Game show. Like I think it was like some sort of a game show.
No, that ain't no laugh, buddy. That's a disease that he has.
Yeah, I think all right. I'm gonna show it on my stream. All right, you ready? All right, here we go.
Célibataire, c'est pas à cause de votre rire.
J'espère pas.
Non.
Bro, The fucking 2-stroke motor laugh is fucking. That's what gets me, bro. That gets me. You guys ever seen that?
Yeah.
Well, now you have. If you haven't.
God damn it! I
back to
didn't
my
hear the
music.
stream, but I know what we're talking about still. I had my volume off for the stream on mobile. I didn't know.
Do you want me to just post it inside chat so you can just enjoy it?
I like the one. There's that black guy who laughs
I'll post
like
it
in slow
inside
motion.
chat. There you go. What do you think of the blue color that I have to indicate that it's in space?
I think it's honestly very cool.
Thank you all. I appreciate that. I'm wondering if it may not be enough. We'll see how it looks when I get done with it.
Amanda, how much would you charge? I'm serious about this, and I know you're not. I know you don't have commissions open or something, but I'm genuinely just gonna ask. This might be rude or something. But like, how much would I have to pay you to get you like make a portrait of my 2 dogs? Like genuinely.
With like
if you
Victorian
totally aren't
style
interested-
like clothing.
However you do it, and if you're not even open to doing it, then
That's
you
what I
just
was.
be
I was thinking like
not interested. Fair
King
enough.
George. You'll have to send me a picture of your dogs, like a good headshot of both dogs.
I can give you 360s.
Yeah, you got to give me like a really good headshot, both dogs.
Maybe the best head shots in the world.
All right, let's see here. So we got this.
I'm gonna get back to work
We're
real
gonna
quick. I'm almost on my PC.
let me see where this is. I think it's here. Did you guys ever play Witcher 3? Great game. Highly recommend.
No, but I would like
Oh
to.
my god. Oh, that game is good.
I mean, it seems like it. It sounds like it has a very interesting story.
Oh yeah, the story's amazing. That's why you play it, is the story. It's just got a really good.
Yeah.
The music's amazing too. Graphics are great. It's just a really good looking game overall.
I wish my computer was strong enough to handle it.
We got to get you a computer, bro. We got to do like a fundraiser specifically for you.
I know.
Hazel says, wondered you're focused on streaming, so I'm dropping mine. Here's my Discord, no Razahel88, and Instagram. Ah, cool. Thank you.
If you already got a PC, I'd just save up for whenever I had my PC last that I have now. I got a really good deal on it, but the worst piece on it was its GPU. It had a really shitty GPU, so I replaced the GPU for about $400. And essentially, this was just a fucking high-end PC for like just a little over $400. Like, they didn't value it very much because of the GPU.
Yeah.
dumb.
Sorry for interrupting you. The thing about my PC is that it has
No, that was it.
really old, outdated parts. Like, it has an AMD A10 6800K
Yeah, you need a new
CPU.
computer.
It's got a, I wouldn't say it's new, but my dad gave it after he swapped out his 1060 with a 4070 and gave me his 1060. And it's got like 8 gigs or 10 gigs of RAM.
Don't worry, when you get a new job, you'll be able to afford a computer.
You gotta get
Yeah.
the like,
You could probably play Witcher 3, actually.
I've tried playing like more modern games and stuff with this computer.
That
It doesn't
AMD is going to be
like-
the problem. For sure.
Yeah.
Not the video card. The video card would probably be fine.
Yeah, I've
But,
looked up like
A 1080 is still pretty old. Like, I don't know. I would.
Witcher 3 came out in 2015.
I know. Don't worry.
So
I'd just do the 4060 if I was you, and I would
that,
also do
that
it before.
CPU was a lot newer in 2015. And same way with the
true.
1060. The 1060 was.
It might work. I mean, give it a shot. Witcher 3 might work.
I mean, from everything that I've like researched about my computer, it seems like the biggest issue is the CPU. Like that's just holding back even my old 1050 Ti.
One thing that people haven't talked about, I feel like, and this happened during the first Bitcoin explosion or cryptocurrency explosion. I don't really care much about crypto, by the way. I don't know much about it. But I remember that computer parts started costing more. Remember that, guys?
I do.
What if during, I mean, obviously stocks went up when Trump got elected because, oh la la, Trump's a businessman. So, I mean, I feel like computer parts, the price is going to go up too because if stocks go up, I mean, so might some crypto things, right? Or is that just a really basic, dumb statement I haven't put enough thought into?
I can't say
Thinking
for
out loud
sure.
here.
What was the statement one more time? Can you repeat it one more time? I couldn't hear you.
I'm saying whenever there was the first cryptocurrency explosion, computer parts costed more because people were making more and more of it. Then it crashed, whatever, but Trump was president at one point. All right, Trump got elected and stocks went up right when Trump got elected. What I'm saying is going to happen is that computer parts are going to go up too, just like how stocks are going up because, like, maybe some cryptos will be on the rise too. Now that right when Trump got elected. Yeah. I'm thinking out loud here.
I'm gonna be completely honest. I'm pretty sure you're correlating two things that have actually no evidence to actually be correlatory. Because I invest in stocks and it's not the same reason. The reason why parts were expensive before is not the same reason why they're expensive now, nor does crypto really have much to do with how the market is really fluctuating at this very moment. I mean, most of what we see is that the market is strong because of corporations taking advantages after post-COVID, right? Like that's mostly what it is. So if you're interested in investing in stuff right now, you should probably be investing in corporations, like in big corporations or in the S&P 500. I recommend that. And in crypto is very important. I honestly think that Bitcoin is going to continue growing. As much as some other people disagree. I think it'll reach 150 probably by the end of this year. Which is a lot. This is very, very, very difficult.
You're talking 150K?
Yes.
Wow. I mean,
Talk to your financial advisor, kids.
I'm not saying this is more of just
Talk to your financial
an
advisor,
observation.
kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I ain't
Yeah,
I
saying
just
shit.
saw this and I just wondered about it.
You said what? You said what, Amender?
I was like, I ain't saying shit.
Nah, man. Well,
Talk to
you
your
got
financial.
to, bro.
That's the way I go, anyway.
Well, don't be like
Who's
what they
my,
call the Argentinian president who recommended everyone to buy a cryptocurrency and then it fucking got bankrupt
One of
after
my,
the market crashed.
Jesus, bro.
I love Javier Milei so much because
God,
he's
that
just like the weirdest person ever. He's like the
One of my
weirdest motherfucker to
sisters-
run the country.
He actually made me quite
One of
sad
my
as a
favorite
libertarian.
sisters is
I
actually a
honestly thought he
CFA.
was the future like libertarianism in the world, and then now he's just doing all this stupid shit.
That's what every libertarian does, buddy. I'm sorry.
That's not necessary.
Bruh.
We don't get
Bruh.
elected. What do you mean?
Every time I see something about like some minor libertarian victory, I check in on it a year later, and it's like this guy sold the entire country off for 2 pounds of bear meat. Like it's like the stupidest shit ever.
I haven't heard that.
I know I'm being facetious, but like there is the
Okay.
time where it's like that one fucking time where that group of libertarians like bought up a small like
cruise ship?
acreage. No, yeah, the cruise ship one is funny, but there's
The cruise
also
ship
one where they
one's
bought up
bad.
a small. That one's so funny, but the one where they bought up the area in like northern Pennsylvania, they bought up like a little small town, and their entire fucking place, because they had no like infrastructure, got raided by bears within 3 months,
Jesus.
which is so
I thought-
funny.
I thought you were gonna talk about Gulls Gulch in Chile.
But you're okay. So you're hold on. So you're a
know that one?
libertarian. Dylan.
Yes. Somewhat.
Do you want to hear about what made me not a libertarian? Because I
We've had this
used to be neck
conversations.
deep in it.
I know,
Based
and
farming
you, and you,
simulator, by the way.
and you,
You know how
and
they
you.
tried to create
Thank you, by the
Gulch
way.
Gulch in
By the
Chile?
way, Amanda, we had this conversation like I think like 8 months ago, and you were trying to convince me, and you started giving me all the books that you read that opened your mind up to something else other than libertarianism. I actually haven't even gone through them. I think I still have it like saved or anything, the specific books that you mentioned. But even so, I've gone deeper into the libertarian thing, and I've just been more convinced. But I will say though, there's just a realistic like understanding of libertarianism, which is that there are so many current societal limitations on it, right? Like when I make my decisions, like in terms of like my political decisions of how to vote, I don't really do it with a libertarian mindset because I just know that it's just not possible. You know, everybody says they if a Republican says, "Oh, let's deregulate the state," yeah, that's bullshit. You know what I mean? And even if you were to support a libertarian, it's a waste of a vote. So most of the time, I end up voting Democrat because I actually have more like social like similarities with the Democrats and stuff like that, rather than the Republicans like promise of deregulating the state.
Beast. You know,
But
that's
even so, I predict that there will be a political revolution in the next 50 years in the U.S. It could be either. Yeah, I think it will be. I think people are getting tired of politicians. I think the next generation is going to show that. Unless they do the same thing that the last generation did, like in terms of like instituting themselves politically. I
no,
think
listen,
we're gonna.
Rain
I
says,
agree because of.
the best part of Witcher 3 is ignoring Ciri and playing Gwent.
You know,
Also,
I wanna
because
agree with you.
libertarians that get into power realize that it just doesn't work.
So I want to agree with you on that, Dylan, specifically because of the Germany elections that happened. Everybody, Germans under the age of 25 voted 25% for the far left party, and then 20% for the far right party. So it's very much people are becoming way more open to like swinging up the system in some way.
Yeah, I just think and then I have certain problems with libertarianism, and one of the biggest ones is the one that Amender brings up is foreign policy, right? Foreign policy is one, especially in terms of like an ANCAP mindset, which I've been trying to see the argument for it, and like I just think it's like very very idealistic. It's kind of like a communist. It's like reading Marx. To me, it just seems very idealistic that, oh, everything is like this and everyone respects each other because of private property. And I'm like, this kind of sounds something like someone else has been saying a couple years before him. I mean, so it's just that. But I still think libertarianism, I think freedom and liberty and the pursuit of happiness, I think those are very important fundamental rights which our society should be based off. I do think that the state having its hand in everything is a negative thing. I think that we should look at deregulating the state and allowing there to be more localized power. I have no problem with having a government and having a state, but
How do you
I feel
feel
like
about
we
the
should be
Civil
more
Rights Act?
localized. So I feel somewhat good of the Civil Rights Act, because it does protect people's liberty and freedoms, right? It doesn't allow people to get discriminated based.
That's the conclusion I came to as a libertarian. I was just like, I'm in favor of the Civil Rights Act because it does uphold people's liberties. But man, dude, I got news for you. Your face is just smushed right up against the Democratic Party.
Yeah, no.
And how
no.
much you
Like I
likely
told
agree
you.
with them.
I'm a registered Democrat, and I'm running for Democratic Party committee chair.
That's
Like,
cool.
trust me, I know what I'm. I'm not like.
Did you know I almost ran as a libertarian mayor?
Yes,
Like
I heard that you said.
Did you ever?
What you
I almost-
articulated is liberal ideals rather than
I almost ran as a fucking libertarian mayor, dude. I was
But I will
about to
say
go
though-
dancing
He
and
does
shit.
want to. He does
Limited
want to.
government.
Not
I
even
still-
kidding. That's unironically what happened.
I would say that like
liberalism.
I still would say that I still have issues with the Democratic Party because they still do like want the society, like they still want government programs, and I just think that there's some negatives with that. I feel like there's different ways that the government could like assist people and fix societal problems rather than just throwing money at a program like we've been doing. Like to some extent, like I understand Trump's like objective with Doge. I just think that the face of Doge and the fact that it's Trump just makes no sense.
I agree with you because for me, my biggest issue with Doge is that it's ran by a billionaire. Like it doesn't make sense.
My biggest issue of Doge is that it's ran by an idiot.
Yeah, that too. It's an idiot billionaire.
It's like an
And
idiot billionaire who thinks he's like the smartest thing since sliced bread.
I'm like, for me, I am a socialist, right? But even I can fucking recognize that there's a lot of waste, and especially with expenditure, because I'm a fucking economics grad. There's a lot of waste and expenditure in a lot of areas that the U.S. operates, and I'm fine with cutting them down. But it's funny to me, every time you probably agree with this, but it's just that he's going over there and he's killing U.S. aid, which is about $30 billion. But then he's like, oh, but like the military is fine. We don't gotta fuck with military spending. We can only cut like 2-3% of military spending. When if you just regulated government contracts with Raytheon and Lockheed Martin, that would save $300 billion fucking dollars.
Yeah, but you have to understand that it is a little bit different though. Like with the foreign aid though, some of the foreign aid is really, really stupid, right? I think that like
some of it, yes.
The Ukraine example is a very big one. In reality, the only reason why we gave aid to Ukraine, which I could
benefits the United States by stopping a world power that is basically against the United States' interest to lose power. I disagree.
I understand that that's the current reasoning. I don't agree that that's the actual reasoning. I think the actual reasoning is we're trying to play with our weapons and our intelligence in Ukraine, and I think that's a valid. No. Of course, yes.
No, I don't.
Because
I don't agree to that.
even though of course it stops Russian aggression by stopping it at Ukraine before if we just allow them to take the state of Ukraine and then just being right next up to NATO in terms of Poland, which would increase the aggression that Russia has, right, with the Poles. We also use this war as kind of a theater to test ourselves out against Russia. And what we learned is Russia's not ready for a war against the US, especially if it doesn't include nuclear arms. They literally are extremely dependent on that deterrent because they actually cannot deal with just our technology. Look at the fact of how effective our Stingers, our intelligence, our cruise missiles have been in assisting Ukraine. Ukraine has like literally done so much against Russia that it's actually kind of depressing as a world power to just lose so easily like that.
I don't think the U.S. has any intention of going to war with Russia under Trump, at least.
Yeah, no, but he's saying.
Sure, but what I'm saying is that it's like testing the waters of like the modern U.S. military, and what we saw is Russia's just not a threat. It's just not. It's just not a threat.
Did you see the new UN resolution?
The fact that you can just give a cruise missile to Ukraine and say, "Hey, look, there's this ship in the Black Sea, super important, one of the best, most equipped Russian, warships, right? And it's the head of that fleet. Yeah, it's right there. Go shoot it." And then they shoot it and they sink it, right? And there's no American soldiers, no nothing over there. To me, that just shows how fucking easy it would be against.
Hold on. Rain says, "You think Ukraine is bad policy? You just don't realize how important Ukraine is all on its own." I completely agree with Rain here. You can't actually be the world's largest economy in the world if you just kind of cede land to potential enemies of the United States. The United States has a vested interest in stopping
I'm not saying that we should. I'm not saying we shouldn't, though. You know what I mean? I feel like there's just a more effective way. You know what I mean? Like that's like me saying, I think that the rebuilding of Europe, right, after World War II was bad. No. I thought that was great, right? I think the Marshall Plan and everything was a great thing. I just think that there should be a better way of administering for foreign aid, because a lot of the foreign aid is wasted on some other stuff, right? That
defense contracting.
Defense contracting is important, though. But
they do.
We should administrate it better, but defense contracting is very important. We need to.
I agree, but they spend. Raytheon will quote you $1,000 for a toilet. You know what I mean? It's very stupid in some ways.
Yeah, but that happens not just in defense contracting. That happens
of course
everywhere.
It goes
especially
everywhere.
in the pharmaceutical
for an example,
and the technology sector.
For an example, I don't remember the exact missile, but I remember seeing a thing about the fucking some fucking military strategist and a economics professor did a report on how overinflated the weapons we are getting priced are. Like, we are getting priced in for like 750,000 per specific missile, and then if you were to break apart the components of said missile, it's around $45,000. That is a like 400% increase, which is fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, no. That's
I
the
wanna-
problem with
I wanted
government
to
contracts.
shift topic real quick. All right, so get this right. My old grill, poor thing, it's just been on its last legs. And the last time I grilled on it, I saw on the bottom where the ash trap is, a hole. There's a hole.
Did you guys see
Like,
the
it was
UN resolution
basically
against Russia and how the U.S. is like opposing it?
Wait,
Yeah,
I want to hear this.
What are you talking about?
That's absolutely
Yeah, I was saying
nuts.
that like there's like a hole at the bottom of my grill, and it just just from the excess rust, right? Just
Okay.
using it for years and years and seeing this hole, I was like, oh, my grill.
It's definitely time for a new grill amender.
Yeah, and
That is
so
a fact.
yeah, so I decided, I was like, okay, I'm gonna bite the bullet, and I'm gonna get a new grill, and I have a new grill. Man, this grill is beautiful. This grill is beautiful.
Very
I'm
nice.
so sorry. I want to share with you what it looks like. It's a beautiful grill, and it makes me happy.
What was the UN resolution? I actually haven't.
Hold on, I'll show you.
I haven't heard of it.
Another
From
UN
what I'm
resolution?
reading off of,
I've been
off
like
of
studying
any-
for like 5 days straight, so I need help.
It's condemning Russia as the aggressor, essentially.
Yeah,
All right,
And the
And-
US
And they
opposed
need
it.
to sing
yeah,
the
the U.S.
fire.
here
was
we
backing Russia.
I mean, as
Here-
dictator on
here it
dictator,
be.
who honestly gives a shit?
What do you think of my grill? This grill.
We're having such
That's a
distinct
beautiful
conversation.
grill.
This grill
We're
makes me
talking about
so
the
happy.
Russian-Ukraine conflict.
Yes,
and
you
then
can.
Avengers, like,
You can talk about
grill.
I just want to tell you about how much I love
That
my
actually
grill.
is a really nice grill.
I really just want to.
It's a really great
I
grill.
just want to share how
That
happy
is a
I
very
am.
solid looking grill.
I mean, just look at it. It's,
Anyone tell
it's-
you?
Ooh.
anyone
Oh,
told you you
it's
have
so
a great
beautiful. Oh my God, it makes me.
Ooh.
This grill, you have no idea. Listen, when I grill, I go hard, right?
I thought you
go
were gonna
really,
do like
really
a
my
hard
God,
metaphor or
when I
this is-
grill.
something.
My man
so
got
you're
that
just
whole
being
tray.
Okay.
Oof.
I grill
Nice
I thought
hard.
you were doing a metaphor for something, but
I
you're
don't
like, no,
mess
I
around.
what's wrong with my
Okay,
grill?
when you show up to my house, I'm gonna grill for you, and I'm gonna give you an old fashioned, right?
That,
And
Um,
and then we're gonna have
I hope
cigars.
the drink-
That's what happens.
okay.
That is what I do. Okay. Then I feed you meat until you are on the floor. Okay. That's what
Oh, you
happens.
are-
That's
you
all
are
I
the
do.
Wait,
You
I
are
have
the
a
most-
question. I have a question.
It's like
You are
at
the
least
most-
a $1,000.
You are the
looking
most
grill.
like societal Republican that's a liberal. Like, do you realize that?
That's true.
Like,
That's
like,
funny.
this
You
is
d-
literally
no, you
what
don't
Andrew
have
Wilson
to.
does on the
You don't
weekends.
have to be a Republican to know how to,
To
a
like
good grill, dude. There,
Or
that is
to
a
enjoy
that is a
barbecue.
bipartisan approach.
Andrew Wilson.
That is
Andrew Wilson would
bipartisan.
disagree. He would
To
disagree.
go back to the actual fucking topic.
Sorry, sorry. Okay, I'm done talking
No,
about the
you're-
grill. I
You're
I
good.
can't tell you how happy I
nice
am.
grill.
This grill makes me so
Very
happy.
nice
You have
grill.
no idea. All right, go
I'm
ahead.
just saying though, in terms of the foreign aid, there's some of the foreign aid that's being wasted in theaters of the world that as the world like it's just not needed, right? And I feel like we could definitely like say, hey, like we should probably
like
not
foreign
do
aid
that. We
to
would probably
South Africans that suffered from apartheid, which Elon Musk hates.
yeah.
No,
well,
That's just wasting fucking money.
Wait, hold
we
on,
need to
wait,
focus
wait, I
on our
wanna say-
domestic.
I want to say that to Dylan, I agree with you. There are some things that USAID was definitely wasting on, but there's also stuff that he cut, which is like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
no,
like,
of course.
Like,
Yeah.
like he cut like.
I mean, you're
3
calling
billion
charity
toward.
a waste, you know?
Yeah, he
A
called.
what, right?
He cut like 3 billion towards the funding of an AIDS vaccine. Like, what the
Yeah.
fuck?
Yeah, that's never good.
That's just
People are
comically
already
evil.
behind from,
Yeah, he's
USAID.
trying to he's trying to pull a Reagan. Let's be honest.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, but he's cutting everything so that then
That is
he
what
can
he's
go
trying
in
to
and ignore tax loopholes
No, of course.
and make it so that he has an $800 million contract with the U.S. government for armored cyber trucks, like stuff like that. That he's just fucking, he's just hosing the U.S. government. That's all he's doing. And like,
You got to.
like yeah, he's just gang banging the U.S. government, which like, that's crazy, but like you're gonna get killed. I
Well, to be
honestly,
fair,
on my
Everybody here
bingo
would do
card.
the same thing if y'all had money. Like, come on.
Okay,
now.
I would not. I have morals. But
Yeah, I
he does
wouldn't
not.
do that at all.
I wouldn't do that. I have
I
morals.
wouldn't do that. No way.
No one knows how they'll
Um,
act when they get that much money. So
I
you know.
promise you, I wouldn't, because legitimately the thought of like being so petty is disgusting to me. Like the amount of pettiness it takes to be such an oligarchical fuck is like, what the hell? Like it takes
USAID was also investigating Elon's connection to Russia,
True.
which is also why he doesn't like it.
Speaking of connection to Russia, what the fuck is the Krasnov stuff? What the hell is the stuff with the fucking Trump is a secret Russian agent? What is that? I heard about that today and I was like, what? Is that a real
What?
thing, or is that just like some liberal like is that just some like
I don't know.
Hakeem Jeffries being
I
like,
don't
oh,
know.
I
I have
got
no
a big
idea.
tinfoil hat on.
Yeah,
I
there
don't
you
look
go.
into that more.
I don't have
Trump
a
being a secret Russian agent is fucking hilarious. Imagine.
Honestly, it'd be fucking great.
I
Christ.
mean,
that would make a lot of sense.
what if he did get
If
paid
Putin
by
has a
Russia?
P-tape of Trump, he's definitely got
I
him
mean,
by the
Tim
balls.
Pool got paid by Russia.
Yeah, that shit is crazy. I can't believe that fucking blew away in like a day.
Imagine,
Yeah.
bro.
Paid like
Tim Pool shows up, right?
$800,000.
Tim Pool, he shows up,
Wait,
and he's just like he gets a check from a benefactor from I think what was it, Belgium, and it's just like oh, he's a libertarian banker, and he likes what you have to say. Here's $100,000 a week for you to say nice things about Russia.
I that's money though.
You're not.
Listen.
Hold on. You're not gonna question where that's coming from.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, of course, you gotta question it, but like, look, 100K is 100K.
Bro, I am
lying.
not
Like,
taking
somebody-
$100K a week.
Chaos, this is why you
do
should not be a leader.
propaganda, bro. I'm not
Listen,
doing that.
I'm just
This is
saying.
why your
Sometimes
ass should not be a
it
leader.
is what it is. You gotta take
Your
the
ass-
Bradington.
Your ass would run for a Senate position and get approached by Raytheon and be like, hey, if you support us killing 100 million kids in the Middle East, we'll give you $2 million a week. You'd be like, hell yeah,
I was about to
brother.
say, yeah, $2 million in a Cybertruck.
Exactly.
Let's get the bombs popping.
You
I'll
fucking
fucking sign
asshole.
off on them. I'll put
Wow, that
logos.
is wild.
I'll put my logo
That is
on the
a
fucking
wild
bomb.
argument.
Okay, I do not ever hold public office. Do not
Oh, trust
ever
me, I'm
hold
running
public
for president and I'm 35. It's gonna be
Oh,
lit.
God!
We're gonna ruin this country, baby. Locked and loaded.
Well, it's okay. It's already cooked.
Yeah, so, you know.
I think by the time that Trump's presidency is over, we're gonna be so cooked.
You think?
Yeah.
Like it's just gonna be so
It's
over.
totally possible.
Like I honestly think, and here's the thing for me, right? As an econ grad, as someone who's studying like to go into international law study, my funniest thing to me is how much we are seceding to China. Like we are basically saying, because of everything Trump's doing and the isolationism or whatever it is that the world's
Yep.
economy is China's economy, motherfucker, and we are just giving it
They're
up.
just gonna blow past
Which
us.
is wild.
Yeah.
Well,
China
having
will-
a lot of our influencers join a random Chinese app because of TikTok doesn't help. That does
Yeah, but
not
even
help
then,
at all.
that's so small in comparison to us being like, oh, we're gonna pull out literally, and I mean literally, all of our aid from Africa, while China has been literally investing into Africa endlessly, with loans that are amazing deals for the African countries. They have like 10-year buffer periods. Like it's basically fucking charity. And you're gonna be like, oh, we're gonna give up on that. You're going to lose. You're going to fucking lose. Like for me, the funniest thing is, right? Do you know the company BYD? It's a electric vehicle manufacturer from Tesla. A year ago, they passed Tesla in EV sales. Now
wild.
they passed them by 400% since last time. They've
That's
blown
wild.
past them because Tesla's lost so much of their so much of the market in China, in Europe, and all these places. And you
wonder
wanna know
why.
Because BYD and because of the Chinese fucking system of their like state capitalist bullshit, what they do is they say, hey, you guys can accept super low profit margins so that you can make cars for super fucking cheap. An equivalent Tesla is $50,000. You want to know how much an equivalent BYD
I always
car
thought it's
is?
like a $13,000 car. It's like really.
Yes,
fucking,
it's a $13,000 car.
That's wild.
Mhm.
It's insane.
That is insane. That
It's
is
fucking
insane.
psychotic,
That is
and that's with
nuts.
tariffs. That's with tariffs. That's with
Wow,
fucking tariffs.
really? That's
Yes,
crazy.
with fucking tariffs.
That is
It's
nuts.
10,000 in China. It's 10,000.
People are vandalizing Teslas now.
Exactly, because he's such a cornball. It's so funny to me because we're
Such a
losing on every front in China.
Cornball
Really,
is such a
because
rare insult,
I'm,
bro.
I'm like,
Right back anyway.
That is a
It's
rare
China's
insult.
smart right now. They're taking over.
We're
Rain
losing
says,
our
"Of
trade war?
course, Trump has ties to Russia." That's
That would make sense. Of course, Elon Musk, and listen, it's so funny to me that our richest billionaire and the guy we're putting in trust of finances is the guy who literally is like, I am become meme. Like, he's the worst fucking representative ever. The worst representative of
that's
anything
right.
ever.
He did say that,
He's
didn't
like
he?
the most rich person ever.
It's just so stupid.
I am
He-
become meme.
I can't believe
Imagine
our
being a
oligarchy-
billionaire and like on
Like,
stage,
all
on
that
like a
rich money
national
is
stage, and
so
just
hard.
saying that.
I can't believe our oligarchy is being formed by the stupidest fucking dude on earth. Like the stupidest motherfucker on earth.
All right, what do you
You know
what
what's
do you
wild?
what do you think of my
Well,
of my
it's with the
space
chainsaw
mountain?
and stuff.
Oh, it looks so good actually.
Do you like
The map
Honestly,
is
looks
looking
good.
Mendo.
do you
Heck
like
yeah.
my space mountain? Has space.
Yeah.
Heck
Oh,
yeah.
wait, look at your Space Mountain. I didn't see it.
But you know what's so fucking like fucked?
Well, that
like
is actually
prior
so fucking
administration,
cool,
we
bro.
had a president who couldn't even speak. Now we have a president that speaks too much. Like, can we get a fucking balance?
Yeah, we do need it. I
I
listen.
low-key think
Like,
we should get.
hey,
I
man,
think
get
Hillary
it
Clinton
out.
needs to go.
Not Hillary Clinton.
No. Keep her away from office.
Not Hillary
Oh my
Clinton.
god.
Mender, what's your opinion on Hillary Clinton? Honestly, I hate her, so that's what I'm asking.
I think
I
that
also
Hillary
hate her.
Clinton
I
is
hate her as well.
I think Hillary
She should
Clinton
be
is
handed the
an
presidency, like,
opportunist.
it was stolen from her.
And it's like she's basically like your run of the mill, just corporate, Democrat that you're gonna get the crony capitalism, that has been pervasive in office, and that's kind of what would happen with Hillary Clinton.
We know there was Russian.
With that being
interference.
said, Hillary Clinton is objectively a better decision than picking Trump.
True. I agree, but
She's just a bad person
think I also
entirely.
I think
well, also on
I
top
have
of that,
so
she
much
works with the
spite.
Russians.
I have
We
so
I don't know,
know there was
maybe
Russian
I'll read a
interference in the
book.
2016
Maybe I'll read a
elections,
book by her because
therefore,
I'm actually kind of
Hillary should
curious. I
get,
do
like,
want to
the
hear about
presidency
it.
for free,
You know what's
essentially.
crazy, by the way, about like books from politicians? I've read a lot of them from like Obama and Michelle Obama and Clinton and a bunch of them. The only one I thought was actually fucking good is Bernie Sanders.
Really?
All the rest of them
Yeah.
suck ass.
Yeah,
really?
yeah, no.
Did you read Promised Land?
Hell yeah.
That was a good one.
Which one is that?
Promised Land.
No, I don't know that one actually.
Oh, that's the famous book by Obama.
Oh, really? I watched his.
Wouldn't it be funny
I read
if
his
Trump
autobiography.
passes this third term amendment and then people vote in Obama for a third term?
That'd be
Rain
sick.
says Hillary stole the primary from Bernie. The Clintons, Obama betrayed America. I don't actually agree with that. And I'm going to tell you why. It's because the Democratic Party, yeah, they hand chose them. And we're just like, fuck you, you're too radical. But one of the main reasons why they chose them was
he would
because
be
they
so
just
upset
did
by
better. Hillary just did better in polling. Like, they're like, okay, well, we're going to pick these because they're doing better in polling. That's unironically why they picked
They were
Hillary
even
over.
in polling. I
Hillary
will
was-
correct you on that. They were even in polling.
It-
They were even in polling.
It's weird.
No,
'cause
it,
it's like, I
it
feel like
wasn't.
Hillary-
It
Here's the
wasn't.
thing,
I'm
right?
telling you, it
Wait, here-
wasn't. I
no,
looked
but
this
here's
up.
the thing.
I've seen this
I know.
multiple
I've looked
times.
this up too. On a state-to-state basis, the funny thing is Hillary Clinton won more in places like California, where actually Trump would have won by 5 to 10% more. But where Bernie did have favorable polling is Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, and that's what matters. That's why I still do kind of agree with that. He had better polling in 3 battleground states.
Yeah, I mean, I still think that Hillary was at the time effectively a better choice, at least from a strict calculus standpoint.
I'd agree, but not from a larger standpoint.
So,
I honestly
From
feel like she
Larson
would have
Window.
turned the United States of America into Nazi Germany. I don't know.
What the fuck?
She's the type. She's the type. That's why I'm like, I don't know. I just don't trust her.
Okay.
I do
I
not
don't
trust her.
Well, okay, I don't think Hillary Clinton is comically evil. I just think she's normally evil. She's not. Like she's not like
That is a
that
wild
fucking
take.
crazy.
That's a
She's
wild
just
thing to say.
establishment Democrat. Whatever.
Yeah, she's just
Yeah,
she's
it's an
established
establishment
Democrat, but she's
Democrat,
also
that's
like the
what she
kind of
is.
guy. She's also the kind of one that would be like, oh, I'm gonna like fucking have an assistant have a stock market account that every time I make a decision makes me $1 bajillion. Like she would be the
Yeah.
kind of type to do that, but she wouldn't
It's
be like, oh, Hail Hitler. Like she wouldn't do
Nancy
that.
Pelosi.
I hope.
Yeah, you're thinking of Nancy Pelosi.
Ooh.
Can
Hey,
I
Nancy.
Well, here's
can
the
I
thing,
just say I
whenever
did?
people-
Did you read Nancy Pelosi's book,
I did
The
not.
Art of Power? I think it was called. All right, so I'm
that
just
road
gonna,
runner?
I'm
I
gonna
skimmed
just,
Whenever
through
people
it.
bring up,
It was a pretty good one.
so I'm just
whenever
gonna,
people
I'm gonna
bring
just
up the
tell
fucking-
you that Nancy Pelosi is like one of the shrewdest, like most cunning. Yeah, she's like really cunning, and she's
She is.
scary
Like
smart.
Mitch McConnell.
Like
of the
when I
Democrats.
sat there and I was reading her book, I was like, holy shit, this bitch does not fuck around. I mean, she really is next level when it comes to like getting shit done. And so I immediately, after having read her book, I have an immense, much more respect for Nancy Pelosi than probably most Americans are willing to admit.
Yeah, but first
I-
of all, you should have like even more, like you should feel even more better for her because like imagine like that's her book, right? That's like what she writes in her book.
Yeah.
She's obviously like not giving away all of it, right? It's like literally like you don't publish your thoughts, right?
Mhm.
So-
Certainly not, I guess. But I mean,
you know what's
It's like what most politicians
But
do.
it-
when
if
you
you're
read
70
these
years
books,
old
right,
and
it's
you're still
coming from the
prevalent
heart for
in
her.
politics.
Like you could tell.
you know what's
right?
funny
It's
for me?
incredibly detailed. It's a lot of yeah.
Whenever people bring up like corrupt politicians, or like, oh, ones that are like trading with the stock market, they bring up Nancy Pelosi, right?
They're all
Motherfucker,
doing insider trading.
it's yeah, but like it's funny to me because who motherfucker should bring up is Dan Crenshaw. Do you know Dan Crenshaw? That motherfucker punted everything.
I'm sorry.
That motherfucker punted everything on like every military bid ever, like a week before it happened. And I'm like, this motherfucker needs to die.
How about
Like, he's the worst.
How about Mitch McConnell? Like he's
Mitch
done
McConnell actually isn't that
Ooh.
bad. He does it a lot, but he doesn't do it as like efficiently as Nancy Pelosi or
He's
Dan.
been like the main architect for getting all kinds of stuff for the right done.
Yeah, but for some reason he doesn't have as good of a trading portfolio.
It's funny because now he's the weakest member of the Senate.
But again, that's weak. We don't actually know his real trading portfolio, right? We know the ones that they show
True.
us.
True.
So
You're not wrong. Yeah, I could expect.
I just mean in terms of pure evil, like the stuff that he's done.
Oh, pure evil! Oh, pure evil! The most pure evil
Rain
person in
says
government
they
is Elon
forced
Musk.
Bernie to concede because he was too radical for the system, even though even then the population of America was ready for that level of change. Trump did not want Bernie to win. I agree with you. I mean, I read a book called it was called Rules for Revolutionaries: How Big Organizing Can Change Everything. And that book was basically about the Bernie campaign from front to back. It was a grassroots campaign, which was, I mean, it's really cool that it had never been done before. Never has there ever been a situation where a grassroots campaign would
Right.
get you that far up. So,
Right.
I mean, there was definitely a lot of momentum, but when push came to shove, it really just came down to the fact that Hillary had slightly better polling, and that was it. That's all the Democrats needed.
Honestly, I think like that was like really sad, like that like Bernie like mostly lost because like the Red Scare thing. Because like I think like just like based on like his, if you look at like what he did like in his career, there's like not really anything you could point out that was like bad, right? Like he did only stuff that like benefited like the people and was like successful. Like there's like no track record here you can point to that is like bad.
Right.
Yeah, I
Which
agree
is
with you, but I
celebrity.
also think Hillary won because it was just purely like a normalcy thing. Like
She
after
was
Obama won,
she was the DNC pick, and the corporate backed.
yeah, but even then, right? After the 2 years of Obama and his two very successful elections, like people thought and presumed that there would just be like an easy fucking slide into the next Democratic president because Obama ended with the best approval numbers of any president since JFK.
Yeah.
He had amazing fucking approval, like,
Yeah.
extremely good approval. So it was just assumed, and I think that that's the worst thing that the DNC did is the assumption that they would just win.
Yeah,
Of course.
I think that was like also like the big issue with like Trump, right? In both of the elections, like people just like said, "Oh, Trump is like stupid. Like just like listen to him. He talks like a stupid person." And
Yeah, he's
people
appealing
just,
to
like,
stupid.
Yeah, because like they fail to understand that like yeah, he's talking like a stupid, but that's like learned language, right? You can like listen to like a lot of like stuff that he like interviews like that he did like before. Like he's like very coherent in like his points. You might disagree with them. I'm not saying like his points are valid. Obviously like, I'm not a Trump fan. But just like saying he's stupid and I don't know why people vote for a stupid person, it's just like you're failing to understand what he's doing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he ran
I
on
don't
popular.
understand. It's just like how would you call him stupid? This dude already has been president. Like he ran, he won. Like the second time around, you would think to yourself more like he's probably gonna do somewhat similar things or the same things. So it's like, why would?
Oh, I call him
don't know.
stupid.
He had a lot
I
of
call him
his
stupid all the
successful
time.
runs-
I do it all the time.
He is stupid, but both of his successful runs were based off of one thing, and it's appealing to populism and popular distrust, right?
Yes.
That's all it is. And again, is he constantly lying? Yes. But every time he's won off of the illegals, the crime,
memes.
whatever it is, right?
Yeah, sure, but that's not called being stupid. That's called being tactical.
Exactly, I agree, 100%.
You remember how they used? Cambridge Analytica
I'll
just
be
like
right
to
back.
watch
I'm
me
gonna grab some
profile
food.
people on the right?
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because it's obvious that every
Zuckerberg.
single Trump election was won. He won based off of just purely playing off of stupid ass fears in an intelligent way, like acting like there's some crime epidemic when crime has literally never been lower. It's crazy.
Facebook helped him a lot for sure.
True, actually real. I fucking hate Zuckerberg. I hate that motherfucker.
Now it's like even scarier because like now there's like Elon Musk involved as well, right? And
True.
He's like now like he's not sucking up to Zuckerberg anymore because like who cares about Facebook? Now he's sucking up like to Musk, right? It's like
He loves X or he loves Twitter.
But this Loki is a double-edged sword in a good way because now the Democrats have 4 years to really lock in someone they really want to push.
But they won't. But here's the thing, that's my issue with it.
They're
And that's
talking
what I'm
about
talking
pushing another Kamala Harris.
Exactly. The highest polling candidate is Kamala Harris. Which, like, what the fuck?
Might run again.
Well, I mean,
it's so stupid.
You gotta understand something. When she first ran, she had the worst polling data out of anyone of the Democratic Party that ran.
Yeah.
Like, the
People
reason
didn't
she
know her
even
very
has
well.
any type of poll is because when we replaced Biden, we had to put somebody in, and we threw in Kamala. That's the problem.
Yes, I agree.
The people did not vote for her to get put in at all. That's why I'm like,
unironically, can I be
let
so
Kamala Harris
direct?
let Kamala Harris try again, bro. I'm okay with a fourth term Trump presidency, bro.
Can I be so dead ass, by the way?
You know?
I'm gonna be so dead ass, by the way. I unironically think that 2028, the person that we should fucking run, like, as, like, any kind of, like, progressive kind of thing, is LeBron James. I'm not fucking kidding. I'm not kidding.
he is about to finish the
Kanye
NBA.
West?
So,
Yep.
you know.
I
Kanye
unironically think LeBron James. No, fuck off with Kanye West. He's literally a
Kanye
Nazi.
West?
Shut the
Yo,
hell up.
LeBron versus Kanye, Democrat versus Republican.
That'd be
That's gonna be so
crazy.
hard.
That'd be
And
crazy.
it's gonna go insane.
Then instead of having a debate, they need to go like to the court and have like play basketball against each other to make out who's becoming president. Sure, yeah.
Well, I think we know who wins that.
Bar for president.
I feel like if the Democrats were smart, which they're not, but if they were, they would try to go back to moderate, right? Like that's the problem that they had. Like they
Disagree.
got real lucky in they got real lucky in 2020. It was a rigged election, but like the reality is that what
Okay, you're losing me.
successful with Obama was that Obama was a moderate. You know what I mean?
No, Obama was the most progressive candidate that Democrats ever had. What are you talking
I'm pretty
about?
certain. Yeah, Obama was pretty progressive.
Slow down, bro.
Okay, so here's my disagreement with that, and it's based off of statistics. In 2022, in the midterms, Democratic candidates won back a lot of ground from Republicans.
You know,
but what's interesting is that from the election database of what Republicans were caucused with who, the progressives won 90% more frequently than the moderates. Progressivism is an attractive concept.
Yeah, it's
The
like
hippie.
leftist populism.
Exactly.
I think the issue is like people engaging like on both sides like with the culture are way too much. It's like distracting like from like the actual like issues. Like I know people care about like trans issues and LGBTQ for example, like, and I'm all on board with that. But like in the end, like who cares? It's all culture war. Like we are talking about like 1% of the population, and we make that like such a huge topic when it comes like to politics. It's like not that important, right?
We didn't
Yeah,
make
that's
it.
culture war
We
shit.
didn't make it.
Yeah,
a huge
that
topic.
issue is culture war. Like, and I don't know why people engage with it. And I ran into like this issue with like First Amendment a while ago, and I don't want to like get trash talking right now because like he's eating right now, I think. But that was like one of my issues with him. That's like he's like pushing like these topics like way too much. Like, I'm on board with you. Like I don't have an issue with trans people. I'm quite the opposite. But I don't think we should like have like these fights with people from the other side because it is cultural. Like we're not concentrating on the issues. Like we had like huge wins when it comes to like being in a position where like it's completely fine to like advocate for all of this, right? And it's fine. Like now we just have to wait for the social change. We already set down the grounds. We don't need to fight anymore. The fight is over.
If you fucking sit my ass down and you say like, oh, what would win elections? Like I would full on say like union progressivism, fucking workers' rights, stuff like that, because that shit always wins elections. If you tell somebody, hey, you vote for us, your fucking wage will grow up because we're gonna crack down on your shithead boss who's fucking you over. They're gonna be like, hell yeah, brother! Like, they're gonna, like no matter who they are. It's why a vast majority of fucking Republican-aligned union members vote for Democrats.
Especially when it comes like to America, I feel like there's like a lot of like conspiracies involved, and it's like the conspiracies are like in your face, like the actual conspiracy. Like you can see what's happening, right? Like they're not hiding anything. You have people like Elon Musk, like literally like saying what they want to do and what they do. You have people like Trump, they say what they want to do, and then they say, no, actually I don't want that, and then he's getting elected and he's doing it, right?
Well, hold on. This
He
is why you
pretended to
need
be
someone
ignorant
as
about.
crazy
He pretended to be
on the
ignorant
other
about
side to
Project
run.
2025. He's like, I don't know what that is.
Funky amender.
What was that?
Go to side chat real quickly. I'm telling y'all gotta lock in. I locked in with Obama when I was 13. You feel me?
What the hell?
That's you?
We going in
That's
fucking
you?
raw, baby.
That is
Ain't nobody
cool.
playing games, and we locking in,
That
baby.
didn't actually
I have a
happen. Are you
picture.
serious?
I have a picture of me meeting Trump. I have a picture of me
I'm
meeting
just gonna
Trump.
be a dictator
actually.
on day for what one day. You know, you're right.
You got to. You got to.
I have a picture of me shaking Trump's hand.
I have
in
a
front of me.
picture of me beside Mitt Romney.
That's
Oh, man.
funny.
Very nice.
I used to be a Republican.
Heck yeah.
Jesus.
Really? How
Yeah.
did you change? Like what made you change?
Um,
Was it like a slow
I
thing,
didn't
or
like
was
the
it
military-industrial complex from the Iraq War.
Yes.
And so I
The
was like,
Iraq
I'm against
War is
that.
like-
and so I
the
ended up
Iraq
becoming
War
a
is the most, like,
libertarian with the help of
understandable thing ever.
with a talk show radio host by the name of Neil Bortz. He was an Atlanta
yeah.
talk show host that was basically he was a Republican AM radio station, but he self-described to himself as a libertarian, and I was like, oh, what the fuck is that?
Can I ask you like
I'm
you don't have to
intrigued.
answer, but like how old are you? Because
I'm
like I don't know
35.
how old you are. 35, yeah. So like,
Mhm.
we're same age, yeah.
Honestly, I mean this is a compliment, Mender. You don't give 35. You give like 29.
Yeah.
Just a compliment.
I'll take that as a
Like
compliment.
mid to late
It is
20s.
a compliment. Yeah, you give like 20s. Good for you, buddy. That's a big deal.
It's so weird though, like when I was younger, I was thought like, I'm so young, like I have like fresh ideas, you all should listen to me. And then you become old and it's like, nah,
Nah,
maybe it's better
idiot.
to listen to people that are a little bit older, right? Because
Yeah.
they experience a little bit more, and then it's like... But, you know.
Who else the fuck was it? Let me see. Where fucking can I say?
But yeah, I said something like earlier while you were gone, I think, and I think there might be something we could talk about.
Yeah, what you want to talk
Am I
about?
correct that you think that like Trump is stupid and like he's talking stupid?
Yeah.
He might be a genius
You
con
think
man.
he is stupid?
Oh,
or
he
he's
is a
not
genius.
stupid?
No, I don't think he's a genius at all.
As a con man,
You
he's like a
can't. You
genius,
cannot be
yeah.
a genius and be
Guy
voted
went
in
through
for
military school with
presidency 2
straight
times.
C's. Yeah, what he had was a billionaire father that was able to bankroll him throughout his 20s, and basically by the time he was 30, he was well over a billionaire.
That's fine. Well, he's either a
made,
genius or highly very lucky.
No, yeah,
That's
he's
really it.
very lucky.
You know, he made
is the
20
word.
billion in a single day with that whole meme coin.
Damn it, next.
What?
With that whole crypto coin scam he did, he made $20 billion in one day.
That's good. That's always
Not
good for the
20
pocket.
billion.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't have that much money.
Yeah, word. It would be like maybe like 20
Or was
million.
it 40? I forget. Let's see.
Yeah.
Could have been like 200 million, maybe.
Maybe million, but not billion.
Yeah, but don't you think he's just like clever in like his investments and like I understand like a lot of like his businesses have been failing, but like he is like a person that like is going for the risk, right? And he's also like being secure like in his own bankroll, right? It's just
No.
like playing poker and you are aware of your bankroll.
No.
That's like what he did.
No, that's wrong.
Then why is he not bankrupt? Then why all of his businesses failed, but he is not?
Because he
Also-
can he can move assets around from other loans.
Yeah,
Also,
but he knows
bankruptcy.
that, right?
Hold on,
But he knows
bankruptcy
he can
for
do it.
business
Like that's
people
why
is
why
not.
he's going to these businesses. Like
We've
this
been
is why he
running
spends money. He's taking the risk, right?
A deficit for decades.
Being bankrupt also doesn't mean you have no money. Millionaires and billionaires, they go into bankruptcy so they can use the percents that the government then offers them. There's a lot of bullshit when you're rich in terms of bankruptcy, but it is not, you are not broke in any type of way. You're basically leveraging assets to what you have. If you're genuinely bankrupt, like it's like you are worth
You
nothing,
literally
like
can't
you
go
have no
bankrupt.
Liquidity, then
Yeah.
you know,
Like
yeah.
he
got all
set
these
up like all his
connections everywhere.
businesses in a way where they could fail, and it's impact him like obviously like a little bit like of his business, but it's not affecting like him personally, right?
Yeah, you can
So
just walk
he
away
is
from
like
it.
just like a capitalist. Yeah. So is that like not a clever way of how to do it? I'm not saying like it's a nice or good way of how we should do it. I'm not
I
saying
mean-
it's a good thing to do, but like you have to agree that like
He made
understood
some
the
money
system
on
and using it, right?
on hawking some of his wares, like the vodka as well as like the steaks and the knives and stuff. And his book, he made some money. He also made some money on what was it? I'm trying to remember. Oh shit!
His
what was it?
television appearances back
Yes,
in the day.
the apprentice, his money on The Apprentice. Yeah, he made good money there.
But is that
But
stupid?
his
I
various
fail to
his
understand, like, the
various
stupid
business
part.
decisions were not good. Like especially regarding real estate, he tried buying all sorts of properties and tried to sell it back at a profit because
high
it has
risk,
his
high
name
reward.
tied to it. But unfortunately, he had to like maintain the businesses and was just completely incapable of doing so. This is why you have, for example, the one of the crown jewels of Atlanta City, the Taj Mahal Casino, just went bankrupt under his leadership because he just made poor business decisions.
But he still made bank off of that. Like him.
No, he didn't. He
personally
lost
made
money.
Bank of that.
No,
the-
his father
the com- the
had to bail him
company
out.
lost value, but he himself still like.
Yeah,
gained
his
value from it.
father paid for him.
Screwing
father
over,
did not pay
screwing
for
over
the Taj
black
Mahal.
communities.
Yes, he
was
did.
right
Yes. Yeah, you're going to tell me, right? A high roller benefactor walks into the Taj Mahal when he was about to go bankrupt and decides to put on a table, I think it was over $5 million on a single hand, loses it, and then walks away. No name, no nothing. Like, it was clear it was coming from Fred Trump. There was shit like that all the time with his casinos. He could not make them profitable.
Yeah, yeah. You know what's this is just a sad comparison, but oddly enough, Andrew Tate, he had some casinos, he made them profitable, but Trump couldn't. That's crazy. Just saying. Just saying.
I mean, if you can get the licensing for a casino, you are guaranteed to make money.
Yeah. Plus, it's also the location. Like, what's your crowd gonna be? Like, there's a lot of factors into it, honestly. Like, I mean, if he planned it, he probably might have like made a nice profit in terms of actually still having the casino around. But I don't know. Like right now, the Republican Party isn't looking good in any type of way in the best light. The Democrats aren't either, and it's just wild to me because it's like, come on. We're in 2025, our most technological year. We're still fucking dealing with the same back and forth bullshit between the two parties, and it's fucking stupid. Like, can we just get two normal people from both sides to be like, all right, let's stop all this nonsense. Let's actually fucking get down to the brass tacks and the real fucking policies. Like, the fuck? But no, it's probably not going to happen for another fucking, like, I don't know, 12 years.
Yeah.
What
I'm most concerned about is like the switch like in power when it comes to it was kind of like the West, like Europe, the West of Europe mostly, and like America, like kind of like having like very close relations against the East, I guess, right? Like Putin was like kind of like the border, and now like it's shifting, where like America under Trump is leaning into Russia heavily, right? To like so like Europe loses power, right? That's like the reason why Trump is doing it, because like Europe is like a competitor and he can attack Europe easily by just like stopping to fund like Ukraine, right?
That
I
is
mean,
why-
look, I don't have an issue with Trump trying to ally with Russia or try to do business with Russia. That's good. Fix fucking relations.
How is
But
that
in the
good?
same vein, don't be dropping the EU relations and still
Russia
try to
has been
accommodate-
performing misinformation campaigns for over a decade now. A consistent onslaught
perfectly-
on the American
perfectly fine.
economy. They want to see it sink. Why would we want to ally with that? That is a nightmare.
You can't form relationships with Russia while also being like in line with Europe, because like it's obviously like Europe and Russia right now obviously are completely on like opposite ends, right? Because like Russia started like the attack on Ukraine, which is like an attack like on the EU border. So there's like no way where you can say you have good relationships with both of them. So you kind of like have to make a decision: do I side like with Europe, or do I side like with Russia?
It's lax because two wrongs don't make a right. Like, okay, let's put it this way. Fine, we're chilling with Europe. Then so what? Is for the rest of our lives, are we just gonna be fucking aggressive and hostile towards Russia? Like, really?
Yes.
What the fuck? Y'all can't solve that
Yes,
shit? Y'all
that's
can't?
yes. Unironically, yes.
Stupid, then.
It's
No,
not
nobody,
stupid.
Nobody was aggressive
That is very
towards
fucking
Russia
stupid.
until they attacked like Ukraine, right? Like there was
Yeah.
like very
Where
good
were we
relationships,
aggressive
especially
We did have good relations with them. That's true. We did.
Especially
Hey,
Europe,
Russia could-
especially Germany
could
had
join
like
NATO
such
if they
good
wanted to,
like
right?
relationships with like Russia.
Obviously
it
not.
bites our ass right now because we had like such good relationships with them.
Look,
Russia
I'm just
could join
personally
NATO
saying
and
I
not
don't agree with the
veto,
war. The
like,
war
UN
should have never
resolutions
happened.
and
But
stuff. That'd be nice.
Yeah, but like, if you disagree with the war, you also like accept, I hope, like who started the war, right?
listen, don't get it twisted. Look, I may be Russian, but I hate Putin for what he's done. He's fucking he's endangered our entire fucking country. He's endangered lives of millions of people that he could have worked with. It's just stupid. And I dislike the way Putin's handling it in every single way. I got family that lives in Moscow. I worry for them. Okay, that's not fucking fun for me. Every single day thinking about, oh shit, what if Ukraine randomly launches a US ballistic missile into this fucking center on Moscow and fucking kills my family? Right? It's not fun for me. I don't exactly like the fact that this war is happening. I hate the fact that this war is happening. I don't stand. Hold on, Amanda, 1 second. I don't stand with what Putin's doing. But in the same vein, I don't stand with what Zelensky's doing. He's a fucking dictator too. Both of them are dictators, and it's annoying as hell to me when I'm looking at this and I'm just like, they're both dictators fighting with each other. But the U.S. chose to side with one dictator over the other.
Do I
Which is
sound-
fine. Get
do
the
I sound
prerogative.
that
Everybody's
feminine?
dictators.
I understand all of that, but you said like it's really important, like you don't want the war to happen. Like you think you're against the war, right? That's like my takeaway.
100% against the war. Yes.
Okay, so then do you acknowledge like that? Like Russia started the war.
100%, and I do not. I literally fault Putin for that. I hate him for that. I feel like he should not have done that. Diplomacy could have been handled instead of war. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah. No.
He was democratically elected.
Good. Now,
He's
I
also
want to
talking
like
about
make this.
stepping down for the sake of the country.
Exactly.
That's not a
He wants
dictator.
the fucking land.
No, Zelensky got in there
make
because of the fucking U.S.
He had this
There ain't no
idea
democratic
of
elected body. He got locked in because
old
of the CIA.
Russian
That's fine,
Russian
but, like,
leaders
we're not
that
acting
would
like he got
take
Zelensky was
land.
literally elected by the people.
Ukraine's a country with multiple checks and balances.
Unlike
not a
Russia and
dictatorship.
unlike America currently.
Okay, I think you should lean in a little bit like more to his side as well, like understand, because like it's obvious that like Zelensky was like selected because he was like popular, right? And he is like a puppet. And we can, I hope, like we can all agree, like it's not a far-fetched
He's a
thing.
puppet for the people.
All right, please don't interrupt.
He's not only a puppet for the people. He's a puppet like of, or he was a puppet of like Europe and especially like America as
No,
well.
he was
And
voted by the people for the people.
and he heavily like leaned into nationalism. And I think, and this is where the nuance is like super important. I'm not against nationalism. Like it really like depends, right? If there's like a country and it's like really stable, you don't need nationalism. Who the fuck cares? Your country is stable. Yeah. But once you get attacked, if like you're Ukraine and Russia attacks you, you hope that people want to protect your country, right? Mm-hmm. So you have to lean into this, and this is not a bad thing. If you get attacked, that's completely fine, and I understand that people feel like they want to defend like a nation, right? But it's
aligned with North Korea, Belarus, Russia, and Hungary.
America is
we're
no
fucked.
longer a world leader in anything.
America's just we're fucked.
It's debased itself to basically supporting the Nazis of World War II.
Well, at this point, the U.S. has cut its military budget in half, decided to change allies, decided to reformat the entire government, and that's with what Trump being elected for the first few months.
What are you talking about?
No budget has been cut.
Somebody came in like a few days ago and said that they cut the like half of the military budget. And they gave it to Elon.
People just tell you Congress hasn't passed any budgets so far.
If somebody says Trump has cut a military budget and swaying it to Elon, I'm assuming that is the case. But if I'm wrong, okay, cool.
It is wrong because Congress hasn't
100%.
Okay. Wrong.
The military budget in America has been growing. They never cut anything.
Okay,
that's a bold-faced lie.
He wants to add to it. I don't think you're.
No. The claim that the military budget's never been cut is a bold-faced lie. But Congress again, it hasn't done. It's only just brought up.
We already
hasn't done any
passed the
budgets
budget
yet.
recently.
That's not for several more months.
Okay. No, I'm just making sure. I want to I don't want to be wrong in anything.
He's trying. Doge, a criminal enterprise, is trying to violate the Constitution by trying to freeze assets and all the rest of it.
He modeled it. He modeled it after something
not
called
the Brit.
Rage.
That is not the
Stands
Brit.
for retire all government.
Maybe I
employees.
misunderstood, but who said like it was a lie that like the spending was never like increased?
You're claiming
it was a
that
lie
it's
that it
never
was
been
cut.
cut.
What? Sorry.
The first thing when the federal budget's up for being decided, the military is always the go-to to look at what needs to be cut and when. Always. And it's always between three themes: end strength, modernization, and readiness. It's balancing out
you
with
don't
Congress
have a
of those three
goddamn
things.
Tesla engineer.
Sometimes
go
they
into
lower
military
the end
budget.
strength, aka recruitment, to prioritize modernization, for example. Sometimes modernization efforts
Goddamn
get the
Brits.
cut for increasing end strength. It's always between those three things.
Right. My claim was like that like the military budget of the USA has never been like decreasing in the past like I don't know like
Your
how
claim
long,
is that
but,
there has no been.
That
there's
is
been no cuts.
wild.
Mm.
You know, I just realized
Typically,
the reason why Republicans have a more favorable view of North Korea is because Donald Trump went to North Korea. That's wild, dude.
Well, and because he's a dictator, and the Republicans like dictatorships now because it keeps them in power longer.
Israel is one of the wildest. 33% Democrats, 83% favorable Republicans. Gee, damn.
Like when you have a country that's now
That is
putting
wild.
party over country.
Well, I can understand why
it's
Israel,
sad.
they're at war, so they're not going to be a
No, we're
democracy.
talking
at
about
war.
America. America, the Republicans put party over country. It's so disgusting.
No, they're
They want him
all
to have.
about-
Some of them want him to have
Oh,
a
Jesus.
third
Every time I open my
term.
mouth.
What do you
Let,
mean
let,
Trump?
let Athena go.
I'll go.
Let
I'll
Athena
vote
go.
for,
Athena, you gotta speak louder. You talk over people.
Go ahead, Athena.
Yeah, no, never mind. It's not important.
Okay.
I'll vote for a fourth-term presidency for Trump. Hell yeah.
No, it's
Four.
against the Constitution.
What? He would be on his third at most. Come on now.
Exactly. He has to get third before he can go to fourth.
But he has to have a Constitution. and that would be
Whatever
against
you
the
say.
Constitution. So we
See,
have
no,
Americans.
No, don't you know that the
Constitution, but they wanna go
2020
directly
election
against
was
the
stolen,
Constitution.
Athena?
It was stolen.
So it's gonna be a fourth.
It's because you crap
This
Democrats.
country's IQ has dropped significantly in the last.
I completely agree.
And
So
it's,
bad.
I mean, our
collective
education
amnesia.
has been fucked for more than 12
You mean
years now.
Trump?
So, yeah.
I mean, he's
Collective-
older.
Collective amnesia has hit America so fucking hard. Like,
Big
Trump's
time.
first term was bad, but it was bearable compared to this.
Wait, was
Like,
it?
you can
all
agree
the
with Trump's
people now
policies,
that
but you have
weren't,
these
weren't
people
even of
have
age
to admit.
back then.
Hold up, I'm talking. You could agree theoretically with Trump's policies all the way.
What the fuck?
Bruh, you gotta
on,
be kidding
server
me,
owner.
right?
I'm talking
There's
on
no
your
way
side.
you have that little
That is
self-awareness.
correct.
And then like started
That is
talking
American.
over her.
There's
and
no
then
way
said,
you have
"Shut
that
up."
little self-awareness, right?
Cheers. So you could even agree with Trump.
Holy shit, he's
You know
still
what?
talking. Bro, I got you, homie. Bro, I got you. You gotta go somewhere else, man. I don't know what to tell you. Are you fucking kidding me?
Arrogant son of a bitch.
Oh no, not reading it.
And you know what?
You
The
go.
only people that we should quit aligning with is fucking Britain.
I'm pretty certain he was German.
I-
But, you know.
Hey, Amanda,
Those kids
can I ask you a question, bro?
What's up?
What if Trump is able to? What if Trump is able to reduce interest rates to 3% again?
Trump
got to do with
physically
price.
can't do that. Are you saying
Okay,
like
but
what
what
if he
if-
could? That's he doesn't
Yeah,
have
what if he
access to
does?
the Federal Reserve.
I understand that,
It's a
but what if he's
hypothetical.
able to, do this?
I understand that. It's physically impossible. I'd be okay if he could lower interest rates down to 3%.
Hypotheticals don't care about physically
Okay, if he
impossible.
could lower theoretically lower interest rates to 3%, I would be extremely worried because Donald Trump has control over the Federal Reserve.
Okay, but what? Okay, hold up. What? Okay,
That's for
obviously, he
mortgages,
does not
hon.
have control. Well, just to be clear, obviously he doesn't have control of the Federal Reserve. That's an agency. in
Let's keep it
itself,
that
right?
way.
You're
But
mixing
what if
up
he?
things.
Right. What if he's able to
I am?
create the conditions in which the Federal Reserve is comfortable enough to reduce interest rates to 3%? What would you do?
That would be fabulous. I'd be so happy. We would hopefully get through this completely unscathed.
Yeah, I'd be ecstatic
Okay.
about low interest rate like that.
Yeah.
You realize
Yeah.
that's what they loan to the banks. That's not the interest rate that they give to you.
No, but if
Uh,
they have a
it's a
low
hypothetical
interest
question.
rate given
I'm
to the
just asking a
banks,
hypothetical
if they
question.
gave a low interest rate to the banks, that would basically go down to us.
Yeah. In turn. Yeah.
Credit
for
would
one
be
little
cheap.
thing. Trump doesn't want that
Yeah.
to happen. He's gotten rid of the protection agency that looks over predatory lending. Doesn't give a shit about public.
It's true.
Well, interest rates were the lowest during the predatory lending days. Just to be clear.
No, just the opposite, hon.
Okay, well, I mean,
This sounds
history
something like that we could have sources for.
says
Post the
otherwise.
sources,
I
guys.
mean, hey, Amender, what were interest rates in 2004?
Let me look that up.
You're talking about what interest rate? Credit card interest rate? They were never 3%.
The federal fund rate.
No,
The federal
you're talking
fund rate.
about mortgages.
Housing
The
rates.
only thing, the
Yeah.
only
Yeah, housing
interest
rates.
rates that have gotten down that low is mortgages.
Okay, well, that's
in-
really the
Credit
most
cards.
All
important
right.
one.
I'm assuming like middle of 2004, it was 1%.
Okay,
Not
so
for
so you were saying, Athena? You were saying, Athena?
Not for mortgages, it was not 1%. It's never been 1%.
That's the federal. That's the federal funds rate.
Exactly. You guys don't know. what the
Okay, so
fuck
what
you're
was
talking
the
about.
what was the average interest rate for a home back in 2004?
I mean,
It's been between,
average
well, I bought this last
interest.
house It was 2015.
of
and
home
I got it for
line
3%.
graph.
Yeah. Yeah, you were saying that
Average in the
before that, I
United
bought
States
cash.
averages. So back in 2004, it was roughly anywhere around 5-6%.
There you go, which is pretty standard. Anywhere between 3 and 7% is pretty standard.
you were saying
What do you mean I'm saying?
that's 7. It's at 7% now during Biden's Biden inflation.
It has nothing to do with Biden. Biden doesn't set the fucking interest rates.
Whatever you say, Athena.
But she's
Or
right.
whatever I say.
She's right about that, Extremo. Extremo, you
I
okay?
just want the country to go back to the good old days, bro. 2016 to 2020.
No,
Good old days? You mean what?
Like
1970s?
COVID?
Nice.
Like COVID?
No, I said exactly what days or what years I was referring
When
to.
COVID was killing people in the millions? Sure. That was
I mean,
COVID
not
was
gonna
killing
lie, our food
millions in
prices were
2001.
peak then. So I'm just saying.
Just to be clear, COVID did not start actually affecting our economy until 2001. Seriously.
What?
2001?
Wow.
What
is happening?
I misspoke. Obviously,
2021, you mean?
Yeah, it was
2021.
just a.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I appreciate you being good faith, Amanda. You know what I meant.
I got you, buddy.
I appreciate that.
Hey, what about me? I was the one who said it too.
Right. I meant 2021, obviously.
Socrates,
2001
you
was
did
swine
good
flu,
too. We all love you. Mwah.
I don't care if
Honestly,
they love
the
me,
good
but
old
just
days are the
when
early
I get it
2000s.
right, please.
MySpace.
Recognize it.
Wait, you don't like you don't like my kiss?
MySpace was like 2003, bro.
I don't care about the kiss.
No,
That's-
2001 was
2003. Oof,
Yahoo
prime
Chat.
year. Come on.
That was
Um,
AOL chat and Yahoo chat. Remember that, Amanda?
hold on. Rain just says, how old was this motherfucker in 2004?
In 2004?
Yeah.
Let's see. I was 12 years old.
Damn,
You're buying
bro.
houses at 12 years old?
What?
No, but my
That has nothing to
my
do
uncle
with
was a
what he
real
said.
estate. Yeah, my uncle was a real estate agent. He was doing well.
Okay. Well,
I mean,
just
I could
because
look
you're a
past
real
at
estate agent
history and
doesn't
look at a
mean you're
piece of
doing
data
well.
and collect it. I don't have to
In
be there for it.
2008 is when it tanked, remember?
I was
2008 is when
Yeah,
we had
yeah.
the big
During that,
Hold on, Extremo, how
during
old are
that
you?
fuck Obama.
Bro, the TARP
I'm
Act?
32.
Bro, the TARP
Okay,
Act?
okay,
bro,
okay.
Because of
bro,
Obama,
one of
you
the
moron.
one of the smartest
I
fucking
thought you were
pieces
younger
of
than me. I was-
legislation ever built.
Got
Man, the
us
fucking
into
TARP
such
Act.
debt.
The TARP Act. We needed that shit. If we did not do that TARP Act, we would have been the entire world economy would have been fucked for decades.
How much was it though, Amanda? Was it like
Because
$7
of
billion?
Bush, we had-
It wasn't even that
because
much.
of Bush,
The
the
TARP
banks had to
Act?
be
No,
bailed out.
dude. I don't think you understand what
How
the
much
TARP
was
Act
it?
did.
How much
No.
was it though in total?
Was originally authorized
Because I
to
know it was like
practice
a
a guarantee up to
billion for, like,
$700
the auto
billion
industry.
No,
asset.
bro,
Fuckers
bro.
deregulated everything.
Bro.
And Wall Street.
Yeah,
took
the
advantage of
TARP
it.
Act is it spent $700 billion to stabilize the
Holy
financial
shit.
system.
Fucking
Right?
A.
The
Fucking
actual
Obama.
though with that being
You
said,
Bush.
they asked for like I mean they were fucking balking at 400 billion. Like holy shit, we have to spend this much money on this, and they were like, it was not even a problem that people could like readily grasp. Like you even had politicians like McCain, arguing, saying like, oh, I don't see a problem. I don't see the issue. But Obama and many other politicians were looking at it and
Obama,
like saying this entire economy is going to explode, and everybody is going down with this sinking ship unless if we can figure something out. And so, yeah, they basically did have the U.S. Department of the Treasury buy back the bad loans. Now, I know that this seems like that you're bailing out the banks. It wasn't necessarily like it is there to bail out the banks, but people are fundamentally a lot more connected to Wall Street than they think from Main Street, right? Like as in everybody lives on Main Street and the money is at Wall Street.
Right.
The
Right.
it needed to be done in order to stabilize the economy. And we basically recovered from the 2008 financial collapse within 2 years. Whereas if the TARP Act did not happen, that recovery would have been like a very long depression, 10, 15 years minimum to recover. So
Well, it was 10 years that it took to recover.
Did it take 10 years? Hold on.
It sure did.
Let me see.
Oh, look at when the banks failed and to when housing actually started to come back and we gained
Let me look.
equity back.
It depends on you. Yeah, it depends on how you look at it. So the S&P 500, it hit its lowest point in March of 2009, and it basically reached its initial pre-crisis high in March of 2013. So that's 4 years there. The Dow Jones did follow a similar timeline, fully recovering in 2013. Unemployment peaked at 10% in October of 2009, and it did not return to its pre-crisis level of 4.5% until 2017. So that's, it's
Hell yeah, during Trump's presidency.
Well, I'm just pointing out
the good
that
old days.
I'm just saying that the TARP Act, it was absolutely necessary. If McCain
It
got
wasn't
elected,
just the TARP Act. They actually also put regulations back onto the housing industry,
Yes.
the mortgage lending industry.
Yes.
So you couldn't fuck with
banks,
people like that.
yeah. And you know what's the worst part about this? The banks knew what they were doing.
Obama.
They knew what they were doing. Like they
Obama
knew
didn't
that they were handing
deregulate.
out
That was
bad
the Republicans
loans.
that did that.
Yeah, Republicans are the ones that deregulated the banks and caused the problem to begin with.
And Wall Street.
To be fair, though,
Yeah, but it was
to be
super
fair,
easy to get a
that
mortgage
move was a bipartisan support.
That's the problem. They lent out mortgages at 100%, 100 to 120% of the value of the home.
Freaking wild. I mean, it was just a lot of credit.
And then the tech industry dumped.
Oh, you're talking about the .com
That
bust.
happened
That's a
all at the
different.
same time.
That's a different thing.
Well,
It was.
yes, but that's
it
what
was,
precluded it.
Base God Flashy says inflation was lower under Obama than Trump.
Anyone in here ever done Whippet?
Peak MySpace and alternative rock, and it was a great time to be alive, dude.
What was your favorite time to be alive, Extremo? Would you say?
2008, baby.
It was a good time to be alive, dude.
2016.
Hey,
For
you
sure.
guys remember Pimp? You guys remember Pimp My Ride with
Yeah.
Exhibit?
Yeah.
Oh God, the Hulk show.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that shit was all staged.
2016 was the best when Trump got elected first time. Not saying Trump's great. I was just so excited when he got elected.
Yeah, the country
Wait, no,
felt great
because-
during that
We've
time,
all
dude.
seen where that's gone now.
Because it was something like
Sorry.
different, or why did it get
What
you
do you
excited?
mean? The morale has only gone up since Trump has become
Oh
president.
yeah, morale. It's
Is
so
that
high.
true?
Morale. It's
Is
so
that
high,
true?
guys. Man, this
That's
morale.
weird
I
because
can't
Trump's
help.
His approval rating.
Man.
That's true, because his approval rating, that is interesting. That's a good thing to point out, Athena, is that Trump's approval rating is the lowest Trump's approval rating is the lowest any incoming president.
All right.
Trump's approval rating is
Extremo.
Trump's approval rating is the lowest that
Extremo,
any
I'm gonna give you.
incoming president has
Hold
ever
on.
been.
Hey, Quinny. Extremo. I'm gonna give you a playing card. Okay. And this is it's all
me that
you.
playing card,
It's
boy.
your playing card. You choose. I
Alright.
will not choose. You choose.
I want the Jack
If
of
Quinny
Jacks.
annoys you, you can play the card. I will voice ban him. Okay.
Oh man.
His fate
That
is
is
in
respectable,
your
very good.
hands. Okay.
Hell yeah.
You can keep him.
You heard that, Quinn?
You could, but all you gotta
That
do,
was
right,
good.
is
Use it against
say the
him.
word,
Do
and
reverso.
then that's
Use it
it.
against him.
That's it. All right.
Hey, Amender, I got one question. I got one question for you about the playing cards, Amender.
Yeah.
Very much.
No, it's
I
just
appreciate
only
You
Extremo
and
has
I
this
the Joker
card.
cards?
No one else gets the card. Only Extremo has this
Give
card.
Jixie and I the Joker cards. I'll stop talking though.
Hell yeah.
Sorry, so
Why are you
Trump
being
becoming
preferential, Amender?
Okay, so, all right. So here's the thing, right?
America.
Like so Extremo, like we don't see eye to eye politically speaking, but the one thing that I do like talking to him, and I know Extremo, will just like leave because he just gets annoyed by Quinny, and so I'm basically giving him like an easy out, so that way if he wants to stick around, yeah. But I know Extremo also at the same time wouldn't just kick Quinny just cuz.
No. They would have to do something very egregious.
I mean,
they left.
We can drop the topic.
Yeah, that's great.
Wait, Quinny
the
left?
threat of the card is powerful. You know what I mean?
That's true.
I mean, Quinny, you're not gonna. I mean, he's not gonna. Like, Extremo is not gonna be like, all right, ban him now. Like, that's the only reason why I gave it to him.
Left.
Huh?
Very good.
That's wonderful. I appreciate that, Amender.
Oh, by the way, Amender, so Poon had an idea that he ran by me. He wanted to do a debate between you and him, me and Anthony. The prompt is God real? It's going to be Christians versus atheists, if you're down. Of course.
Hell yeah, dude.
Another person gives a shit about this. Yes.
Hell yeah, dude. I'd
Finally
totally in
someone
for
on
that.
board.
All right, awesome. There you go, Poon.
Amender,
Good idea.
Amender.
Locking it in.
Amender, we are either gonna destroy them or have a respectable debate with two people.
Are
that we
you
like.
religious?
Well, no. I have a unique POV right now. Okay. I think science makes more sense. I think the universe makes more sense without God, right? I believe in science more than God. But I was raised Christian, so you can call me indoctrinated, you can call me brainwashed, you can call me whatever you want. I just happen to, without a choice, believe in God. But I think science makes more sense, and I live thinking about science. I live a logic-based life, right? You know what I mean?
What is God saying about driving a car while looking at your phone?
You realize
talking to people on
you
Discord,
realize you
not being
can
concentrating on, like,
you realize
not
you can
people.
believe in God and science at the same time, right? Like, those are not
Yeah, literally, Poon.
those
That's
are not
me.
antithetical to
God
one
and
another.
science.
There's lots of scientists
But
that
I
believe in
think-
a God.
I think atheism is more based than Christianity, though, based off of logic, based off of a debate.
Okay.
And if that's a
I
red
mean,
flag for a topic,
don't come into the debate with that argument though. That was a terrible argument.
Yeah, bro, that's a terrible
That
argument.
was a terrible argument, and I'm an atheist.
You're defeating yourself.
At all.
Would he leave?
If
Huh?
anything,
Him out.
is that a red flag though? That I just believe in God, but I didn't choose to. Like, I don't want. I mean, I guess I don't.
I mean,
care
do
if I
you believe
God,
in
but,
God or?
like, on paper, I don't.
Well, what's
All right,
what's the
let's
topic
try it.
of the
Like,
debate?
What do you mean by that?
do you
wanna be
believe
the moderator?
that an anthropomorphic entity created the universe?
Say that 3 times fast.
Do you believe an anthropomorphic
I don't
entity
think it makes
created the
sense to
universe?
believe it, Amender.
Do you believe in
It's just
anthropomorphism?
like when a little kid believes in Santa
Wasn't
or
a
something.
challenge.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean,
You know what it is, Amender? Every time he says he doesn't believe in God, he has this feeling that like he's gonna go to hell if he dies, and that's why he believes in God.
Oh, little kitten
He believes
dies.
in God to fear,
Oh, heck.
not through logic.
it's not a problem if Poon
Why don't
believes in
we just
God
call
as
me
long as the
agnostic?
debate
Let's
is
just call me
about
agnostic,
specifically
and how
Christian
about
God
that?
or something like that, right? Like, what's
Well,
the debate
no. He
topic?
said God in general. So that's like,
I mean,
he
y'all-
wanted the topic to be broad as possible.
Y'all
We
have
could do
probably
that.
heard my argument as to how I can
that'll be a
disprove
problem
God
then.
beyond a
If y'all have
reasonable
a better
doubt.
idea- If y'all have a better idea what the topic could be, or something that's more grounded or more direct, something like that.
Rain said,
Fair.
let Extremo leave. He's annoying as fuck. God damn, bro. They're doing my boy. They're doing my boy dirty in the. Listen, man, he's like
Not
one of my
good, bro.
only
It's not
Republican pals.
Oh yeah, I'm not that bad, bro.
Okay,
I just like
okay.
this country, man.
Extremo will grow on you in the sense that you may disagree with everything he says, but at least the guy is like a genuine person, which I think is a rarity.
Yeah, I think
There's a
that's
lot of
right.
people that are not
Cancel
genuine.
bros.
They're conniving, they're dirty, and I think it's like a virtue to like be not a conniving like person. Like they're not going to go out of their
Where's
way
that
and lie to
ice
you or
number?
what's that?
There's
Finger.
that ice number.
Can we place
Honestly,
bets
yeah, like,
on the
Primo
debate
said
though?
some silly stuff. I can give you the clothes off your back, you know? Extremo?
Yeah,
can't-
my
I can't
bet
say
is
shit
it
like
takes
that
like
without laughing.
10 minutes maximum until you guys get stuck on where the universe came from. And then we will talk
I
about
just
it
like
for
the
like the
beat,
next
bro.
hour.
I mean, the problem I have is that
Literally.
you can't, like, why would you assume an anthropomorphization of that which is beyond space-time? It doesn't make any sense to me. My
But
brain
at the end of
goes,
the
that's
day,
not physically
but
possible.
it's ignorant to
Proving
assume
my
that
point
How
there
do
is
you
such a
assume an
thing when you know everything.
anthropomorphization? How
And
do,
you know
how?
everything.
You are still debunking religion, Amender.
Huh?
What the hell does knowing
I'm gonna
everything have to
start
do
a
with
paper.
a discombobulated mind?
No, so my argument is that, so if God made the
Material
universe, that would posit that he exists beyond space-time.
Mhm.
Since he exists beyond space-time, and he is a mind that, like, thinks and, like, makes things into existence, that doesn't really make any sense because it exists beyond space-time.
Right, but you're putting human characteristics on something that is
That exists
not
beyond
human.
space-time. Exactly.
That's
That
called
exists beyond
religion.
space-time,
That's the
right?
problem.
So,
That's the problem.
Actually,
You are
he's not the
anthropomorphizing
The Christian
something
one's
that
doing
can't
that.
that is
From a
more
sense
than
of
more
authority of,
likely
like-
than not to not possess any anthropomorphization. Like, why would I assume this God
seen the
even
stuff
care
that's-
about like take for example what chemical waste rod goes into a chemical waste hole? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
yeah, but you're assuming ultimate authority that this does not exist. If you're saying, "Oh, I don't know if it doesn't exist," that's cool. That's whatever. That's like Gnosticism. But you're saying this does not exist because of this,
Yes.
right? You're basing this on ultimate authority, which is fair. Well, like, I find that.
Well, I'm
arrogant
saying
as
it's not logical to assume
Yeah.
that there exists an anthropomorphic entity beyond space-time, right? It's beyond space-time. I don't think you understand what that means. Even the very basic concept of, like, atoms or matter
Exactly.
is no longer a thing. How can you possibly assume that it would be anthropomorphic in its source? The very frame of existence is totally different from anything we're aware of. Why assume human
sure
attributes?
when
Then
want
How
do
do
you
you-
believe
how
there
do
would
you-
be-
atoms.
But then do you believe there would be something else out there? Because you're retroactively saying there's
If there
nothing.
is something out
He doesn't
there,
know.
it would be
Yeah.
it would likely be non-human.
That's perfectly fine, and that's what we call God. I'm vibing
Okay,
with you
well
on
that
there, right?
that is
Fucking-
devoid
problem
of
is, bro, that
Well,
we
they say
only
Jesus
we lost
Christ
in the
is
debate,
God.
baby.
Hey, now, Amender,
the modern
actually
modern
do it,
understanding of what a god is, bro, is based on like religion, dude, and that's the problem that Amender has is that like religion anthropomorphizes God. It's God is a being in the Bible. It is a being in the Quran. So like in the end of the day, that's his issue. You know, if it wasn't the case that the Bible or religions, you know, describe God as a being, then he would be more okay with the concept of it. But you know, like whenever we talk about God in the non-religious sense, it doesn't make any sense in you know in
But
reality.
isn't like the big issue that, like, according to the Bible there's like one atom, and according to science there's a lot of atoms?
That is,
What?
I don't believe that's in what.
What?
What religion are you talking about?
He's making a joke. He's making a joke.
Are you talking about the
Okay,
one with
okay.
the fat guy, or are you talking about the guy with the long hair that died in the cross? I don't know which.
Yeah, no,
Or
according
Or
to
the
the
one that
Bible
split
there's
the
only
seas.
one
Which one are
atom.
you talking about?
How did this non-entity, non-physical entity create? With what? What mechanism? What does he create before creation?
Are you asking me?
No, I'm asking anybody who believes in this God creature.
Creature.
That like bothered that bothered Extremo. It's like,
Yeah, it bothered me a little bit.
It's a creature.
Why?
Come on, dude.
You think this God has a emotions, care if you call him a creature or not?
I think you're going to care.
Extreme.
When you're at the pearly
There's the
gates.
threat. There's the threat.
Without
You're gonna
being,
go ahead.
when you're at the pearly gates.
Extremo. Remember, we
God.
don't judge. They'll be judged. We don't judge. They'll be judged.
So
Sorry.
so he's
Right.
a
No,
this
I
non-creature is a petty creature.
All right. Somebody asked me, what if you're wrong? What if, like, you know, you die, you show up at the pearly gates? Like, give me, like, what would you do? I said, I would go to those pearly gates and I would say, listen, I know I'm going to hell. For sure. There's no doubt. No doubt in my mind I'm going to hell, because holy crap. But I just have one question. Just one question for God. Why did you change your mind about slavery? I want to know. That's a legitimate question. Seriously. At first he was okay with it, and then later on not so okay with it, right? Because like all in God's image is God's children.
The entire universe give two shits about this tiny little speck in the universe.
That's what I'm saying. Like that's another thing. It's like how many other like sentient organisms are there where they have like complex moral systems just like us? Even if we like think conservatively, there would literally be billions and billions of organisms just as smart as us, if not smarter, in the universe. And so it's like, does he have like specific rules for like, particular, like groups of organisms? Like, does he like tell the Queblos, like, hey, Queblos, do not touch the Queeblabs with the gore snips, because if the Queeblabs touch the gore snips, you will go into the lake of mercury. Like, do you see the problem?
Amen.
Like, it's a weird. It doesn't make any sense.
I mean, if the humans got their shit together and got fucking actual intellectual and fucking started getting spaceships out to different planets, maybe we could see the Quaaludes and actually help
the
them.
Queeblabs touching the Queebloops.
Hey, that's beyond our capabilities right now, bro. We need to get.
No, I'm just saying that it's like if God made the universe, like, and He cares about like the morals, then why wouldn't He care about the Queeblabs touching the Queebloos? Why would there not be like we don't have Queebloos
Wait,
or Queeblabs?
You don't know if He's not helping the Queebloos. He could be on their planet. You don't know what's happening on their planet. If anything, the Queebloops and the Bleebops could be already homies.
But this is what I'm saying is like.
It's windy.
There would be like a different set of rules for like completely different like creatures that would not be relevant to humans. And it's like,
okay, so I've got a question for you. Do you think if we were visited by aliens, do you think they'd be Christian?
That'd be interesting. They probably would be. They'll be locking in with Christ. You got the Warhammer 40K logo on their ships. They coming in like Space Marines. That'd be insane. Yep.
Are you being serious?
For
right
the
now?
Emperor. For the Emperor, baby.
Obviously not. Obviously they wouldn't be Christian.
No, they probably would.
Else.
Like, here's the thing. Like, bro, if we had aliens pull up, I don't even know what the fuck they would say. They could be just. They could just eat us.
They're gonna come at you. They're gonna say, "We worship."
I would hope that they weren't like us.
We worship a number, and then they hold. They hold up like a representation of the number one. They're just like,
let's say they're
this
sentient.
is our
Let's say
God.
they can actually speak to us, right? Let's say they can understand what we're saying and actually they can like speak back, right? Honestly, go for it. I genuinely don't know what the fuck they would say or what they would believe in. Again, these are like, and watch this. What if on their planet, what if they had a Christ? But here's the difference. What if they pull up and like, oh yeah, a magical man pulled up on our Earth. And we actually took care of him, and then he left. What did you guys do when he visited? Nice, right? We crucified him, huh?
It's like very easy. Like when they come here, like if they take you in, you just like say, I'm Christ, and then they will start believing in you, right? So they found a new God. No, but I can actually reply. I think like I guess it's not like hard to imagine like that if like any civilization arrives here like at Earth, they are probably like way more advanced than we are, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the interest would either be, we're just like coming by, just like want to check out this planet. Oh, there's some life here, right? And then they pass, they don't care. The other option would be they want to like literally like just like exploit the planet, and then they will just like do that. I don't think there would be a choice for like humans to react to anything.
Well, let's say let's give human beings, let's say, a little bit of the benefit of that. Let's say they do react to it, they see them. There's 3 questions that human beings are first gonna ask before anything else. Number 1, biological new life, alien, how, where, why. Number 2, mechanically, how the fuck are you flying that ship? What's the technology? Rada rada. Number 3, pure religion. What do you believe in? That's literally what human beings are going to go into.
Nope, that's not any of those questions I'm going to ask. I'm going to ask one question. What should I know?
Here we go. All right.
Very simple.
All right. Here's what happens. Aliens show up, and then we ask them, what god do you worship? And then they say, oh, us? The god of greed. Give us your fingers.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Now, what do you do if they show up and you say, hey, does God exist? And they're like, no. The universe was created by this, and they explain everything scientifically
Oh,
and
my
physically.
God.
That'd be insane.
That'd be wild.
Wait,
Well, they do
Amanda,
have more technology,
Amanda.
so they probably have more knowledge, so they might actually have
But they
answers
say
to these questions that we
we've
know.
walked away from such
I want to ask Amanda
superstitions.
this. Hold on. Amanda, what if they pull up and we're like, does God exist? And he's like, yeah, Jesus exists. He pulled up. We chilled with him. We fed him, and then he dipped. What did you guys do when he visited?
I would say my ancestors killed him. It wasn't me.
I'll be like, yo, that was not my ancestors.
That's a good question. The other good question would be like, imagine like they pull up and they say like, okay, so you want
Yeah.
to know the truth? And they tell you, just like close your eyes and open your mouth. What would you do?
That reminds me of this comic, and I want to share it. Look at my look at my Photoshop or my stream. You know what we need to do? We need to get the fuck out of here. That's what we need to do.
Yeah. Yeah. I like that. Holy
That is
shit.
funny.
That is wild.
That's good.
I think I'd ask God, why is blaspheming the Holy Spirit the only unforgivable sin?
Now I was just straight up asking, why the fuck did you even create us? Like, why? Like, why did you create us? Like, that's like the main thing I want to know.
God
Why
sits
was
there
it
and
made
he.
it?
Could you imagine God just sat there and he just looks at you? He's like, I got bored of dinosaurs.
I was supposed to say,
Yo, I'd be exasperated. I'd be there like, oh man, fuck.
Do you have any
I don't
idea? I
think
mean,
you
dinosaurs
should,
were pretty
like,
fine.
they
I
would
did
ask,
it in
like,
my youth.
anything, right? Like, wait, why would you ask like anything? Like, you already like, had your time like on this earth to ask like questions, and there was like no resolution. Like, the world is made by God, and there were like no answers. Like, do you think He will answer you like once you are like dead? I can like feel
You
like
gotta
this is
ask
like.
questions. Well, even if you gotta ask
I
questions
mean,
when
you
you're
got-
alive,
The
you gotta ask
least I could
questions
do
when
is
you're dead. You
try.
never
If
stop
I
learning.
was
Knowledge
if I
is
was in the
infinite.
pearly gates, like I'm gonna try. I'm gonna be like, dude, I really just need this answered.
But
Why?
if you talk about like from a human
why did you change your mind
perspective,
about
don't you think
slavery?
He would,
Like
roll his
seriously.
eyes like, yeah, I heard like the question like a million times.
I mean, I'm sure, but I genuinely would want to know.
What if He doesn't answer it, just like lets you into heaven?
Maybe he's just like,
Or,
you're a
or
chill
He lets
dude,
you go
and
to
then lets
hell.
me into heaven.
Well, I don't know. With the
I'd be like,
Mender, it's
what?
interesting because I
You
feel like
let-
the Mender would go to heaven, but he's just gonna get punished like a motherfucker.
No, you get there and
That's
God's
what I
like,
think.
I'm sorry, all of you. The Mormons had it right. The rest of you are going to hell.
Oh,
I feel like if we
Fucking
can't answer
hell.
the questions in our lives, I don't
Fucking
think
John
I
and
would
his golden
care about
tablets.
the
Yeah, John
answer in
Smith
the
is just
afterlife,
like,
right? Because
got him, boys.
you're already there.
We
Would
thought
it be
those
so
tablets.
bad if,
We thought those golden tablets were a fake. Fuck.
Would it be so bad if it were we who created God potentially? Is that a possibility? Do you think?
Of course, it's obviously.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
I mean,
I mean,
depends what
like,
you mean
like,
by God, but like
if
there's
you-
no way that
Nah.
humans created God unless you mean like we created the idea of a God.
Yeah.
Well, no,
Yes,
hold
yeah,
on. Technically,
Yeah, I mean,
by
sure.
definition, we have because if the U.S. government created sentient AI, by that definition, that's their creators.
No, the U.S. government did not invent like sentient AI.
No, they locked it in, and then they said they had a statement about this years ago. Hold on, let me get it. They were like, the fucking thing ended up learning and dropping like 60 formulas of destructive weapons, and they were like, yeah, we can't keep
If
going.
you want to go into this, I really need like definitions
Yeah, give me a
of, like
second. Give me a second.
sentience
Give me a
here.
second.
No, like definitions of like words, because if you talk like sentience, AI, you already like in my head like that's already like not.
Now, yeah, I'm not talking about like sentient in terms of a soul. I'm talking about like self-aware.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a problem.
that's what I'm talking about. I don't think that any
Okay.
AI is self-aware.
Yeah, like
Yeah, there's
ask
no
AI
sentence. Right.
That's like
to draw
such a
you an
big fucking leap.
overflowing glass of wine. It can't do it.
Let me see. Hold on.
Okay, I see Smoker Tease. You saw the latest Alex O'Connor video. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, but that's not important. But like saying that like any AI is like sentient is like, I don't know how that works. Completely like missing at least like, all my definitions I have about like AI and sentience.
Yeah, give me 1 second here.
Hey, how's my mic volume? Is it low?
Seems fine.
It's fine.
You
Maybe
sound
a
like
little
RFK,
bit,
but you're
tiny bit
chilling.
low, but we can understand, you know.
Like just the first couple minutes of that video. Watch what AI does when he keeps on trying to get it to draw an overflowing glass of wine.
All right, here we go.
There's this. I was going to say there's this version of heaven where.
Okay, Rain is telling me that it's not a foolproof argument, Amender. There can be another time frame or a meta time because you limit it to our universe. Yes, but talking about a god in a non-religious sense is idolatry, as in that there can be a Coke can that began all of existence, but without some mind or anthropomorphism, it's meaningless. No, there are God concepts that posit that God is real, sentient phenomenon born out of the pattern of people believing in something being a god. It's called egregore. Yeah, I mean, my problem is that we're positing all sorts of value statements to something that exists beyond space-time, and we have really no way to ever determine if a human thing or something like a human could even be remotely possible. And if anything, if you're lacking space-time, whatever would be there would likely be quite foreign to us, even assuming if it is even there. It's also possible that the universe is asymptotic in nature, as in it could get closer and closer to a 0 point, but never actually reach it in a mathematical sense. So something like that is just as plausible. In fact, I would say it's even more plausible than like an anthropomorphic being. That's my issue.
Yeah. If I can quickly engage like with what Chaos like puts on the side, you are aware that like sentient here is the name of the project, right? It's not like a description of like what we use the word in, right? Whenever they say sentient in this article, they talk about this program or like this yeah, like I guess like program called like sentient.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. No, because like when I could be mistaken. When I first read the article, I was more or less thinking of like, oh, like they're working on an actual brain. Like that's like a I guess a self-aware brain that can understand, can like move faster than like just generic artificial AI.
But that's not like self-aware, right? Like being like sentient, like being aware of something is like different from like learning or like reacting, right? Like that's why Amit like said like I guess we have to define words here really quick, because like sentient beings means something different than just like learning.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I don't think there's like any AI that's like sentient. Like,
yeah, currently I don't think so. Maybe because like at the end of the day, these are we're looking at government projects that the government is not going to fucking tell the public, right? Do I believe there could be? Sure. Do I think there is? Currently, no. But is there a possibility? Yes.
I mean, I don't know in the future what will happen. I guess I would agree in the sense like what you just like said. It's not realistic right now, and like it's not happening right now. In the future, who knows? I don't want to like make claims about the future. Yeah, but obviously like nowadays and in the near future, when I say like near future, I think about like the next like 30 to 50 years, there won't be any sentient AI. That would be a wild claim to make, in my opinion.
They theorize that it could be like an emergent property of complex, I think, algorithms or something. Like a mind could emerge from complex programming or something.
I mean, let's say we want to put an AI inside of a spaceship to guide it, or to have the spaceship, you know, just fly in automatic, right? Like autopilot, but a little bit more intricate. We could plan out an AI to do that step by step, make sure, I guess, certain crew tasks are fulfilled, if the ship is maintained properly. We can get very intricate with it, but I think maybe in like 100 years.
again, I think we have to define like the word sentient here, because like I agree. Like, imagine we would live in a world where we had like an AI that's like super intelligent. It could like solve like all these issues. It's like super intelligent. Being like very intelligent does not mean it's sentient, right?
Yeah,
Well,
just
again,
all it does is
I'm
parse
looking at
information
sentience
and
as-
spews it out in a cogent way. Like, it doesn't actually have like a consciousness.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not, and how do I even? I guess with sentience, I mean more or less like the ability to understand its surroundings, but not consciousness, but still an ability to understand its surroundings, like bare bones sentience, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I know, like it's like. Sorry, you go.
Say we already have that. We have like self-driving cars and stuff.
True.
Yeah.
But I think like with the military, they'll take it up a notch from self-driving cars to like, let's say, self-piloting rockets.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I think we all agree that like obviously that like the military has like top-notch technology, like which is like way above what like the public can access, right?
Yeah, what is the statement?
But like it's funny
like
because
10 years ahead or something.
yeah, I guess like it depends. If I would have put a number, it would be like 10 years. It's like quite there, you know. But it's funny because like I had like literally like a talk about just like with a friend today, like the difference between what is sentient, what is consciousness, what are feelings, like at what point can you hurt something, right? For example, like if there's like a super like intelligent and AI, but it's not sentient, could you hurt its feelings? Probably not, right? Because like it's very intelligent, but it's like not sentient, and consciousness is quite like a part of being like a sentient, right?
Yeah. I mean, you can program it to react to insults, but that's still not sentience.
Yeah, exactly. Like just like reacting to something doesn't make something a sentient, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess a good like lean way into this is like literally what I talked about with my friend. Is like at what point are animals like sentient? Because I assume that like most people have like their own like definition of like what kind of like animals can feel pain, and can they react to it? In what way can they react to it? Are they avoiding pain because of their actual experience of the pain, or is it just like do they avoid it because I'm programmed like by evolution to not engage with it, but I don't understand. I don't actually like, feel the pain, right?
I mean, with animals, it's very different because it's like there's so many types, right? You have intelligent, a lot more intelligent animals than others. Certain monkeys, I would argue they are conscious because they're like number one, they're aware of their surroundings. Number two, they can do sign language. They problem solving skills are fine. They're able to. I think they said the intelligence of an orangutan is like that of a 7-year-old child, if I'm not mistaken. So
yeah, I don't
just with that. I mean, the ages could be a little bit. I could Google it again, but
no,
we'll
it's
just. Mm-hmm.
No, it's more about like I think I definitely agree with that. It's more about like if you go to like other animals, like let's say like what's the difference between like where do we say this animal is just reacting to the pain because they learned it by evolution, or do they react to it because it's the first time they experienced like so let's sorry, I'm a little bit like incoherent. Okay, so assume there's like an animal and it experiences pain for the first time, and by evolution they do not think this is bad, but they feel bad. It's happening right now, and because of that, they don't want to do it in the future, right? So in the lifetime of this animal, they make the decision to not engage in this activity because it's causing pain. This is what I would call sentient.
Okay. So if that's the case, then we have a lot of animal sentient dogs, cats. Yeah. Even I would argue certain amoebas and bacteria as well, but that's loose, and it depends.
Yeah, no,
not amoebas. I'm sorry, you mean bacteria. But again, that's very loose, and we can argue with bacteria itself because You could see if like you put them underneath a fire. You'll realize they'll be like, oh shit, this hurts. Runs away from it. They see the fire again, starts slowly backing away from it. You could run these tests under a microscope, but it's.
I don't think they run away. I just like think they die. I think my the difference that I would make here is, for example, that let's say like whatever like insect experience, it has like an experience that is like bad for them. They will run into the same again, and they will still engage with it, right? They will have like minimal or like no learning really, besides how evolution works, right? They will just like die, and then because of evolution, they will evolve where like they will not engage with it.
Well, that's not. I mean, because bacteria run away from like specific agents that are mixed to it. Yeah, you can Google the run and tumble motion of a bacteria on its movement pattern, and other microscopic agents. But
those are like effects that come like from evolution, like directly, right?
Yeah.
It's not like they experience like this for the first time and then they react to like the first time experience.
Yeah, it's more or less.
That's a distinction that I'm trying to make.
I get it. I get what you're saying, but with small organisms, I agree with you. It would be evolutionary based on patterns, but bigger life forms, I would say, like even up to birds, like small birds, right? They have patterns. They can they understand their surroundings. They build nests. They find love, ironically, which is very weird, or mate, or whatever you want to call it. So it's like, you know, they what actions do animals perform, I guess, that would be evolutionary based, that they are inherently going to do, like it's in their nature? Like, what are some of those actions that you would see?
So I haven't had like anybody actually been able to like tackle, I guess, my argument for this anthropomorphic, my problem of an anthropomorphic being beyond space-time. Like I've like, in order for it to exist, or something like that to exist, basically like they would have to deny that minds would need space-time, but possess no evidence for how a mind could even exist without it. They would have to like redefine God as something like totally abstract or beyond comprehension, which by its very nature would render God meaningless or unfalsifiable. And you would also have to like appeal to mystery, right? Where it's like, we don't know how a non-spatio-temporal mind works. And so we just assume that it is there.
Right, but we place our faith in retroactively everything we do daily. It's not like
Not
we
really.
Yeah, no, 100%.
I don't consider
you're
like
not going
faith to
pull
be
up-
like something that is
for
like
example,
has
I'll give you an
backup
example.
in like actual research and understanding. Like we can be fair to say you're not going to phase through a floor by walking on a floor. Like you're fair to assume it's not a faith. It's based off of evidence. Right? And the problem,
There's two scales of possibility and probability.
the problem that I'm having is that we posit a mind beyond space-time, which is incoherent. Do you see my problem? Does it make sense?
disagree.
So what if instead of a mind, it was a mechanism?
Like, what do you mean?
Like in the sense that, okay, when people talk about the idea of like, you know, God willed in order to create, what if instead it created because that's just what it does?
So
It's not- it doesn't have a
if we
it's just
creating for the sake
like
of creating.
gears, essentially, a bunch of gearboxes making
yeah.
gearboxes. That's
So
just
if we posited like a non-anthropomorphic source, then I guess the question becomes, is that really what you mean by God? Like this machine that doesn't care about us yet makes a universe?
But it would retroactively still be a creator.
Would that really be God to literally anybody? Like, I feel like that would not be
course.
God.
I don't know how a machine exists outside the universe either.
That's
little
another
sense, yeah.
problem. But like assuming like a non-anthropomorphic entity, something that makes a universe. I mean, we could posit that. That's fine. It's just
Could we even call it seemingly?
assuming that's even there, right?
It'd be more of an object than an entity, though, right?
Sure. So I'm saying if that's what is there, then I mean, can you even call it God if it doesn't even think about us or care about us or has no anthropomorphic properties whatsoever? Is that really what we meant by God?
You could, but you'd be.
It is a creator, so technically, yes.
Yeah, you'd be changing part of what is usually the colloquial understanding of it. But I mean, that'd be more of like it still then would be more of like a deist position.
Yes,
so.
for sure. So like I posit that if you remove any like the anthropomorphism from it, then you're not talking about God. You're talking about some sort of mechanism, that makes universe. That would be completely different from the God that everybody thinks of.
But but still, you would be talking about a creator that created everything, including us. That is, in definition, God. So
I get that.
If we're
I'm
gonna
just
start,
saying it doesn't care. If it doesn't care about us, then it's not.
Well,
it would not be God.
See, also chaos. It'd be mechanistically God, but not in the sentiment sense.
Right, no, I understand what you're saying, but at the end of the day, it's still a creator that created us. So by definition, by the bare bones of it, right? If we strip down everything from the word God to the bare bones definition, it would be God because it is our creator, right?
Yeah, I'm just adding more funny words. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah.
So like my argument basically forces somebody into a really nasty dilemma. Either God is space-time bound, making him natural rather than supernatural, or God is beyond space-time, which in that case the mind can't even function in any meaningful way. Like
but at the end of the day, you're assuming a human mind into something outside of space-time that you
I'm not positing
can't
that.
comprehend.
I'm saying it's likely not there.
But we don't
I'm saying
know
I'm
that.
positing that it's not that it could be there, and
Okay.
taking it to a logical assumption of absurdity.
I feel like, Amanda, I feel like you're an agnostic.
No, I'm saying that I'm not. I'm a hardcore atheist.
Okay.
I don't believe there is a God there. I'm simply positing that maybe a God could be there. And the problem with it is that it's not really possible. Or at least at bare minimum, it is highly unlikely. So unlikely that we may as well just dismiss it.
Well, hold on now. We could drop a probability for something to 1%, but that 1% is still there. And at the end of the day, if you don't have the mechanisms to go outside of space-time to see for yourself, you don't know, and you can't say for certainty that nothing is there.
No.
Right? We can.
But
yes.
I can posit that that in order to have a mind, right, we can only think of minds within space-time.
Right.
Why would I posit a mind outside of space-time? The very fabric of existence is not there.
Right, but we're going past.
It breaks down.
We're going past an understanding of a natural human mind. So, for
Correct.
example, let's say it's something that's.
So why do we posit an anthropomorphic? That's what I'm saying. Why do we posit an anthropomorphic mind when we're way beyond that?
What I'm saying is that there could be an anthropomorphic mind out there, but in mind in sense of intelligence that we cannot comprehend and cannot exude because we're not outside of space-time, so we can't see it.
Okay, so
right?
then that's
How do you know it's there?
Yeah, you're just appealing to mystery. Like you're not really
but that's
like
the point.
we wouldn't know how something like that could even work.
There's always a probability of something being there or not. There's always probabilities in the universe, right?
I mean,
it could be a small
take,
probability,
for example,
but you can't say for certainty that you could say, oh, there's definitely nothing there, but I haven't seen it, so I don't know if there's nothing there though.
So take for example, if I said to you that there's a leprechaun behind you, and don't try to turn it around and look at it; it'll disappear. Don't try to have a camera or a mirror It'll disappear. Don't try to have a friend in with you. It will disappear. Don't try to put stuff on the floor to get it to excite things off of the ground. It will disappear. However, for sure, there's a leprechaun behind you, right?
Right.
I mean, do you think that there could be a leprechaun? Do you think it's plausible that a leprechaun could be behind you?
Plausible, probably not.
Okay.
There still could be a 0.01% chance there's a leprechaun behind me. Obviously,
I would say that there's a
probabilities.
zero chance.
Well,
Zero.
you can stay with the 0-0. I can stay with the 0-1. But at the end of the day, I'm still in my head that I'm saying it. There could be a probability
Well, the
of
reason
that
why I'm giving
happening.
a
It's
0.
not possible. I'm not saying that it's a good possibility of it at all, right? I'm saying that there is still a 0.1% probability.
The
chance
reason
of
why
something
I'm
like that happening.
giving you a 0 is because matter doesn't work that way. That's not possible. Matter doesn't just disappear just cuz.
Right, and we locked in that it's not possible.
That
but
breaks
there's still
some
a
very
probability
basic
that
laws of physics, right? So we tacitly can ignore the idea that there's a leprechaun behind you and that it disappears. It doesn't exist. And so I can operate under the same logical reasoning for beyond space-time.
Be quiet.
But that's just assumptions. Again, assumptions.
Yeah.
Like for example, I'll give you a portal that opens up behind you. I
just said
that portal that opened up behind you is
Chaos. What
a
are you?
portal
What are
that
you
you can
arguing?
literally look through. It's beyond space time. You can look through that portal. You see beyond space time. But I tell you, you can't turn around. Okay, you could there could be possibly something there. There could be possibly something not. There still will be a probability of something being there. A possibility chance could be slim to none. But there's still a probability of it still being there, and you don't know unless you specifically turn around and stick your head through that portal to check.
Wait, what are you arguing, Chaos? Like, what are you for?
So the main topic is basically, is God real? Broad as fuck.
Yeah. Sure. So I have
Amenders-
a really easy defeater for this because I've asked so many religious people this question and none of them will ever answer it.
Mhm.
So it's kind of like a problem of evil, but it's kind of like a very basic version of it. So people say God is all good, right?
Mhm.
Does he have the potential to do evil?
In terms of let's say we're talking about the Christian God or something.
Yeah.
Or,
So most Christians define evil as doing something not a part of God's nature. 'Cause
Yeah.
God is good. So
Yeah.
doing something that is not part of God's nature is doing something that is evil, right?
Right.
So I ask them, is God good? They say yes. Doing something that's not part of God's nature is evil. Yes. And then I say, does God have this potential? And they say no. Would you say that, or because God can't go against his nature, right?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Doesn't that just mean that God is limited to logic, and thus he is no longer all powerful?
No, I feel like that the power is there so much that he already eliminates the pre-existing notions of evil itself.
Yeah, but he has that
That's me
potential to
personally.
be evil, right?
But he knows it. He knows that there is evil, but he eliminates the probability of it happening.
Yeah, but
in
he
terms
has that
of
potential to
space-time.
be evil, right?
Potential to be? I don't think so.
So he's
because
not all
he's
powerful.
omnipotent. There is no potential to be evil because what's evil would be away from God. And we're talking on the Christian spectrum only right now.
So he's not omnipotent. So he's limited by logical consistency, the law of identity.
What do you mean by that?
So he can't do something that's against his identity. Like I, as a limited being, can't be here and somewhere else at the same time.
Well,
but if I was
okay,
an
then-
unlimited being, I should
I
be able
understand
to
what
be
you're saying.
here and somewhere else at the same time. So God is either not omnipotent or he is limited by the law of identity.
No,
which is
I
cannot
would say
contradict
he is able to do anything, including evil, but he doesn't because it is not of him.
So
that
God
makes-
isn't all good because he could be evil.
No, that's
Well, so
I mean,
if you're saying
I
being
don't
all
believe
good
it,
just
but
means
like,
being all
I
good
don't
just means
believe
he-
it, but like what he said, like makes sense. Like, so if you say that God is like all good, right? Everything that is bad means like God is like not existent. Like everything where God does not exist, that's like evil.
Well, no, you could say that, but it's still the law of identity. Could God exist and not exist at the same time, or does he have to exist because that's part of his identity, right? Does God have to obey the law of identity, which is to be what he is?
And does God have the free will to change his mind?
Oh, that's a different question. That's an interesting one, but that one's
That
it's-
is an interesting
that
one,
one
very much
that
so,
like that one takes more time, and it's like I think personally kind of boring. But I think this one is a really quick. I've never gotten an answer to this by any Christian I've talked to.
Okay.
So do you think he has to obey the law of identity or no?
I feel like God would create. This is a good one. Shit. Hold on. Let me see. Okay, so I feel like he would follow the law of identity, but the law of identity would be completely different from what you would assume evil to be for him, because everything that is evil is apart away from God. So, in retrospect, an almighty being, yes, sin can happen. Everything can go down, but because he is all good, evil does not occur, right? And it's
occurs or not. I'm just asking. God couldn't possibly be all good if he has the potential to be evil, because we all have the potential to be evil. Why wouldn't we just be in the
I
same
don't
scenario
think
as
that
God?
he has the potential to be evil, but I'm saying he understands what evil is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm just saying the God you're describing isn't any different from any other person. Limited by law of identity, has the potential to be evil, has the potential to be good, desires to be good. This just describes like every person ever to exist, right?
I
So you
disagree,
either have to get rid of the omnipotent part, or you have to get rid of the limited by or logical consistency part, or the omni-loving part, or any other omni trait, because he has to be constrained by the fact of identity, law of identity.
But I disagree, because I don't feel like he is constrained by that. Because, for example, look at what happened in the New Testament. Human beings cried out, asked God for help. He purified the entire world by flooding them, murked out like
I'm not
genocide.
saying that.
New
yeah.
Testament wise, he said, you know what? I'm going to give y'all free will, let y'all cook for a little bit. And then that's where we get the New Testament of, okay, so God's less proactive in human beings' endeavors. So he was locked in, but you wouldn't consider him, because then it's a whole thing of, is getting rid of humanity, like to say genociding, is that evil? Or is that purifying them for the next life?
I'm not talking about the things he's done. It doesn't even matter to the question. The question is just, if he's all good but has the potential to be evil, why can't I just describe myself as all good but I have the potential to be evil?
Because you are not all good. You
Why
have
not?
sin.
I'm all
Because
good.
you're
and I
not
have the potential to be
omnipotent.
evil.
That's the point.
Yeah, but neither
You're
is
not
God. He's
omnipotent.
limited by the law of identity. You said that.
No, but I'm saying, if you're specifically asking yourself why I can't say I'm all good, I'm telling you why you can't say you're all good. Because you're not omnipotent. You're not all good. Right?
No. If all good just means good, if it just means good but has the potential to be evil, right? Then that's me.
Yeah, but he's not good. He's all good. He doesn't sin. He doesn't.
I'll just say
that's
I'm
different.
all good,
You
but
do
have the
sin.
potential to be
You
evil.
do evil.
Doesn't he punish people for
And
crimes
it
they
doesn't
didn't commit?
And also, it doesn't even work in the objective morality sense. Because if you're saying morality is objective, then it doesn't matter who's doing it or when he's doing it or how he's repaying it. God did evil by, drowning the entire planet, even if he repays it later. So just like me, done evil, but it's still all good, has the potential to be
Again,
evil.
people's that let's say the drowning, that people wouldn't even look at that as evil. They would just look at it as purifying souls. That they would look at that as good.
Are you just saying it's just how we look at it? So some people I don't look at myself as evil. I look at myself as all good. That has the potential to do evil.
No, it depicts on the actions that you take. So, for example, back then, the reason that the flood even happened is because everyone was murdering and raping each other. Right? That's a big
and then the
problem
solution to
back
that
then.
was to kill everybody.
But again, like, are you a murderer or a rapist?
I'm saying if I saw a bunch of people doing that, just like God, I could just erase the entire planet, and I would be all good. It doesn't work in the objective morality sense.
It's loose because your attribute. So why would you erase the entire planet?
It doesn't matter why I would do it. The question is it evil or
No.
not?
That's a big thing of why you would do it, because we have to figure out why God did this in the Christian book. So if that's the case, why would you do it?
The why doesn't matter because it's objective morality. The reasoning for the action doesn't make the action better or worse, right? That's how objective morality works.
Even so, you still need to understand why objective morality was put into place and the reasons for objective morality. That's why I'm trying to gauge a baseline.
Maybe, but that's not the issue at hand. The issue at hand is if God has done objectively evil things and is all good and has the potential to do more evil, that just describes me. Very simple.
But I just do not feel like the way you're looking at evil is the sense of evil that is even like
the objective
God is not
evil
able
that
to
exists
do
in the Christian
evil. You
worldview.
feel me? Like God is not able to do evil.
Okay, and I'm not able to do evil.
Is punishing innocent people
No, hold
for
on,
crimes of
wait.
others evil?
No, you are able to do evil.
Why am I able to do evil, but God's not able to do evil?
Okay, because you're inherently
Can we have someone
born
else
with sin.
talk? Because these two are retarded. Can we have someone else talk?
Alright, bud. Let's
Cool,
not say
dude.
that, though. Yeah, relax.
You may not
I'm
doing
just
that.
tired, bro.
Okay. Are you just so you're saying God isn't born with sin? Is that what you're saying? That's what makes him all good?
Yeah.
So not the fact that he's God, it's because he's not born with sin?
No, that's part of the reason. There's
Okay.
multiple reasons why. And I'm saying
because-
you're born with sin. That's why you are evil. You sin.
I know, but I would just ask the question: if God was born with sin, would he no longer be God?
If God was born with sin, then he would no longer be God. Yes, but God was not born with sin
Because still has to be confined by the law of identity.
And if you're going by sin, you would mean he would have to have been reborn into a human body, which Jesus.
No. You don't even need that, because again, if God is constrained by the law of identity, he could be two things at once.
Sure.
Exactly. So again, you just run into the problem. He's either constrained by the law of identity, or he's not all powerful.
I disagree. I feel like Anthony would do a better job locking in with you about this. Honestly,
he's one of the people I've asked. So.
Yeah, no, I'm just like I'm doing my best here. Like I only locked into Christianity like 9 months ago, so I'm doing my best here with you. I'll go through this. This is a wild, interesting question, honestly. I'll definitely circle back with you about it later. Oh yeah.
The interesting question would be why an omniscient God would need a reset flood button.
Oh, it's because humanity asked him, and he said, "Okay."
Really? That's the reason he did that?
Humanity asked
Afterwards, humanity got fucking annoyed. He's like, "Oh, why did you do this to us?" It's like, dog, you asked. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. Free will. Do whatever the fuck you want then.
Wait, do you think humanity ever asked for like no more like sickness or like cancer?
Oh yeah.
And he didn't give those because he wasn't feeling it.
Yeah, slow for y'all.
Is it what?
Does he like suffering? Obviously.
Well, he has to by definition.
I mean, like, I don't know his will. Like, let's say the people that were going through cancer or suffering, let's say if they got better or some shit, then they ended up fucking becoming dictators, and he saved us from that. I don't fucking know. He had reasons. Like, I can't fucking see the future. Like, for example, I'll give you a better example. Let's say you pulled up into a room and somebody says, "Okay, kill this baby." And you're looking at that baby like, why would I kill a baby?
Let's be
kill
clear.
this baby.
God tells us to do that. Let's be
So what
very
ends
clear
up
about the
happening is
scenario.
if you choose to kill this baby because God said so, you realize, oh shit, that was baby Hitler. You don't choose to kill the baby.
No. Let's not,
You're
it's not
the
even
reason
baby
that
Hitler.
World War II
No.
started.
Wait. Let's not even.
Oh.
No. Not even baby
Gang,
Hitler.
gang,
Let's just say
gang.
let's say it's a random baby. A random baby doesn't even need to be like. Let's say it's going to be a chill, just average person. God's like, you should kill that. Is that good to listen to God in that case?
Yeah, but we don't know if that person's going to be random or chill. That's why I gave the example of an evil
I'm
person.
just saying.
You got Abraham.
No, let's say
You can't be doing Abraham. Word. You gotta be locked in. You can't be like, because he could be testing you. You could be testing.
Let's say it's actually just a chill person, and God says, "Hey, I want you to kill that person." Would you be good to listen to God then?
Yeah, but God wouldn't do that. At least not the Christian.
I understand. I'm saying if He did, would
because
it be good to listen to God?
This is you're asking a question where God would go out of his nature. So it's
Exactly.
like
I'm asking, is that something possible?
I'm saying that's not possible.
Okay, so he's limited. Again, it just goes back to the same thing. He's
No,
limited
but
by
it's
law of
actually
identity.
it's in scripture. If God can order the killing of Amalekites and a whole bunch of other tribes from man, woman, and child, then if God orders you to do the same, who are you to refuse?
Yeah, would you be bad to refuse? Here, yeah, we can ask it
goes
another
to
way.
the same question of what if this person grew up to be a Hitler and you don't know it, but he does, and he's telling you to take care of it.
The Hitler thing. Where are you coming from? We're not
Fine,
even there.
Mussolini. Who
Why are you
cares?
talking
Like
about
any
horrible
bad
people?
person. Like
Let's
it does
say-
not.
Why does that have to be a bad person?
Well, yeah, exactly. Why does it have to be a bad person?
Because I want you to understand that there are reasons for why God can say something. So if he tells you, let's say you got to do something like this in the Old Testament, it would be because of these people turning into, let's say, murderers or rapists in the future, right? That's what I'm pointing out at. That's what I'm circling at. If he's telling you, go, let's say, go kill a random person, he's not going to say that, at least not for the God of the Christian faith, right? That's
Didn't he
what
do
I'm
that
putting forth.
to tell Abraham
now-
to kill his son?
Yes,
now,
exactly.
No, hold on.
He did tell Abraham to kill his son as a test, and we can go through the scripture.
Did he not
and
tell
passage of
Moses
why.
that he's meant to kill all the Amalekites?
Wait. Now the issue is you're telling God to justify the things that he's telling people, and you can't have that in the Christian worldview because God doesn't need to justify himself. So now you're saying, well, God can say these things as long as it's justified. We're asking, what happens if it isn't justified? Does it automatically become justified because God said so?
I mean, the justifications would have to be due because God said so, but again, it depends on what context you're talking about.
It's not because it's justified independently of God. It's because it's justified since God said it.
It is justified because God said it.
Exactly.
God
now
commanded it.
now you run into an issue where literally nothing is bad because it's just because God said so.
Exactly. You don't know the reasons for these
Exactly, but the reasons don't
actions
matter.
that he's
Neither do
doing
you.
for them to be justified.
Exactly. The reasons
neither
don't
do you.
matter to you anymore.
Yeah, but then
they
if
don't
you look
matter.
at hold on now, if you look at the Old Testament and the New Testament, you can understand why God did specific things that he did and why God didn't do specific things that he didn't do. Right? We can establish a framework of, okay, so if this happens to me in the year 2025, I can reasonably assume by the New Testament that it would be a test more so than him just trying to flood and purify the world.
Yeah, now you're asking God to justify his behaviors, not because God said so. You can't have it both ways. It's either the justification is God said so, or it's justified from something independent of God. You can't have both ways. You can't say, well, it's okay God flooded the earth because people were doing all these bad things. You have to say, God flooded the earth, therefore it's good.
Yeah, it's a
You can't have both. Bro, why do you have to kill the...
I flooded your mom before I am.
But yes, it is a Euthyphro dilemma. It's exactly what it is.
Yeah, no, I feel you, but I'm still saying the fact that like we can. I get that you're saying we can't have both, but I feel like we can have both. It is because you can understand that something is evil, but you can also understand why something is done.
But it's not needed to make it evil, right? You don't need the justification. In your view, God
you don't need
to
the
justify
justification.
himself.
A justification is nice to understand why you're doing an action.
But it's completely unnecessary. So when you say God, it's okay God flooded the earth because people were all killing and raping and murdering each other, that doesn't even matter to you. If people were just chilling in their regular lives and God flooded the earth, you'd be like, oh, that's good because God did it. Even if God wouldn't do that, you would have to say that's good because God did it.
Yeah, if that's the case, then again I would question there'll be a lot of questions between like.
I honestly didn't even know you believed in God, Chaos.
Yeah.
I thought you were agnostic on all
it's
this.
a whole thing.
Don't you see the cross beside his name?
Well,
yeah,
I see it. I always thought he was agnostic.
When you and me chilling, we'll do a 1v. We'll do a 1-on-1. I'll break down everything in my life.
Okay.
So you'll understand.
I don't believe in God in the sense of what you guys are explaining with the Testament. I never actually read the Testament, and I never will, because it's all a lie. It's all fake. And,
True, W.
How do you know it's all lies if you never read it?
True.
Because like, I don't know. I just have an inkling feeling.
Well, if you say that it's all the word of God, if you say it's all the word of God and you don't believe the word of God,
I thought he was baiting, but I guess he's not.
I've had someone that told me earlier that that morality is objective, and it is. Like if we kill
Range
somebody,
L take.
Okay.
It's objective, and for you to claim and put a label on it saying that evil and good is like something that is beyond what humans created, as opposed to the moral compass, that's a human construction. That's a human creation. I mean, obviously, I don't have to explain that, but I guess I do.
Do you know Hume's guillotine?
No, I don't. What is that?
It's the is-ought problem.
No, yeah.
Do you know that?
No, I just said no. I don't know.
Oh,
what that
okay.
is.
So, well, it's more known as the is-ought problem than Hume's guillotine or Hume's gap. But it's basically like if you say, well, there's two ways you can go about it. If you say morality is objective, it's essentially the same thing as saying an apple is red. You can't get an ought from it just because an apple is red or running is difficult. It doesn't get you an ought to you shouldn't run or you shouldn't eat an apple. So that's one way to think about it. But the other way is there's no logical way to get an is from an ought. You can only derive an ought from another ought. So basically saying morality is objective is essentially just saying I have a white sweatshirt. So what? What does that mean? Like you ought to do something. You ought not to own a white sweatshirt. Well, why? Because you ought not to own white things. Why ought you not own white things? Because I say so. Why ought I listen to you? It's just you can just keep saying ought forever.
Can I
I think that
can I lore
Yeah, go ahead.
can I lore dump you about my map for a second and then go right back to it? Can I please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, because I do like it.
Yeah, look at
Look
my stream.
Do you use Photoshop for drawing?
Yeah.
Oh, so I use Illustrator, just because it's vectored, but it seems like Photoshop isn't because it's like pixelated.
Yeah, it's
I like that. That map looks really
okay. You
fucking
ready?
sick.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I have it here. Yes, the tallest peaks in Niseb, labeled as gods in the realms of the Western Province, statues, a testament to the glory to them. Ko Baranor, the southernmost mountain. Ko Daranor, the brother of the middle and the bridge of the two brothers who see not past their differences, and the oldest and tallest of the three, and the northernmost, Ko Aranor. Each mountains piercing the skies into space. Yes.
What are we doing right now?
That's it.
I'm
That's
sorry,
it. That's it. I'm done.
what exactly are you talking about?
I apologize.
You ever
I'm
want to
done.
do a D&D campaign with your map?
I do want to.
What some geography dude to just come in here? I want some geography dude to just come in here. And
Oh
be
no,
like,
no, it's not realistic. It's obvious. Like obviously, the oldest
Yeah.
mountain is
Thank
not
you
the
for
tallest.
clarifying.
Obviously, the oldest mountain is not the tallest.
I thought it was real for a second.
Yeah,
Like,
no, it's just.
but I'd still love to do
It's
it.
just. It's
I'd
just
love to run a
fun. I
D&D
get it.
campaign
I
on
get
that
it.
map.
So I
looks
do want to
insane.
actually respond. I do want to respond to that ought response that you had earlier about like
The is-ought problem?
Yeah, the is-ought problem. Yeah. So, yeah, no, I mean, I think that religion was created by humans to keep us in control. I think that death doesn't have to be like, oh, just because it's like survivability. I know like humans have to survive, so we kind of like shun upon death and like killing and stuff like that. But if anything, you know, like it's just reality. That's just natural. Death is part of life, and for you to put a label saying that it's evil is just a human construction. It's just the way that you see things, and morality was created to keep humans in control, so we don't pillage and rape and do stuff that are sinful.
Just say morality is objective.
By God?
You said morality is objective though, right?
You said objective.
Yeah, objective. That's what it said.
No,
yeah.
So subjective or whatever.
Oh, okay. I thought you said objective.
Yeah, I
I
believe.
thought you said objective too.
I swear he did, right?
I believe that morality for sure is subjective.
It has
I
to be.
honestly don't know why like people get so stuck on that. Like, I honestly think here's what I think, right? I think that there's like people. There's like people where like when they hear the word subjective, they think, okay, it doesn't matter, right? And that makes people uncomfortable. But subjectivity doesn't mean it doesn't matter. It just means it's up for human interpretation.
Well, the first reason it became is just so you could tell people what to do, and now it's just basically that. But people don't realize that's why objective morality was the term objective
No,
morality.
I want to tell people what to do.
Yeah, I know.
think
That's literally,
the
yeah.
issue here is like that if people talk about like subjective or objective when it comes like about like morality, it's like people just like say if God exists, like that is the object, and so therefore morality is objective because God.
That's not even how language works.
Like,
God
that's
by
like-
definition is a subject. That's like stupid language. God is a subject, not an object. It would be the subject of the sentence. Wait, hold on. I did not pass like
Okay, so-
high school yet. How does that work? God would be the subject because they are doing the verb, right? Right. God is good. Yeah, they are the subject because they are to be. They are the thing that is being. Yeah. So God would be a subject.
Yes, but Christians generally would say that like morals are objective because they appeal to to God, right?
Right, but my thing to that would be if God.
No,
has
wait. I
free-
want
if
him
God
to
has-
answer that, like, because I want to understand like where he's coming from.
Yeah, it's the same issue. You would just say, why ought you listen to God? It's you
Wait,
could just
wait.
keep saying,
So wait, you agree though? Like, that would be objective then. Like, people assume like it's objective because God says it, right?
no, that would not make it objective.
Stinky Paradox says all morality falls apart when you declare it objective, Rain.
Yeah, it's simply because of the is-out problem. There's two issues. If you say morality is objective because it comes from God, well, now you're attaching it to a subject. Without God, then there's no morality, and that makes it subjective and not objective. That's the first issue. The second issue is you can just say, why ought we listen to God? You can be like, okay, well, your parents tell you to do something. Why ought you listen to your parents? Because if you don't, you'll go to the police. Why ought you not go to jail or whatever? Because it might blah, blah, blah. You can just keep saying ought forever and ever and ever.
Help me understand. Like, I don't understand. Like, how could morality be like subjective if it's like more or less like quote unquote like dictated by God? I don't understand like that.
So for example, I'll give you a good example.
God, for starters, yeah.
Hold on, I'll give you a good example. Imagine there's a human being, right? Now that's subjective morality. Now imagine there's a road. That's the law of the land. Objective morality will be a suit of armor. You could take off the suit of armor, right? And you could
You're
be left
already
with your
like you're
own subjective morality.
talking in like your wait. Can you make it like simple? Because talking about like a road like armor, that's like not simple.
Have you seen
That's very simple. When I say road, I mean like the road is the law of the land. Like in the United States of America, whatever country you're in, you follow the laws, the law of the land, right? So you're walking down the law of the land. You yourself, as the human being that's walking down, has the subjective morality.
You're already like equating the law of the country to God.
I think the
I
issue here is that-
try to explain it, but you already lost me. Like,
Okay, I can explain it very simply. Have you ever seen like Avengers: Infinity War? Thanos snaps half the planet away.
We've never seen Trinity. We've never seen the sentiment. We've never read it. We are not these people that you think we are. We are not like you.
Okay.
We're just talking about Infinity War, the movie, dude. We've never seen the Trinity.
I mean, like in a really like honest way. I don't know.
Have you seen the
I
movie?
want like a simple explanation so I can understand. Like, I'm not asking like for a gotcha or whatever. I'm asking
It's
to
literally
understand.
very basic. Have you seen the movie, like Avengers: Infinity War?
No.
Thanos snaps half the
No.
Okay. Thanos like.
I know the
snaps-
concept, but I have not seen the movie.
I
Okay,
saw
so Thanos
Avengers
snaps
Infinity
half-
War. It's when the purple man go in and he stops Spider-Man by snapping his fingers.
Okay,
Yo,
he
you let
basically-
Peter Parker cook.
Yo, he let half the planet. He killed half the planet, right? He erased them from existence.
Again, you asked me, and then I said
He
like, no,
half
I've
the
not seen
planet,
the
even
movie.
though he had the
telling you,
power
I'm telling you
to
what the
just
movie
make more
is.
resources.
I'm just telling you what the movie is. That's what happens,
But he
right?
doesn't want to know what the movie is.
But
He
God,
doesn't
people
care.
would
He just wants an
people
explanation.
people would say that's evil because he murdered half the universe. They're just gone. But if morality is objective to God, you would say that's good because God did it, because he's the standard of morality. Morality is good, morality is God. What God does is good. So God and Thanos can do the exact same things. One would be good, one would be evil. It doesn't solve the problem because now you're good, just depends on the person doing it. You quite literally did the exact same actions, but now it just depends on who the person is doing, who the person
So
is.
what was
that's
his
doing it.
original question?
Because
said,
like, yeah,
why-
I feel
why
like it's like
doesn't-
lost. I asked like, why is it like objective? Because
Side-
like, why is
sidebar.
it not objective?
Sidebar,
It's the
why-
opposite. You said it's subjective.
Why didn't Thanos? Why didn't Thanos just make more material?
Wait,
I just
can
said.
because I want to understand. I kind
Yeah,
of want to understand.
just said.
Because
Why
like,
is person- I just said.
What are you looking? What's the full
Yeah.
question? What
He's
is the full
asking
question?
why isn't morality dictated by God objective? And I just said because if you have two people that do quite literally the same action, one
I've
is
heard what
God,
you said.
one
I've
is
heard what
normal.
you said.
But
I've
he's
heard what you
asking-
said. I'm just trying to figure out what his actual question is and how did he get to that question. I've heard your response like 2-3 times. I just want to hear his point.
yeah, again, I mean, I guess like a repeated question. I don't understand if God makes like morality, how could it not be objective? Like, where do you arrive at a point where it's subjective?
Yeah, I just said if two people, one being
Can,
God.
can you do
one
it
being-
without like Thanos or whatever? Because please,
Yeah,
like,
without
I
Thanos
asked for
would
simple
be
fine.
better.
If you want an even simpler explanation, it's quite literally no different than me saying this thing is good, this thing is bad. What's the difference?
you just repeated the question. You didn't really.
It's like I don't
There
know.
is
It's like
no difference. I would say there's no difference. Can you prove there's a difference?
wait, do you want me to
Well,
prove there's a difference between objective and subjective? Is this like
No, you asked me if God dictates morality, why is it not objective? Correct?
yes?
Okay, and I said,
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
because God is a subject, just like I am a subject. Me dictating morality is subjective morality. God dictating morality is subjective morality. There is no difference. Very clear, very
So-
simple. There's no more basic way to say that.
Okay, so morality cannot be objective at all.
Well, it could
You
be.
tell
but
me
it's just gonna
why
come
you
from a
think that.
subject.
How did
It's just
you
gonna come
get
from
to
a
that
subject.
conclusion?
It would be really hard. You
in
would
the
say-
corner.
I'm just so lost. I'm just so lost.
No,
because I
because
try
you
to
said
under-
you said that morality
He's
can't be
trolling, right?
objective. I want to know
He's
why
for
you
sure trolling
think
now.
that.
Like, there's no other. Like, I can't think
I
of it.
want to know why. I want to know why you said, the question. Actually, that morality can't be objective. Can you just
We
give
can
me a
explain it.
reason? I just want to know the reason why you said that. See,
we
that's
can
the
explain it.
problem. I don't think you're able to like answer your own questions. Like, do you even know what objective means?
We could. Okay, don't be rude. Well, I'm rude all the time, so I can't really say that. No, but we could explain it even simpler. Morality is an ought claim. Ought claims are opinions. Opinions are subjective. There's no way around this. Like, how does God solve that issue?
Okay, wait. Okay, maybe
don't
we
need
have to
God
like
to solve
define
it.
words
How
because
do
I
I
think
get
like
rid of
this is
the
the
white?
issue here.
Simpler way to explain that. Morality is ought claims. Ought claims are opinions. Opinions are subjective. How does God solve that issue? It's the exact same for God.
If God makes like good and evil, it has to be objective, right?
No,
Can you explain?
morality is. That
I'm
doesn't mean
no. I want to repeat this like very like in
Thanos
very
is
simple
here.
words, like as
I
close
don't
as
think you're. I
can
don't
make.
think you're gonna. I don't
How-
think you're gonna get what you're looking for, my brother. I'll be honest with you. Like, you've tried
not-
like
the
4
question you're
times, and you're
asking
getting the
is-
same fucking response.
And there's no simpler way to explain it.
Thanos is
Morality is.
But then
And
you're
he's always
failing,
gonna-
dude. I'm not
failing.
like
There's no
opposing
simple-
you. I'm literally just trying to understand you, right? I hope you understand that, right? I'm not like.
There's no simpler way to
I think
explain
you're.
it.
I think you're trolling.
I think
at
you're
this point
trolling. Yeah,
because-
honestly, that's the first thing.
So I just
think
got
you're
here.
trolling
Let's try
because
this,
you-
Sid. What? I think it's Sid who's asking about the objectivity part, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
pretty much.
so I just got here, but I've heard this conversation a billion times, and it always goes the same. So, like, look, what does it mean for something to be objective or subjective?
You're asking me?
No, Sid.
Oh no, this is a philosophy debate now.
Wait, is this?
Yeah,
wait,
this
so,
is
okay.
literally.
Guys,
What does it
I
mean?
actually-
What does it mean?
I
for
want to
something
know
be
your
objective?
answer.
Look at my
Oh, yeah.
look at my stream,
What does
guys.
that mean?
Guys,
Here we go, boys.
guys, you pissed off. You removed Thanos from the hypothetical.
Oh
All right,
my
Thanos
God,
is
why
mad.
is he twerking?
Dude, do you know what's happening right now? Thanos has invaded my
Hey,
stream.
can you
Help.
shut the fuck up, First Amanda? Please shut the fuck up.
I'm sorry,
It's
what?
like in the
Sabotage?
stream.
What's that?
I just wanna
Okay,
have a
not answering,
conversation
okay.
without being interrupted.
Hey, I don't know if last time you checked,
Oh,
Also, hi, Amanda.
but this is my stream, bro. I'm not
My bad, my
interrupting.
bad.
cool.
The music that I'm listening to doesn't help the dancing gif.
Okay. Yeah.
So
You don't like the dancing
I
Thanos?
actually wanna know what your definition is of objective, and
Yeah. So
your question.
I'm
your
not
question is-
coming from like a philosophy perspective, so I don't have like certain like definitions. I go by, I guess, like the common tongue, and by that I mean, if I want to make a definition of subjective and objective, it would be that, like, objective means like it's not personal. It's like an overarching like reality, I guess, while subjective is like it's like your own perspective on the matter, right?
So let me just understand that you said you're not coming at this from a philosophical perspective, but you are talking about moral philosophy. How do you do that without talking about it from a philosophical perspective?
Okay, if you want to get me like in like a philosophical debate about like words, I'm not interested.
Yeah,
I think like it's very easy.
Philosophical debate about words?
No.
That would be semantics.
Wait, I didn't even do I went a non-philosophical way. I went by a language way.
Does anybody here
Morality
even
is
believe in
ought
objective
claims.
like morals or no? It doesn't sound like anybody here believes in objective morality.
Objective means like
I
it
mean,
has to
sort
like,
of.
subjective means
Right,
it has
who
to have
who
to
believes in
it's a
objective
personal
morality?
thing.
Wait.
Yeah, I do. I do.
Yeah,
There is
right
something,
here,
there is
Amender,
something
but,
called
you
a
know.
moral realist. Moral realists do believe
so
that you can
first
make
Amender, I
objectively
actually-
true moral claims.
Oh my god,
First
that's
Like what?
crazy.
Hold up, before we jump to something else, right? First Amendment. I actually want to know your definition of objective.
Objective, it
Person,
means it is not up to human interpretation. It is what it is,
Okay.
independent of your
Can you
observation.
give me an example? Can you give me an example?
Yeah, like
of
the
when you
diameter
believe
of
in
Jupiter is like this X amount.
Or morality. We're talking about morality here. Give me an
Yeah,
example.
I don't believe that there exists any moral statement that would be objective. It would be
Can we
up
just
to
like
an
make it
individual's
short by just
interpretation.
asking him of his definition and we can agree or disagree? Why don't you give us your definition and then we can disagree or agree? Because all I want to know is like we want to agree on like what we mean by words, right? So you give us your definition because like you didn't like mine, so you can give yours.
Well, I'm
and then we
curious what
can
Sabotage has
maybe
to say. Can we just let him talk?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. First matter, I do want to know, like, so you said that morality you think is objective?
No, it's
What do you mean by
subjective.
that? Okay, so it's subjective. So is your definition of subjective morality and why do you believe that? What's your reasoning behind that?
Because I believe that morals come from the human mind.
So
and so
we
since
have
it's
the
up
same
to an
point.
individual's interpretation, by its very nature, it would be subjective.
So we have the same
this.
definition. I've actually said this earlier. I've said that morality is subjective. So
Yeah, I'll do it
we
inside
actually
chat.
we do agree upon that. So what is the definition of objective morality? What is objective morality?
A morality that is not up for human interpretation.
I think that's a contradiction. It's illogical.
I agree.
That's why I don't believe in objective morality.
I agree.
Okay,
Right.
so what
objective
part of
morality
the-
would be an
the
example
moral-
of objective
moral
morality
realism?
would be God.
Moral realism is a good example of
God
this. Hold on.
sins and
I do
stuff
want to
like
hear
that, right?
moral realism, though. I am genuinely
Well,
curious.
look, let's
like, what is?
let's
just saying.
We can
moral
just
claims
finish
are
this
true.
conversation real quick, okay?
Go ahead.
So people talk about God as some sort of objective moral lawgiver, but as stated earlier, objective and subjective only has something to do with whether or not it's passed through a mind, right? Whether or not there's a mind interpretation of it. So God, if you believe it to be a personal, lovable deity and all that shit, that is a mind. So a God does not have an objective moral system. A God has a subjective moral system. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that doesn't actually work with the metaphysical, like the metaphysical sense of a god.
Yeah.
The
Okay,
fact that
well,
you're saying
explain
that
how- hold on.
you're trying,
No,
you're
that's
trying,
great.
you're trying
I
to.
do metaphysics, so
I
explain it,
think,
please.
I think you're conflating what we define as a mind when we're talking about the difference between an objective and subjective morality.
Every person you're asked to define a mind in metaphysics will never ever answer that question ever in 1,000 years.
Absolutely
not, a
not
single
true.
person.
Absolutely not true. That's absolutely not true. That's
What?
not how you do metaphysics, right? So
You
okay,
don't
which
do
god,
metaphysics.
which god would you like to invoke for this conversation? Because they all seem to show up differently.
Ask me or him.
There's
Well,
no
fucking
different
matter.
God. It's just God. Like, what the fuck is this conversation?
What do you
Okay,
mean? Wait, no,
cool.
no, that is important though. The conversation.
So does this god does this god
Different
love you?
religions see
Does this
God in
does this
different lights.
god love you?
Oh my god, this is like a Calvinist debate. Jesus Christ.
We're just having a simple. It's a simple fucking question. If you can't answer whether or not your own God loves you, then get the fuck out of the chat.
Yes.
Yes, your God loves
Yes,
you. That is a
100%.
quality. A love is a quality of a mind. Do rocks love?
Okay, so our mind. Wait, but it's not.
Still not answering. Okay, simple.
Okay, but
just
you
answer the
can't
question.
compare. You can't. But you can't compare the sentience of a god to.
Yeah.
The,
Notice how no matter what you do,
Yes, I
the
can.
No,
Why,
you
okay,
can't.
why can't I? Why not? Why
No, hold on. No, don't even ask me that.
You're the one.
Watch.
You're the one ascribing human-like emotional qualities to a deity. So
God,
why
exactly.
can't I continue off of
And
that?
again, notice
because
that
it's not
you. Wait,
the fact- but the emotion itself,
hold on.
the emotions
Really
in itself
quickly.
that you're defining are,
Wait,
hu-
wait.
are human like that. That's understandable, but that doesn't necessarily mean there can't be an objective sense behind them, right?
Wait,
if
wait,
God,
jealous?
if God is
Is God
true,
wrathful?
Is
God jealous? Is God wrathful? Does God love? Does God hate? Do any of those things? They all show up in the Bible. These are all emotional qualities assigned to a mind. God, therefore, has a mind. Whether you think that mind, wow, shut up for a second. Whether you think that mind looks anything like yours,
didn't even let me finish my point.
whether
You
that
interrupted
mind,
me.
whether you think that mind looks anything like yours or not, or has the same metaphysical qualities, does not change the fact that this is still a moral guideline that is passing through a mind. Thus, it is subjective and not objective.
Okay,
Wait, don't even grant him that.
but
Just
in the
ask him,
sense-
Dylan, can you know God's mind? Can you know God's mind, Dylan?
I cannot.
Okay, so then why are you even making claims on morality, God's morality, if you can't know God's mind? What? That doesn't even make sense. How do you even get there? What?
I mean, he just believes in the Bible. Like,
That doesn't mean anything, though. If you, it doesn't matter if you.
I mean,
believe
to
in the
them,
Bible or
it's an
not.
authoritative source. Like,
Wait,
Yeah.
can I actually
But then you have-
make a point before I get interrupted
Yes,
again?
go ahead.
Right before I start asking. So the thing though is I think what you're not understanding is the fact what I'm trying to claim is that that he has a mind, but it's an objective mind. You're trying to
You
state
know
that,
that. You
it's
just
objective
said
mind.
That's not a
God's
thing.
mind.
It doesn't
That
exist.
doesn't even
Now
work.
you're not using the same words. Let's just make up words however we want. We'll just use
And
them
it
any way
doesn't-
we want now.
And it doesn't even make sense.
Forget
to the
about it.
claim you just made.
I will completely concede to you just for the sake of that. I can't fucking get a sentence out.
I literally asked multiple
like I said,
times,
that's
please
how that
allow
conversation
Dylan
goes.
the opportunity to make their position.
Wait,
right? I'm just gonna start
contradicted what
kicking
you
people
just
out,
said.
man. If you can't, like, just let Dylan talk.
Can I make a really quick point?
Just let
He just
Dylan make his
contradicted-
point.
Does
But
Dylan
he
have
just
any more to say?
contradicted what he said. It doesn't even make sense.
So it does make sense because we have things considered as like objective thinking. There is such things as an objective mindset, right? Okay, just
No.
because you say that it doesn't exist doesn't necessarily mean it isn't. Now we have to actually talk about that, actually define what that means, right? But in terms of objective thinking, right, it means thinking that is based off of verifiable evidence and facts, right? So if
No.
I come out and I say water boils at 212 degrees Fahrenheit, is that an objective statement based off of me making an objective, based off of objective thinking? Yes or no?
You're,
Yes,
you're
yes, it
skipping
is.
over the. You're skipping
Wait,
the
wait,
biggest
wait, wait.
issue.
Answer
Wait,
the
why?
question. Wait.
No, you're
Instead of just
skipping.
answer.
You're
Okay.
skipping over the biggest issue, which is how can you make this claim if you can't know God's mind? You're not going to acknowledge that point. It doesn't make sense.
Correct.
Everything we're talking about right
I'm trying
now
to explain.
doesn't
Okay,
make sense.
can I
Yeah.
explain that? Can I
You
finish?
can explain any part of God's mind if you claim
Okay.
yourself you can't
Okay,
know God's
shut
mind.
up.
I cannot
up,
explain God's mind, but the point that I'm trying to make is that that's the point of where faith comes in. Okay,
I'm
like I've
asking
already
you
said,
a
there are problems with objective morality because
Wait, do you have more
kinda-
questions? Hold on. Do you have more? You were going on a line there, and I was answering your questions honestly and immediately without stalling or trying to derail anything. So, do you have more questions?
You talking to me or are you talking to someone else?
I'm talking to you, Dylan. Right before Akina jumped back in, right? I've been like you answered it. You asked a series of questions. Were you going anywhere with that?
Other than yeah, I was asking in terms of the objective thinking and objective mindsets.
Yes. So
You didn't really-
stating a thing
Mhm.
that is objectively true to the world is something that happens. That's just called saying something that's true.
Okay, that's
That does
something
not mean
that's
that you're
saying an
doing. That does not mean you're doing objective thinking. You happen to be
Is objective thinking
making
a real
statement.
thing,
You're
though?
making a statement that happens to correlate with things that actually happen. Right?
Is it
That's just called saying a
is
true
it possible though? Is it possible though to have a person who can objectively think something?
thing. Again, I don't think that that's just
your
like
mind.
it. No.
That doesn't
So
make
like,
sense.
no, that is not possible. Right?
So
To
if someone,
objectively think
thinks, okay, so if someone thinks, right, about something that is what I'm trying to say is that there is such thing as objective thinking, right? That
Okay,
leads to
please make that
objective
case.
statements because you have to think about something before you say it. You don't just say it without
Okay.
thinking, right?
What does objective mean?
Objective means it's free of your in this
Mind?
case it'd be free of personal feelings or any type of biased opinions that might influence
Correct.
Thinking
Right.
without those
So
things.
So you can
Mhm.
say a thing that happens to be correlated with reality, right? That would be like stating something that is objective. That does not mean you are doing objective thinking, because thinking is always subjective. It is a mind. That's the entire fucking goal for all this objective subjective differences,
Yeah,
right?
but-
Like it's whether or not it has the ability to be interpreted by a mind.
So you're saying
So-
objective thinking is possible, but even though thinking is done through a mind, then it's just
So
not possible.
so what you're
how does
saying
that
is-
work?
So what
Yeah,
you're saying is
I might have gotten a definition
gravity
incorrect.
Gravity is subjective. You're saying
What?
that air is subjective.
No.
No,
because
you
it
can
was
make
created
truthful
by the mind.
statements.
It's like derailing.
No,
That is
you
not
can
what
make
he said.
you can make truthful statements that adhere to reality, but all thought has to be subjective because guess what? There is a mind doing that thought, which is what subjective is.
And
It's very
objective thinking is just not true, right?
What do you mean by objective thinking?
okay,
All thinking is subjective.
I just
all thinking.
I just
all
told you
thinking-
that thinking
Shut the fuck up.
objective thinking is thinking based off of facts and verifiable evidence in front of a person. If a person has facts and evidence in front of them and they make an objective statement, right, based off of them thinking about the stuff right in front of them, that's objective thinking. It's not subjective thinking.
That's a weird way to phrase it. If you want to use that definition, most people call that rap.
Okay, this is I'm just trying to make you understand that objective mind an objective mindset can exist. I don't know God's
so
mind.
anyways,
But the
Most
point of
people
the
just
point of the
call
fact
it
is this:
rational.
in order for you to
so
get
what
to
I'm
the
saying
sense of
is- what I'm
establishing an
saying is-
objective morality, especially
Right,
when we're
so what
talking
I'm
about through
saying is-
religion, is but specifically you have to have faith in that God is true, right? If God is true, then He is able to have an objective mindset and actually objectively think
So
when
what I'm
establishing
saying
his
is that
truth.
every
No.
what
No,
I'm
that doesn't
saying
have
is
anything to do with it.
Now,
exactly-
if you
Prove
have
that claim.
Okay.
okay,
What
So
I'm
you're saying that
saying
if
is-
the God that you
it's a
hold on,
faith
real
claim.
quick.
Be quiet.
It's a faith
Okay,
claim. I
this is
can't
what's really
I can't
going
prove
on
it
here.
beyond a reasonable doubt.
You guys kind
So
of
yes.
skipped over.
Um,
The
From,
God that you
uh,
invented,
what?
the God that you
over this
invented in the
entire
way
thing.
What?
that you
Control
invented.
this. Control
Control
this.
what?
You guys skipped
This.
over the
Oh, I was
the
going to
exact
read a
thing that I was
comment
talking about.
from Stinky Paradox. A thought in your mind is an object, not readily tangible, but it's neurons firing, right? A thought in your mind is objective. The content
So
of
what I'm
that
saying
thought
is-
is what is subjective.
So what I'm saying is that what you're saying is everything in the world is subjective because it is seen through your mind, and because
Only
your
if
thoughts and
you're-
your minds are the only things that are actually real.
Only if you're a
that would-
solipsist.
That would let me speak though. What I'm saying is that if your mind is, I know it's so funny, bro. If your mind is everything that you all you know, everything you know, and that would make everything subjective.
Yo, can you finish your point? I
due-
just answered your
due to
question.
that
It's
process.
you're a
But that makes no
solipsist.
sense. No, that
No,
isn't
it
that
does-
isn't what he's saying. What he's saying is that there's a subjective. So his entire point that he is making is that objective thinking just isn't true. When our minds are computing something in front of us, it's always based on subjectiveness. That doesn't necessarily mean that the actual thing we're looking at is subjective, right? Just
Well,
because my
well,
mind
what he said was
uses
that
subjective
morality
thinking
was
system.
subjective.
Correct.
hold on.
What he's
But like,
saying
look,
is in terms
He
of the
said that
thinking.
morality was
Wait, but remember, we're
because
specifically
it was swayed by human thought. So it was
Dylan,
prone
you're
to
calling- hold on.
human thought.
Hold on,
It
Dylan.
was-
Let's
it
get
was
to space
created
here,
by
right?
Human thought.
I think you
Right.
actually
Let's get to space
misinterrupted.
here.
I think you misinterpreted his.
If you want to create in your mind, you say, I believe in this God is objective, this God happens to give out moral laws, all these laws are subjective because the God is objective, right? If that's how you want to do it, cool, man. Like, do that, right? But then basically, instead of arguing over moral laws, we're just going to be arguing over which God is real, which is why religious people really shouldn't have the seat at the moral discussion table, right?
So I'm gonna
You
talk
think that
over
your
you.
God
I'm
is
gonna
real
start
and gives
talking
out
over
moral
me.
laws? Okay,
You
my
start
God
talking
is
over
real
me,
and
so I'm
gives
gonna
out
start
moral
talking
laws.
over
My
you.
God has a
Right.
bigger dick than your
So-
God.
I think that's
so what
that's
happened
really, I
is
think that's just a
exactly
stupid
what
argument
happened.
though, because
Yeah,
religion
all
Yes,
religion
it is a
is
stupid
subjective.
argument.
Yeah, religion
It
is
is
a
a
subjective.
stupid
Yes,
argument.
yes.
forget
Never brought
about
up.
no,
So I'm
no,
gonna
because
wait until First Amendment
all you
fixes this
because all you're
because I don't
caring
wanna
about is
talk over
What?
people.
Hey, what is going on?
He's
What is
talking over
happening?
Sabotage
everybody.
just keeps talking.
So I just want to
Who's
talk. I
who's
wanna
just
finish
keeps
my
talking?
point.
Sabotage?
Sabotage. You're not good with big words
No.
in this conversation.
So I actually got interrupted. I was just
Be
trying
concise,
to
dude.
Just
people
make
were
your
interrupting
make
me.
your point.
Be
Stop with the
concise.
meta.
I
Make your
I
point.
was making my
ramble.
point, but it's just every time.
All
I
right,
talk.
do it
So
now.
that's why
Do it now.
I don't want to get interrupted. Okay. Anyways. So yes, the thought is all humans know is the human brain because you can't actually see outside of your brain. So due to the fact that whoever said that thoughts or actually morality was subjective because it was created by humans and human mind and stuff like that. I mean, I agree with that, but I can actually even extend that to the fact that I think that human mind is all we know, since really speaking, you can't really see outside of your mind because this is you see
Bruh.
you see it with your eyes.
Okay, so you're a solipsist.
So what?
Okay.
I'm not
Okay,
done.
you're a
I'm not
solipsist.
done. I'm not done.
This
with
guy
it.
is rambling. Shut the
Okay,
fuck up.
Yes.
Let
this is
him
worse than
finish.
me, and I'm a
Wait,
fucking
let him
Christian.
finish. He's
Let him
digging his
finish.
grave.
Let him finish.
Let him finish. He's digging
finish what I'm
the
gonna say.
grave. Yeah.
So since the human mind is all you can you can't really see the human mind outside of your brain.
This is a long ass question.
What I'm saying is
Not
that
a question.
because
stupid.
everything, I can go and extend that to the fact that I would say even everything that you see on the daily is subjective.
Why are you repeating yourself?
Based upon human interpretation and minds, and you don't know. Maybe your reality of things is completely different.
Like this
You'll
part's a
never
ramble.
know,
Okay,
but-
so
Yeah,
quick question. Hold on, before
Okay,
before
wait.
everybody
He's a
jumps on him,
solipsist. We understand he's a
please,
solipsist.
please, before everyone jumps on this, we can observe things that existed longer than we have ever been alive, or all of humanity has not been alive for. For example,
I will
observing
respond to that,
galaxies
actually.
of photons that have been traveling for billions of light years,
I
right?
will respond to that. I will respond to that.
I'm saying we can observe that,
I get
correct?
it.
Can we observe that?
I agree.
Okay.
We can observe
So
that,
then it is fair to say that there are things that exist outside of our mind. For sure.
No, that's
Yeah,
not,
but we still observe those
that's
things with
not
our
for
mind.
sure. That's not for sure. I'll tell you
Yeah,
why.
you're just asking the hard problem of solipsism. We all know this.
I will tell you why. I know that you see things and you observe things, but you forgot that your observation is still, with your own observation. Like, how do you know that what you've observed?
Yeah, because we don't need it. We don't need to necessarily observe it. We can use tools to measure it, right?
Just grant it.
We don't use observation necessarily to do hard science.
You can
First
use
Amendment,
tools.
just grant it.
But can you
Just say
actually?
it's a hard problem solved.
First Amender, I have a question for you, right? So can you actually separate the observed with your observer? Can you separate? So you are the observer. Can you separate the observed tool, not tool, or observed galaxy?
Don't do weed, kids.
You separate that the observer.
I spoke a lot of weed.
Wait,
I'm waiting for him to
No, wait,
finish.
actually,
I would like to
actually,
hear him.
First
No, I
Amendment.
want him to
That's-
finish that point, so I want to engage with it.
Guys, listen. You guys got to be quiet because Thanos is behind me, and it looks like he's getting
sorry.
ready.
He kept on saying "sir."
No, that was
many
it. That was
times.
It looks like he's getting angry, right? If you look at my stream,
I actually
Thanos
wanna
is
know.
right behind me. Okay, you need to
First
chill.
Amender,
So,
I want to know.
all right, go
I
ahead.
want to know.
Asking the
what
hard
your
problem of
answer
solipsism.
says
This
to
isn't
that.
anything
Can
new.
you? So you agree that you can't separate the observer from the observed? You can't separate that. 'Cause whatever you.
No, you
observe-
can. We use tools.
Well, the tools are still observed by you.
Yeah, you're reading
right?
a
So it's like
measurement, but
circular.
it's giving you an empirical measurement that is independent of your observation.
Yes.
I mean, I guess you have to
Never heard of the
observe
hard
the
problem?
measurement, but that
You observe the measurement, and it's based upon your interpretation
Wait.
of the measurement.
no,
First
it's.
Amendment.
I mean, like you could get anybody, and like if the dial says 12, it's 12. That's what it is. It's not going to change. Other people can look at the dial. It's still 12.
Have you
What if-
never
what
heard of
if
the hard
you-
problem of
what if-
solipsism?
I have heard of the hard problem of
He's just
solipsism.
doing that.
I don't want to play the silly, like philosophical, epistemology
That's what he's
game.
doing right now.
What I'm hoping,
That's
what I'm
he's doing
hoping,
right
what I'm
now.
hoping to do, right, is just get past it and realize that there
Yeah,
does
he's
exist
just
matter
doing
that
that,
is
though.
independent of us, right?
He won't concede that fact though, because he's just doing the hard problem of solipsism, which isn't solvable. So that's it. Like there's
So
nothing
it's a
more.
waste of time, basically. I'm wasting my
Yes,
time
I
trying
don't know
to talk
why
to
you're
him.
letting him talk continuously.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
The entire
Why are you
point.
letting him keep talking? Yes.
Are you just making a hard solipsism? Are you okay?
Yes,
Fine.
that's
I'm just
literally
gonna
what
ask him. I'm gonna ask him just clearly.
His name is
Are you
Sabotage,
making
funny.
Are you making a hard solipsism argument?
No, ask him what else he could
No,
possibly.
sabotage.
Ask him that.
Sabotage.
Ask him what else he could be
Sabotage.
making.
Are you making a
Right,
hard
so what I'm
solipsism
trying to figure
argument?
out here-
Ask him what else. he
Yes
could
or
possibly
no?
solipsism
Are you making
argument?
a hard solipsism argument?
Well, what's your definition of
Yeah, exactly.
Sabotage.
No, I want to hear what you mean by that.
I think at this point you should engage
Bye-bye.
like the question that I said
A
like
philosophical
way earlier.
position
Can you
that states that
can you
only
define
one's
it
own
instead, like,
mind
asking
exists and
for
that
people-
everyone
I couldn't hear
else
you.
is
I'm
a
sorry, I couldn't hear
creation
you.
of that mind. So,
Wait,
are
First
you
Amanda,
making
can I
a
say-
hard
no, no, no.
solipsism argument? Yes or no?
I couldn't hear.
First
I couldn't
Amanda,
hear
yeah,
what
first
you were
Amanda, can I-
saying.
Try it one more time.
Because they were talking.
Hard
Don't ask him if
solipsism
he's
is
doing
a
that.
philosophical position that states only one's own mind exists and that everything
First
else
Amendment,
is a creation of that mind. Are you making a hard solipsism argument?
That was
Yes or no?
First Amendment, yes.
Okay, we're wasting our time.
so he's out of
Moving
time.
on.
Get out.
Thank you.
Don't give
That's
him
it.
definitions.
Yeah,
ask
exactly.
him for definitions because like all what he's doing is like he's like asking
It's
questions.
already
asking for
done.
definitions.
It's already done.
Okay.
I shut it
He's
down.
not
It's done.
engaging-
Moving on,
Yeah, again,
moving
it's
on,
done.
moving
It's
on.
done. It's
Yeah,
over.
okay, great. Moving on, Dylan. Your point about morality, the way you use objective mind or objective thought, most people just call that rational thinking. You don't call that objective thought. That's not what people say. We just say you're being rational. You're using facts and logic to come to a determination. That's just called being rational. No one calls it objective thinking. So you're
Okay, but it's
confusing.
still objective in
making-
a sense. But even so,
No,
I'm going
it's
to be
not.
completely honest.
Well, you can
I
just
forgot
say
we
that.
were arguing after this guy actually started talking.
Oh, yeah. I really wanted to say
Don't
that
do
because
shrooms.
that's the case. You could just say it's objective thinking, but no one refers to it as that, and it's a really weird way to phrase it. And I don't think most people would agree with that.
Okay.
Because
I'll
all
say
thought is
I'll say
subjective.
it's fair. I don't want to go down the path of saying that like let me change up the definition of words in order to win the debate. No. So I mean, but the point that I'm trying to get at is that, for example, I think the really big conversation here, in like that some people are holding some bias against here, is that if you're a person who believes in religion, like that person has to prove to you that God exists, right? And if you just can't do that, then why the fact should we even accept the fact that your moral system is even correct, right? Or why we should even accept that an objective moral system, since for us to able to prove an objective, wait, first of all, remember, to prove an objective moral system, you require a lot of evidence, right, in order to do that, which is just extremely difficult versus just accepting that a
I keep saying
subjective.
no.
Wait,
Why do you keep going on as if I'm agreeing with you? No, because objective morality is an illogical position. It's not logically coherent.
How is it
Morality, I'll tell
logically-
you, morality is ought claims. Ought claims are opinions. Opinions are subjective. What do you have a contention with there?
If the opinion that you so calm sense come from a subjective mindset comes from something that exists outside the
say
world
that.
of logic,
I didn't say that.
Then it isn't
I
implausible. It isn't
didn't-
illogical, right?
I
It's
didn't
not
say
illogical. Whether or not you can say that the argument that the Christian God is true is illogical, like that's a different case, right? But if
To be very
but
clear, I
if
didn't
God,
say any
if
of that.
in
You
a
ignored everything I
hypothetical,
just said.
wait,
Okay.
if in a hypothetical, right? If God is true, right?
Maybe
Then
you
it
brought up
is not.
God.
It's not illogical, right?
I didn't bring up
to
God.
say that objective morality exists. Is it not?
I didn't bring up God. I asked a very specific line of questions. Very simple.
That's
right?
where my objective
I mean, I
morality
suppose,
I didn't ask.
Hold on. So even if you assume the existence of God, right? What about other gods that just like exist in other parts of the world and at different times? Wouldn't it still be subjective?
No one cares. No one cares about what the
We
God is.
specifically said in the hypothetical, right? What if the Christian God is true? Then is it, or even in any God? Let's just say there's a single God from some mythology that exists, right, and sets up a moral system. Is it illogical to then say that objective morality exists?
Yes.
Just why? Just
How?
explain why.
Explain that to me.
Okay,
Because there
just
can be
said it.
different gods.
Morality? No, hold on. No. Not even important. Morality is ought claims. Ought claims are opinions. Opinions are subjective. What part of that do you have a problem with?
I'm sorry. Repeat that question one more time.
Morality is ought claims. Ought claims are opinions. Opinions are subjective. What part of that do you have a problem with?
Repeat it one more time. I'm guessing. I'm sorry. I'm reading something at the same time. I must be really bad. Sorry.
No,
Repeat that one more time for me.
It's very fair that you
So
ask me repeating
incredibly
it
clear.
because like you're making like conclusion after conclusion after
Morality-
conclusion, and it's very hard to follow
yes,
that.
You could just disagree with a single one. Morality is an ought claim. When you are making moral statements, you're making ought claims that you should or shouldn't do, right? It should be this way or it shouldn't be this way. Okay. Ought claims are opinions. I think it shouldn't be this way. I think you shouldn't do this. I think this. Right? Opinions are subjective because there's an I doing the opinion, right? They're doing the thought, the process of saying it should be this. So morality, that it's ought claims, right? It is ought claims. Ought claims are opinions. Opinions are subjective. Didn't bring up God, didn't bring up any religion, didn't even bring up a person. What line, what part of that do you have a problem with? Any part of it?
I think that in the sense of the hype, I think this is already out of my fucking my honestly out of my understanding. But I would say that even though in the hypothetical, right, if we were to take that the Christian God is true and that the Christian God is the single God,
God.
right,
Oh my
even
God.
though that these moral wait,
no one brought that up. Why do
Let
you
him
keep
reply
talking
though.
about that?
Wait.
Let him reply though. Like you. Yeah.
Wait, but you sorry. Wait, let me just explain something real quick. You just told me that within my hypothetical, it would still be considered
No. You asked me why it's illogical to say objective morality exists.
Within
and
the
I gave you the
hypothetical.
exact reason.
And then
Yes,
I
it's
brought up
still
a
within the
hypothetical, and you still told me it was illogical. So now I'm trying to argue that within the hypothetical. Can I
It has nothing
finish?
to do with God. Literally zero things to do with God.
Okay, but if I this might be too much of a big boy. I'm not really into philosophy like this, but this clearly is too much
No
big boy
Christian
brain for
is.
me.
Yeah,
So
this is why philosophy sucks. I'm sorry.
Can I reply to this maybe? If
I'm
possible?
sorry to tell you, but that has nothing to do with the fact of me not being in philosophy, because I know people who are in it. So please don't use an ad hominem saying like Christians aren't in philosophy. That's really stupid argument. That's really stupid
I
argument.
didn't say that. I said that no Christian
don't
wants to do
conflate
this
that.
kind of philosophy. That's what I said. I didn't say it's because you're a Christian. I said no Christian wants to do this kind
It
of
sounded a lot like an ad hominem. There was no need for that.
I'm just gonna
be completely honest.
You don't have
I
an
just,
argument.
I do
That's
have
not
an
an
argument. The
Really,
argument is that
just say you're
objective mind,
hypothetical.
objective, and a being, right, that exists outside of the world of a world of where physics and science apply to it. When it thinks of something, it's an objective thing. It's not
Okay,
a
that's not an
subjective
argument.
thing.
That's your claim.
Even though it comes from
Quick
the
side
even though-
tangent. How you doing, Apache?
How's it
Can
going,
I-
Chaos? What's good, bro?
Can I quickly
Is
like
this
ask a
conversation
question
going in
here?
loops? Is this conversation going in loops already?
Yep.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I'm
yeah,
trying to
it's
break
subjective, objective morality, etc., etc. Rod,
This is
rod,
true
rod.
philosophy.
Can I-
The age-old debate.
Can I try to break the loop a little bit? So what's like bad about being inconsistent? Is there like because like generally like what I hear like in all of these debates, like people have like their sides and they really advocate for them and they have like their own reasoning for it, and that's cool, that's fair. But like what's bad about being inconsistent?
Because we can't trust you. So the issue with inconsistency is definitely trust.
Okay,
So
before you go on a ramble, can you like clarify why it's bad?
It's not on a
specifically?
you asked me a question. I'm answering the question. You have to let me
I
answer.
asked a question to
He asked
to the
me.
room. Okay,
Okay,
yes,
fine.
you specifically. Okay, my error.
Well, because I
asked
made
like
the point that it's
to the room
inconsistent.
there for the record. He asked like he asked that question to the room.
Well, okay, I thought it was because I said that he was being inconsistent or illogical. I never said that it was bad to be illogical. He just said why is it illogical, and I answered why it's illogical. That's all
Inconsistent,
that
not
happened.
illogical.
I know, but I made the point that saying objective morality exists is illogical because someone asked me why is it illogical to say that, and I gave the reason of why it's illogical. That's all I did, and he won't even touch that point. That's it. That's all.
When it comes to consistency, it's a fair point. When it comes to consistency, the reason that people don't like inconsistency is because we can't trust you if you're inconsistent. This doesn't mean you can't change your opinions or alter your viewpoints, but it just means that like if you say like, you know, murdering babies is bad, and people are like cool, and then you say murdering babies when I feel like it is good because it's me, then we say you're being inconsistent. Nobody can trust you not to murder their baby. I mean that's why we don't like inconsistency.
But I feel like okay, so then like especially can you make like any like claim that is like no other ways out of there, there's like no like caveat there, it's like this is like this claim and it's like yeah, we just have to go with this when it comes like to morality. I'm not talking about like facts as in like, oh, I don't know, blue is blue, obviously. Yeah, but
why do we go back to the morality thing? If someone says there's objective morality, can we acknowledge that the line of questioning I just went through? Why is no one even touching it? I feel like it's very clear. Morality is ought claims are opinions, opinions are subjective. Anyone that believes in objective morality can respond to that, and no one is. Why do we keep avoiding that? It's very basic.
Because the issue is like that's like why I asked the question, because you're put like you're getting like put into like one. You're getting like put into one corner and like into one. Like you have to ascribe something to your own reality, and that this is like the only thing you are. it's not about like disagreeing. It's like I think like the world's like a little bit like more like complex, and it's like completely fine to be like inconsistent, to think about things at times, right?
I mean, yeah.
I don't
if you're
think there is
doing
like a
thought
morality.
games-
Like it's like
if you're
so
doing- if you're
complex
doing
that
thought
it's
games-
extremely hard to make a moral claim that would hold up all over the board. I
If you're
would like
doing
to
thought
hear a claim
claims,
like that.
you have to be able to shift your position, your ideological or social perspective in order to view the ideas of others. So yeah, I mean that obviously requires some degree of internal inconsistency in order to view things from the viewpoints of others. But that doesn't mean we value inconsistency in everyday life. We don't.
That has nothing to do with
But,
how morality
like,
can be objective.
That's not
like
like my
zero.
question though.
Yeah,
Just
it
like the
has-
question is like why shouldn't we do it? I think it should be valued. Unless you
Okay,
can
good
make
for
like
you.
moral claims that are like super consistent and they always apply. If you cannot make a moral claim like that,
Wait a minute, are both
I
of
think
you on the same side?
inconsistency is like valuable.
Are both of you on the same side? I think y'all are on the same side. Why are y'all fighting?
Because he keeps asking why. He kept asking so many times why, if God made morality objective, why, or if God commanded morality, why is it objective? And I explained with the same line of questioning 10,000 times, and he will not acknowledge it for some reason. Well, I know the reason.
Let's stop
Because
it.
it's
Let's
an
stop doing it.
immediate
Don't
thing.
engage with him on it if he's going to avoid it. I mean, it's that simple.
I would at least like him to acknowledge that he understands what that is, but he won't even do that either.
Will
you
he
do
doesn't
that?
have to.
To be fair, my question was like to both of you because I don't think you have
Okay,
to be
so you won't
consistent in
acknowledge
your
it.
views.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's an
Well, you don't
immediate
have-
defeat before objective morality. It's an immediate
So
defeat.
he's avoiding it. So why don't you think people need to be consistent? I mean, that means I can't trust you, and if I can't trust you, nobody's going to have anything for you.
Okay, can you make any moral claim that's like completely like consistent and you will
It's
like?
not about. I'm not talking about moral claims here. I'm just talking from a
But we are
perspective.
talking about moral claims.
No, we're
I
not.
mean, in that case, in the case of when you're asking about why is consistency good, you didn't say why is consistency in moral views good, or why is inconsistency bad in moral views. You said why is inconsistency bad, and I answered that. Now, if you're talking from a moral perspective, of course I can't make any moral. No,
Yeah,
take
we
that back.
were
Take that back.
talking
Take that
about
back.
moral.
Hold on. Take that back. So there are two moral viewpoints that are relatively objective, but it's not because they're moral, it's because they're necessary, like as in naturally necessary. Do you want to know what those two are?
Yes, I would love to hear
That
that.
every
Give me
society
any
shares-
moral viewpoint that is like super consistent and there's like no way out of there.
Two. This is once again, they're not really. I'm not a moralist,
No
so they're not.
way
They're
out
not
of
rooted
there.
in
Go
morality.
for it. I
wanna
They're
hear
rooted
it.
in.
So
I'm
we're just like
trying to-
rambling.
I'm
Just
not
say it.
rambling. I'm trying to get to the point. Stop interrupting. It's not that simple. All right, so you have to put this in the context of which it's viewed. First off, these aren't inherently moral claims. I'm not a moralist, but you could contextualize them as moral claims. And the two claims are very simple. They're the two rules you need to form any human society. And the rules are this simple. You can't lie too much, all right? And that one basically means if you tell Bob you're going to give him a fat pig for 50 bags of rice, you need to give Bob a fat pig for 50 bags of rice, because that's the trade that society is based upon. If you can't hold up your word to do even basic, like economic trade, then nobody can deal with you. That literally violates the social contract, right? That's like a number one social contract. We have to be able to trust society to function.
Automatically not objective.
So the next one,
Mr. Apache, can you read
the
side
next
chat?
one, hold on.
Can you read it out?
The next one is you can't go around, you can't murder people in the in-group without cause. And so this means, like, if you have a tribe of people living together, it's okay to go murder those brown people or white people
That
over
doesn't
there.
actually work,
You can't be
Apache.
murdering.
Yeah,
you
Base
can't be
Apache, can
murdering
you just
people.
read
You've
out what I
baked into the
I
you
chat?
baked into the definition that it is immoral. The concept of murder,
yeah,
means that
exactly.
it is an unjustified killing. So by
Also,
its
it
very
doesn't really make
basis,
it-
you've already baked
Exactly.
in.
Yeah,
It's
and
it's
it
begging
doesn't really
it's
make-
begging it's begging the
Yeah.
question.
that's
Is my
my
point.
That's my point. That's my
and it
point
doesn't-
here. Is
and
that
it doesn't even matter, 'cause you can just
name
make
me,
outfits
name me
larger or
any
smaller.
society, name me any society on planet Earth that does not share these two rules. Name me one.
Well, again, that's a you baked into the
Objective
definition.
morality. Oh, holy shit.
But it's not about. So once again say these are not necessarily rooted in morality. They're rooted in the necessity of operating a human civilization. But you can view them as moral claims. It basically breaks down to don't lie too much and don't murder people in the in group. It's that simple. These
You're
can
just
be
making
moral claims,
opinions.
and they can
All
also
moral
be
claims are opinions.
natural claims.
Yeah,
It's
all
not an
moral
opinion.
claims-
Name me
Is it
a
like
society. Name me a society where you can murder anybody at any time you want without consequence, and where everybody can lie and everything functions
When you
just
say
fine. You can't
without
name me one.
consequence,
Can you
The
read
Huns.
out again,
you
Mr.
would
Apache, can you read out what
The
I said like
Huns.
in side chat? Can you
When-
read it out? And do you
when
think
There,
it's
I
like
did
an
it.
issue?
The
when you
Huns.
say
The Huns? What
Yeah.
do you
say
the
without
Huns?
consequence.
They murdered as
No.
many as people that they wanted, and they did it all the time.
Yeah,
It
but
was
they didn't
perfectly
murder-
okay.
they
with
didn't
the
go around-
government.
they
they
didn't
go
murder
around-
their in-group.
Amanda,
They had
Also, just
had-
FYI,
they
right?
just
The concept of no, they did. They did kill people in
No,
their
they had
in-groups.
intertribal
They did it all the
conflict,
time.
yes. They had
Intertribal conflict
yes.
still intertribal conflict still involves in groups, moron.
Yeah, you're just
Jesus.
deciding the in-groups arbitrarily. It doesn't mean anything. You just say they didn't murder their in-groups, but the in-groups are the people they don't murder. It doesn't mean anything. You can say they murdered their in-groups. They murdered because they murdered other humans. So they did
Oh
murder
my
their in-groups.
God.
So
So
you
it-
can just
humans-
choose any circle. You're just
So
choosing an
as a-
arbitrary one. Just to be
From a
clear.
human perspective and from a
Oh, it's
from
not
a
really that
historian-
arbitrary. He's talking about society and how it formed. So
Yeah,
it-
but
morality
he did
comes
kill
from
other societies,
human
but
society.
humanity is
But no, that's
humanity is
the point.
also society, and they did kill in-groups in the
but-
human society. So it doesn't
No,
make any sense. You're
humanity
just
is not a
choosing
society.
arbitrary.
Well,
Oh
we
my
could
God,
be
we're
called-
getting into a
okay, so
history,
now it
philosophy
isn't.
debate.
Okay, now
Jesus
it isn't.
Christ.
Okay,
God
now it
damn it,
isn't.
Ocean 2 or Ocean,
you
what the
didn't
fuck
let
your
me
name
answer, you
is.
just
Why you
kept
gotta be contentious? Like, God fucking damn it.
So
Yeah.
real quick, if you take a basic sociology course 101, they will cover
here we
this
go.
in basic sociology. You cannot so in groups obviously can shift. For example, in America right now, you have we're all Americans, but now we have what kind of American are you? You know that famous line. It covers like America's dividing into two major in groups, okay, and then within those in groups are more in groups. And eventually you get down to like the family.
You said like
family-
in,
the
you
family-
said
hold
like
on,
in
hold on, the
group a
family-
lot. Can you define the word because I don't know what you mean because I use it so
Yeah,
much that I don't know what it means.
I think
that's
I
what
would think
Space
everybody
Bash
would
does.
understand.
He does way too much in detail. You really gotta work on oversimplifying stuff, Space Batchy. You really do. I'm sorry, not
definitely.
everyone wants a lecture. I'm sorry.
Yeah, honestly. And
Fair
honestly,
enough.
you're just
so
you're
in group
just-
is defined. In group is defined about an exclusive, typically small group of people with a shared interest or identity. So an average human can keep up with about 200 humans on any given day. So generally, the most basic human in groups throughout human history were the family or the tribal group, which is generally around 200 people. Obviously, this can expand, but you're going to have more exclusive in groups within the larger, broader in groups. And generally, throughout human society, the closer to the tight-knit in group you get murdering people, the more unacceptable it becomes. So, for example, if you have America,
how-
and America
how many
becomes
in-groups
civil
are there
war-
in
Apache,
America,
you're not
roughly?
listening. You're not listening to what I'm trying to tell you. The concept murder is baked in the definition that it
I
is
didn't say-
unjustified. So
Yeah,
you,
okay, so let's-
by your
let's
very
change the
metric,
term. Let's
right,
just say
is
kill.
it's using
Let's just say
the
kill.
concept of
Okay, we can change the
murder
term, kill.
is
Yeah,
not
the
a
same
valid.
issue- Yeah, but the same issue
We
is
can
it's
change
still
the
there.
term.
Okay, but you
You're
could
saying
kill.
people-
You could kill within your in group, and it's completely acceptable in certain
Yeah,
contexts.
you're just saying without reason, just to make it again
Without
amoral.
reason, dude. Did you miss that? You can't walk around in your in group,
No one ever
bash
does
people's
anything.
brains
No
in.
one-
The
no-
society will kill you.
Sure, you did. You could be. You could be. You could be Saddam Hussein's son.
No, wait.
no one
very
ever
important.
Now what?
Do you think
Yeah,
you
no one-
can
people
ever?
kill them.
Can I ask you this
No.
question? Do you think you can kill someone without reason?
That's never a thing. That never ever happens.
No, that's
Thank
like
you.
just Space Apache. Because like
What
his
do you mean
condition,
by-
he
what do you mean by
specified as
without
like in
reason?
reason.
You
Without
said you
reason.
can't
Can
kill people in the
you
in
kill
group
someone
without
without reason?
What do you mean by without reason? Do you mean like in the
mean
in
that
the
you
literal
can't
sense
kill
without
someone? You
reason?
said it.
No,
Okay, wait,
you
Can I
you
please,
can't.
please,
You said it.
Okay, please. You said, sorry. You said like it's important without reason, right? To clarify, like that's like the important part of the definition. So I asked you,
Okay, fair enough.
can
So
you kill
without
someone without reason?
without good if you want to get really deep, I'm trying to
But again, it's
do
the
what
same morality. You're baking
I'm
it
trying
in.
I'm trying to do what Miguel said and shorten this down. Miguel, this is why I often don't shorten things down because people wildly misunderstand statements. So if you want to get down to a technical detail, you could be like,
Answer
yo,
the question. Can you kill
I'm
someone
trying
without
to.
reason?
I'm trying to, Sid.
No,
Sid.
but you don't have to go into like another question within the question and try to do a detailed thing. Again, simplify. Simplify.
Yeah, you
Simple-
already
if you want-
like
if you want a
didn't
technical
like the
definition,
first
you
I said
can't
earlier. So.
just shut the fuck up, Sid, for a second, and let me answer your question. If you want a technical definition, you cannot kill or end the lives of people within the in group, within tight-knit in groups, without just cause. Let's put it that way,
still a
and would
moral
not
claim.
expect consequence.
That's still a moral claim. You're still baking it into
I'm
the
not
premise.
saying. That's my point. Is that it's a moral claim, you dumbass.
So then what you're
All
saying
right,
doesn't
can
even
you
make a
stop
difference
calling
to-
people dumbasses? You're
Just tired of
Apache.
people
You're a
not tracking the
moderator.
conversation. I don't give a dude. This is a private room. I have to follow that.
What?
As long as I don't break the rules. of the
Yeah,
server.
you're in my private room. Don't call people morons. Don't call people
Okay,
dumbasses.
fine. I'm chill the fuck out, bro. So the issue here is that Yeah, I mean, like, if you want a detailed explanation, if you want this to be nailed down, you have to deal with it. So that's the detailed explanation. Yes, it's a moral claim. That was my point, is that there were two moral axioms that exist in every human society. They are pretty objective, but not because they're moral, but because they're absolutely necessary to run a basic human society.
You're just saying
I still understand. I still understand. Like,
because it's bad. It's unjustified. That's literally all you're saying. Well, no shit. Clearly, don't we all agree
Not
with that?
saying
Who doesn't
that.
agree with
You
that?
just missed the point. Thank God. You just missed the whole fucking point.
I didn't. It's bad for society to kill people without justified cause because killing people without
didn't say it's
justified
bad.
cause. Is it not bad, Space Apache?
I mean, like, I'm not a moralist, but if you can generally mutate this into some type of moral claim.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's Patrick. You understand? Like when you came in here, we talked about like morals and like the nuance. Like I tried to like connect the people together, and then you came in here and say, "Oh no, like it's not that simple." Which was literally like my claim, and you talked over me while like doing that. I said like, "Yeah, it's not that simple," and you said, "No, you are wrong."
I wasn't even countering you. I agreed with you on that point. Keep up.
What point did you agree with him on? What point?
When he was like, it's not as simple as like objective morality is objective. Yeah, I agree with you. It's not. I'm not a moral objectivist.
And why did you talk like over me and made your own point when you didn't agree with me?
Because you asked a very specific question. You asked what is wrong with inconsistency, and I just explained it. I didn't disagree with you. I just explained why people don't like inconsistency.
No.
Bruh, he became a professor.
Space Apache, let's go back to the very point when you joined. My question was like, what's wrong about like being like morally inconsistent? And you said we can't trust you. That was
exactly.
It was the point. Okay, so then let's go back to that. What's wrong with that?
Moral inconsistency, if you're going to specifically refer this to morals, moral inconsistency means I can't trust you. It's that simple. If you say it's bad to do one thing, and then the next day you turn around and say, well, it's okay if I do it, and then the next day you're like, it's not okay if I do it, but it's okay if he does it, then nobody has any basis upon which to run anything, meaning nobody can trust you. We can't operate with somebody doing that.
Okay, so then can you give me like a more like viewpoint that I can apply to everything without like any objections? You can give me like one position. You can hold on to this.
Exactly.
And I can give you like no hypothetical where it would be morally wrong.
So this is what I gave you. It's like if you're going to base morality, and morality is based upon what society views as right and wrong, which is generally how we define morality. There are two moral constructs, two moral axioms that always exist in every single human society, but not necessarily because they're moral, but because they're absolutely necessary to operate a society. Thank you for retracing the entire conversation.
Okay, so you meant the point in the in group you should not kill, right? What about if there's somebody in group starting to kill people around them? Should we kill them?
Well, obviously that would fit into the without just cause scenario. That would be
literally
just
my
cause.
point.
Yeah.
Okay.
To the premises. Do you not understand what begging the question is? Do you know what that is? You know you're begging the question, right? Okay.
I'm not begging the question here. This is not begging.
You literally are.
You literally are. No one did.
I made a simple claim. Nobody disagreed. You disagreed. We clarified. Now we arrived at the same conclusion. So you back the question, and we arrived at the same conclusion.
Exactly. You guys don't
just go in circles. I think
over nothing.
I don't think you're
not
exactly
in a circle.
semantic.
No. You're not in a circle.
So now I have a no. I'm gonna ask a question. I'm gonna ask a question. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna ask a question now. You two have been asking me a lot of questions. I want to ask you two a question. You two will have the chance to speak. You two will have the chance to speak. Okay. Tell you what, Sid. Give me a society where the two axioms that I pointed out do not exist, and that society lasted and built any form of civilization. Please point me out, just one.
Wait, do you mean like a society where like those would be wrong?
A society that did not follow those two moral axioms that I gave you at the beginning.
The Huns.
Find me one.
Yeah.
The Huns don't apply.
The Incas, the Mayas, like human sacrifice.
I don't. Once again, the Inca, the Maya did not go around. So hold on, the Inca, the Maya, because by the way, I have a degree in pre-Columbian American history, so I can definitely deal with that.
Oh my fucking god, dude! I gotta get a list. I really do. I gotta get that list.
So,
no, wait, you do not.
You disagree that we're like societies like
Apache, you have a major. You have a major in history. You do not have a major in colonial American studies.
Yeah,
what?
You did not go to fucking grad school. You fucking liar.
You did not get a master's. You do
No, my
not
focus
know.
is on pre-Columbian American history, dude.
But that's not
Okay,
the same as saying you're a
no.
major. You didn't go to grad school. You're telling a
Yes.
fellow
Majored
major.
as in like for my bachelor's, dude. Majored as in the
No,
field that I
no,
chose to
that's
Get
study.
your
not how that
bachelor's.
works.
No, because I'm a history major
fucking
right
God.
fucking
Yes,
now.
that's not how that works.
Yeah, I'm a history major, right?
Dude,
No.
who
Dude,
cares?
like-
Let's engage with like the points.
You're a
Okay.
history major who just comes up with different fucking focuses.
how
and
did
says
you
you're
become a mod?
No, I
specializing
don't.
in
What are my focuses? I've always stated very consistently my focus
That's
is
your
pre-Columbian American history.
Okay, can
What's
we
the-
stop
what's the fuck?
That's not your major though. That's your
Please.
focus. Know the difference. It
need to
doesn't
make a
make you
list.
a
I do. I need to make a list.
Calm the fuck down.
I
It's
need to make a
wild,
list.
dude. I need to make a list of
It's
all the
a
shit he's an
colloquial
expert in.
term.
It's fucking wild.
This is why people go out and say
colloquial
college.
term, Dylan.
No,
calm the
you're not
fuck
going to
down.
explain to me how that. No.
Dude,
First of
it's
all,
just
I'm
dude,
completely calm.
Dylan, I know it's
You
hard,
are
but you might want
not
to calm down just a little bit.
I'm
Now,
not.
you would
I'm not.
say
I'm
you-
completely calm.
Oh
I just
God.
need you to
You're
understand
not-
that
you're
you
not
there's a
calm. All right.
clearly
I'm getting
clearly
my
don't
list.
understand the difference between a major
Dude,
and
it was just a
Can
colloquial
we,
turn of
can
phrase,
we
bro.
stop
It wasn't
flexing,
that important.
please?
Oh my
And get
God.
back to the topic.
Actually,
Sorry,
you
Who
need
the
to
fuck
just
cares,
shut up
please?
to your appeal
Jesus
to
fucking
authority
Christ.
and move the fuck on.
It's not an appeal to
All right,
authority
so-
as well, but like, can we keep on
It's
going?
not an
So,
appeal to
okay.
authority because I got interrupted
We're
because
doing-
I
Yes,
can finish it. What
we're
I'm
doing
saying is,
the
if you want to
list.
debate this Inca Maya thing with me, we can, and I'm going to be very well prepared for this because this is what I studied. All right, so the
This
issue
is
is the Inca and the
authority.
Maya did not
What
go
was it?
around
What was it?
randomly murdering people in the
Pre-Columbian.
American history. Jesus fucking Christ.
Pre-Columbian American history.
Also, just to be clear,
Psychology.
it's not
Weapons,
minor-
stock
minor was
markets.
psychology.
Can we stop
Wait
doing
a
this?
minute,
hold on.
Can he just like
Jesus
lie?
fucking Christ.
You said, I thought you said
yeah.
pre-Columbian Mesoamerican history. Is it American history or is it Mesoamerican?
It's a little bit of both, actually. But primarily American, but we also
What do you
cover
mean? What do you mean? What do you
Mesoamerican.
mean?
No,
When I say-
that's
when I
not your
say-
focus. You absolutely do. Mesoamerica is definitely not the same as fucking.
That's
Oh
a-
my God, Apache.
We cover both of it, yeah, dude. We cover
No,
it.
you
We
do
cover
not.
both of it. Yes, we
Yes.
fucking do.
Forget about my experience as a
Expert at
fucking
everything,
historian, bro. That's not how
Yes.
that works.
I'm a
Are you an
historian,
expert?
too.
Are you an
Oh,
expert?
we've had
Do you know a
this-
lot about
Show
economics
me,
as
show
well?
me your one paper that you've written on both a
Yeah,
Are
Mesoamerican
you
and
an
American.
economics
actually,
major as
it's not-
well?
It's not a fucking issue.
Not
I
it.
can go get
Give
you the
it.
papers that I've written on this.
Now,
I can also
let's
show you
go.
my. I
Show
can
me your
also show you the
thesis.
photographs
Show
where
me
I
your
worked at
thesis.
Poverty Point,
Show me your
Louisiana, working on
thesis right now.
archaeological
It's
sites.
gonna be
Show me
it's
your
gonna be
thesis.
a
Stop
Substack.
trying to
and-
explain yourself. Show me your thesis right now.
Yeah.
Put it in the chat. Bullshit.
Okay.
Yeah, I have to go pull
Again.
it. But the
Yeah,
issue
pull
is,
it.
if
Can
you
we-
realize this was
Go to
not
your
years
Google
ago,
files.
Miguel.
Go to your
continue the
Google
conversation?
Go to your
We'll wait for
Microsoft
Jesus
Word and show
fucking
me your
Christ.
fucking thesis.
Miguel, hey Miguel, why don't you go hit a gym occasionally once you work out your fucking brain a little bit?
Can we please
No.
continue the conversation?
Yeah,
That's
can we
stupid.
please not flex our fucking degrees? I don't care. Can we just like talk
Anyway,
about like,
make-
the topics?
Yeah, thank
Make
you,
the
Sid.
point on-
I was going to respond to that, Sid, before everybody
Yes, I know,
spazzed
I know.
out as usual.
Yeah.
Is that Aztec and Inca did not go around murdering, just randomly murdering people, or if you want, according to Amender, killing people in the in-group without just cause. Okay, yes, they did human sacrifice. Most of those human sacrifices, and especially
Were
as far as the
external
Aztec are
tribes.
concerned, were enemies. All right, the vast majority were enemies. Occasionally, in certain sects, they did a human sacrifice once a year for for the springtime, yada yada, for farming. But on average, people that they sacrificed were
And
people in the
unjustified.
out group, enemies by a long shot. And then people within the in group that were occasionally sacrificed were done so through a preordained, pre-understood
justified.
social construct. So once
Please,
again,
yes,
that was
let him finish his point.
So it's justified. So it's justified.
Jesus
It's
fucking
gonna-
Christ. I'm not saying it's justified. I'm just saying they followed sets of rules. They didn't go around randomly killing people in the in group.
Except when they did.
Now I want
Wait,
to-
no, but except
Dude,
when
please.
they did. Except when they did, and then you say it's justified because it was for some societal.
I'm not saying it
good.
was justified. I never
No,
said that.
But you're making a false comparison because you're comparing the wholesale slaughter within the in-group compared to a sacrificial ritual, which isn't something that happens a lot.
Can it just
It
have
can
like
happen
a
a lot
quick
over
1v1
many
with
years.
him, like 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
You said you couldn't.
Actually,
You
agree
couldn't
with
kill.
Revan for the first time.
You said you couldn't kill them at all. That's not a thing that happens, except when it
I didn't
does.
say
and
that.
then-
I
never
literally
said
didn't
at
say
all.
that.
Oh, so you can go around killing the
I
Indians.
never, dude. Could Sid please respond?
Yeah, I
You
was
won't
about to
even
say,
acknowledge me anymore. It's so funny.
Can we at least like if like ask me a question like instead of like if he might makes the response. I mean, if people want to talk about it, then go to different channel. Like, I don't know, I want to respond, like, if I ask a question, right? Yeah. So, okay, so you preface by like these two rules, and they apply to all societies, right? And then I gave you like the example of like Mayas and Incas and like a lot of like other societies as well that did like human sacrifices. So this is like an point where they make like sacrifices. in the in-group, and you said like, yeah, they did that, right? So already your point, like one of those rules is already like, not applying.
Can you
right?
reiterate my rule to me? Can you reiterate my rule to me, please, to make sure you understand it?
Word by word? Not word by word, but I think one of them was don't kill in your in-group, and the other one was something about lying.
Well, that's the short. That's the shortened version. Miguel was hammering. You need to be shorter. You need to be shorter. That was the shortened version, which is not in full detail. So let's deal with that. My actual statement.
And
My
that's a
actual
personal
rule.
problem for the other guy talking for not understanding.
Jesus.
Not your fault.
Fair enough. I'll agree with that.
Let
Fair
him
enough.
repeat, and then I can respond.
So, allow me to point out. So within the in group, obviously humans occasionally kill within the in group. So we generally will refer to this as some form of murder. Okay. However, throughout all of human societies, in order to kill within the in-group, you have to follow predetermined sets of rules. You can't just go around willy-nilly bashing the
So
head
a
of your
justified
neighbor.
killing
So
them.
you're moving the
No.
goalpost right
You're
here, because
moving
like
it.
initial
Christ,
claim
can I-
was like
what the
in-group
fuck,
in-group
dude?
killing is like
you're just
one of like those
incorrect
two
here.
rules, right?
You're just
Dude,
incorrect
like,
here.
can I finish? Can I finish this to Sid, please, so Sid
You
understands what I'm
people
talking
hit
about?
other people with cars and kill them that are in the in-group.
Yeah, and then we punish those people because we consider that morally wrong, unless it's an accident.
So you can have a surviving group of people that kill other people
Jesus.
in the in-group, right?
I didn't say you didn't survive. Survival wasn't part of it either. Will y'all quit adding shit?
Well,
You said
Miguel,
a
this is what I'm talking about, man. Like,
Miguel
this
is
is why I have
a
to give lectures.
society-
Hold on.
You said a
Miguel.
society that has. You said a
You
society
get it.
that
You get it
works.
now. Jesus.
You said a
Wait,
society
actually,
that works.
Mr.
that
Patchy,
has
you want to
people
go to a
in the
different room and we
in-group
tackle
killing
it
Yes,
out one on
please,
one
actually, I would
because
love to go to a different
because
room.
like
I
people
would love
don't
to
want to
go to a
listen.
different
So yeah, let's do that. Amazing. Okay.
Thank God.
God damn. Okay.
By the way, just so people understand, and just in general,
Guys, I want
because
to
Apache
list.
always makes this. He always makes this
Yeah,
point
so
every
much.
time he arguments. He
annoying.
comes out of nowhere and says, "My specialization is on this and on this and on this,"
Dude, it
and it's just
drives me
everywhere,
insane.
bro.
That's why. That's
Drives
why.
me insane.
Yeah. Become a mod. Honestly, how did he become a mod? Like he actually is.
I'm a
He's-
mod
he-
too,
like-
bro. I mean,
But,
I'm not gonna
but
say
he's
anything.
not even like most conversations. He's like super inflammatory, and I don't think I've ever seen a moment where he's ever given ground on something. It's actually insane. I think he has like a psychological issue.
Points. Yeah, it's good. I think he's also just super insecure. He always says right after everything, like everything he says. Like he's always like it's so strange. He's like right, like that happens, right, and it's so weird. Anyway,
Yeah.
that's besides the point.
And you know what's even better? That man is policing and enforcing laws on your streets.
True.
Yeah.
He wasn't even tracking his own views and his own statements very well. I was like, you did say that. You did say that they needed to survive. That was the specific question. Give me a society that did this and survived. Lots of them did.
And then
Just
he,
like the
and then he,
Huns,
like,
the
defends it.
Huns, and he's like, the Huns didn't kill within their own tribe. I'm like, yeah, they did.
Yes, they did.
All the time.
Can we talk about the fact?
Like all the time.
And he said that, and then he said he was an expert in Mesoamerica. Then it was America, but then he said it covered the two. Then he also says he's a psych minor. He has a psych minor, so I'm just confused where the psych minor comes in.
I want to know where the fuck his
don't
money
worry.
comes from for school.
He has a tripartite policing
That's right.
psych history,
gotta-
Mesoamerican, pre-Columbian degree.
Yeah, I have to keep I have to keep this list, right? So far, I've got pre-Columbian American and Mesoamerican history. He's got a minor in psychology. He's a weapons expert. He's an expert in stock markets and military.
Have you been keeping track?
No, I'm so tired. I'm so tired. I'm just gonna start it, right? Because after like 2 or 3 weeks, I'm gonna have 20 freaking things on this list, and I'm just gonna list it down every time because it's gonna be like a fucking discussion or whatever. And like, I swear, I'm just gonna list the 20 things he's an expert in.
Does policing require a degree in the United States? Because it does where I live.
No.
No.
Oh, okay. Well then,
not
damn it.
basic policing. Usually, you get a degree in criminal justice to give you like a footing.
It drives me crazy
in order
dude.
to get like promotions and stuff. But even so,
Yeah, because most people here get criminology, like
yeah.
what is it called?
You need a high
Undergrad.
school, a high school degree, but you can get in without a college degree. I think.
Yeah, you don't need a college degree to get inside of the police academy. Like you can become a police officer, but you're gonna probably be stuck in patrol for a very long time until people with criminology degrees they can get out of patrol easier. They can rank up easier or get specialized into subdivisions.
Do
and
like
stuff
outreach
like that.
programs or whatever. Right?
Which supposedly that's what Apache did, because Apache's like a fucking SWAT member. So wait, write that down as well.
Wait,
Amanda.
no,
he's a SWAT.
He's not. He's a patrolman. I know because he's turned on his camera before. I've seen him pull people over.
No. He has said he's received training from the SWAT team from where he works. Okay. So this is SWAT,
that
SWAT
might be
training,
true.
essentially.
That might be true though.
Is it fair to say a SWAT team operator?
No.
Yes, that is what he said. He has said that many times.
All right,
Oh,
cool.
well, then never mind.
Cool.
really?
All right,
Okay,
cool.
well then that's cool.
I'll go ahead and put that on the list. Let me know anything else, right? Because I want to get it all down, right? Because he's just a fucking expert at fucking everything, right?
Amanda, you're a mod, right?
No.
Wait, are you? Why aren't you a mod actually at this point?
I don't. Listen. Honestly, it's probably best that I'm not a moderator because I can absolve all responsibility.
I see. Well, I mean, I just thought of you as a moderator just because you're so ubiquitous around here. I guess I don't know.
I tend to make custom VCs so I can just kick people out.
And you tend to make enemies. So.
Yes, I make a lot of enemies. A lot of people really, really hate me.
Maybe don't be a bitch.
Well, I just no. I don't have any. I have a very short fuse when it comes to like people that just come in and want to be like super disruptive.
It is funny,
we can
though,
disagree,
like,
right?
how
That's
short of a
fine.
fuse-
I just hate it when people just like I don't know, just their discussion is like
it's
super
funny how
bad
short of a
faith.
fuse you have, considering that all your views are like super lukewarm, like super just like middle, like center, like liberal.
They're very
views,
yeah,
and then
they're
you're
very like middle of the road. Yeah,
like they are an improvement of neoliberal policies, and I love you for that. But I just don't believe that social democracy is the end goal.
Fair enough.
Okay,
That's you.
Dylan.
That
Okay,
ain't
the
me.
other dude wouldn't even acknowledge the line of questioning for the morality thing. Will you acknowledge it or no? Or are we gonna move on from it?
I'm gonna be
That's-
completely. Can you do me a favor? Can you send me the line of questioning? I'm gonna be honest. I need to dig deeper in order to have the conversation. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm also a history major, and my focus is medieval history, which I've said before.
Lame.
Mander, you can write that down because I won't change that.
What? No. Yeah, I'm not. Well, I don't
No,
need to
I'm
worry
joking,
about
I'm
you, Dylan, because you're not a fucking expert in everything.
No shit. So let me get back to you in order that line of questioning. I'm not gonna. For now.
Oh wait, hold on. I got one. I got another one.
Generally, Dylan
Has a really huge cock. All right, cool. Has three wives.
Do you go to school for that? I don't think so.
He has a really huge cock and also has three wives.
That they are opinions. Usually, you deny that moral facts are opinions. That's the one that you should deny, Dylan.
Exactly.
If you're a
That's the
realist.
one that you argue against.
The best is how he admitted to it.
Let me see the line of questioning, and then let me go back onto it because I want to have if I want to have this argument, I want to really be like centered.
I can type it to you, but it's a really basic English.
Question. What do you guys?
so
what do you
shit.
guys?
Do you mind just sending it to me though, so I could write it down in my.
What do you guys think of my map? Do you like my map?
It's amazing.
Do you like this
the
map?
The mountains, that part looks amazing.
this,
I actually
yeah.
think it came
It
out
was
really
looking
great.
Amender,
The
this
shading
map
came out
looks-
amazing.
It's a beautiful
looking
map.
Very, very cool, Amender. Let me
Thank
tell
you.
you.
Let me
Yeah.
see the castle that
Let me
you
be the
created in
first to
North.
tell you.
Where?
Well, what the
Nice.
fuck is your avatar right now? What is this VTuber 2-dimensional?
Dylan, I sent it in the.
Dude, what's the problem, bro?
I sent it in the.
No,
comments.
nothing wrong with it. I'm just asking. what it
Perfect.
is.
I'll save it. I'll save it, and whenever I get it, we'll.
Changed
I'll
his-
notify bro on those.
Picture in the camera because people kept calling his other one Sheldon.
Yeah.
That it looked like
Do you
Sheldon.
want to see my? Yeah, you want to see my other one? Yeah, it's me. They.
Oh god, that's awful. That's horrid.
Take that off.
Okay.
Darth Vader. Darth Vader, how are you?
I apologize.
Hello, my fellow.
I apologize
Hello,
ahead
my
of time.
fellow gay man.
Remember that lady from earlier that said that she knows how to do the VTuber stuff? Yeah, good. Contact her, please.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't. Your chin looks better than that. Okay, Amanda. That's
Does
all
it?
I'm gonna say. Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
there a reason why
because
you don't actually
because
have
your
your
chin
real
is a human
camera on?
chin.
I don't
not a
have my
fucking-
real camera on because like when I'm drawing, I'm basically just like bent over the whole time. just fucking like
Okay.
drawing on this
That
fucking
guy
tablet,
actually looks like
and there's
thumb.
no good angle. I can't give you like a good angle of me just
like
like
this.
hunched over fucking drawing.
That's what the chin looks like. You see that? My thumb.
So I wrote it down by the way to Orca. So
Yeah.
I will
like a
come back.
finger.
I will come back to that in our objective morality conversation.
I don't know who Sid also had to be a troll because he like just wouldn't respond to anything. He just kept
No.
asking.
Sid is not. So Sid is not a troll. The problem is that Sid is what we
Pedantic.
call like yeah. That's a good great
He's
way
a
of
pedant.
describing it. He just ruins the conversation. Apache also ruins the conversation. Whoever
Dude,
said
how
hi
is he a
Apache
mod,
is
bro?
whenever because it's okay. Never mind.
Bro, he's so annoying. It's insane.
I'm
Yo,
a mod and I don't want to. Let me shut up.
No, it's crazy. Like that's just not okay. Like there are some good mods here. Like Athena's a pretty good mod. There's like
Athena's the
Enemy-
owner.
Athena's the owner.
That ain't a
Oh
mod,
wait,
homie.
wait, hold on.
Athena's
Oh,
the owner.
sheesh. Okay,
ain't a
okay.
mod,
He's a
homie.
Pretty good owner.
Bro,
I've only seen it.
The
I've only
owner's
seen
a
it
great
only-
mod.
Okay, but I really because she was heading one of the debates for me and someone else, and she was super chill. And like Emily is a pretty good mod. MXX is a pretty good mod. Who else?
If you don't say my name right, fucking now, we're gonna have a problem. No, I'm joking. Over
Oh shit! Fight.
there. No, but in terms of mod ship, people get chosen based off of how much the experience they've had in the server, and then whether or not they've been seen to like actually contribute to conversations and stuff. And I would say Apache does contribute stuff to conversations. It's just not a good contribution.
No, we were talking about like cryptids and all of that, and the amount he was yapping was insane, bro. It was so crazy.
Yeah, Apache sometimes just starts going. This is what happens though when we start talking about things that Apache like, I think somewhat has studied in college. It's like 25 years ago, I guess, because I guess that he's like, old, like I don't know how old Apache is, but like, whenever he gets on that one, he always says the same things like, "I'm not appealing to
Hey,
anything."
I didn't know I was
Then
muted.
2 seconds later, he says, "Oh yeah, this is exactly what I studied in college."
No, like
and you're
Dylan,
wrong.
Dylan, were you
These
there?
Societies do not do these.
Dylan, were
I
you
mean, if
there
you didn't
earlier
study
today?
cryptids in college, what are you doing? Come on now.
No, Space Apache started talking, okay, and he was saying stuff that made sense, right? But he literally had a new record today and found in the most obscure way to shoehorn stuff about aliens. Like he literally went like UAP, for example. Like he literally fucking forced it in so hard and started talking about it. Like it was in your VC, Amender, remember?
Or were you like Space Apache actually comes in with like predetermined like what he wants to talk about, and then he finds a way to co-opt the entire chat.
I'll bend over. I'll bend over backwards. I'll bend over backwards for Space Apache and say he makes the server a better place. Like, just like Jixie does, just like American did. Except Space Apache's a little better than them. That was
Pre-Columbian history.
That became a roast.
I wouldn't compare Space Apache to Jixie or American at all.
Hold on.
Space Apache is like leagues better than both of those people. Holy
Yes, I know,
crap!
but
I don't
okay,
even
but-
like
but-
Apache. It's like holy crap.
But Space Apache is a wild card, just like
You're about to say First Amender.
First Amender's a wild card too, and I would call myself a little bit of a wild card. I don't know.
Yeah,
Hey,
shut
no,
up, Poon.
hey, no
I
fucking
will be
Yeah, 'cause I'm a
polite,
fucking
right?
idiot.
I will
Hey,
be
no,
I will be
right.
polite, but then there's like a point where that goes way out the window.
Yeah, Mesoamerican history is a gray area. Just similar to the Greys, actually, the aliens who came down.
American history is great, man. It is.
Hey guys, can we all say it together for Amender? Okay, on 3. 1, 2, 3. Space Apache, Space Apache, Space Apache. Everyone else say it with me.
Yo,
Say
oh
it
my
with
god,
me.
I actually thought that was Space Apache. Holy fuck,
Okay,
that was
Revan.
Anthony.
Revan,
Holy
say it with me.
shit.
That would
Say
have
it
been
with me,
hilarious.
Revan.
All right.
That was
Space
fucking
Apache,
insane
Space
timing,
Apache.
Anthony.
Space Apache.
Oh my god.
Everyone has to say
It
it.
didn't work. It doesn't work if you
No,
don't believe.
no,
damn it.
no, that
Maybe
shit fucked
maybe
me
if
up right
Miguel,
now.
maybe if Miguel and Anthony say it.
Don't do it.
Wait,
Yeah.
Chaos.
Why?
Chaos.
Don't
Chaos,
do it.
Chaos.
Yo.
You could Chaos. You could ask
Don't
Anthony
do it.
the logic question, the law of identity thing. You can ask him now. He's here.
Oh, facts. Anthony,
Yeah.
you there? You...
Anthony.
Sorry, I had to turn my headphones on. What's up?
So go ahead. Yeah. Ask him the law of identity question.
Okay, yeah. So I have like I consider it the religion ending question, which is like the best. Well, there's two really good arguments against God, but one of the ones that I like to make it nice and simple is God can't be all powerful and also all loving, because to define, or all good, you could say, for God to be all good, he has to have no potential to do evil, and to have no potential to do evil, you would have to be ungodly. And you would have to say God needs to adhere to his identity, which is to be godly. So he's either limited by the law of identity, or he's all powerful and has the potential to be ungodly and thus do evil.
So, under this critique, what are you supposing that that goodness is? What
goodness is the property of God, or is God. Evil is the lack of God, or the lack of property of God. And then the law of identity just states that one must be what they are. A is A. One must maintain that identity. And then being all powerful, I would just say, is that you aren't limited by any constraints,
he would be a
logical
good
or
presidential
otherwise.
candidate. He would.
Who?
So
Well, guys,
I was just reading an article. I'm so sorry.
Amender, I just got the results. I have full-blown AIDS.
Oh.
What?
Doesn't matter. It was Andy
take care of
Beshear
that.
from Kentucky.
I'm just gonna wait it out. I'm gonna try to walk it off.
Would you gonna brute force your AIDS?
So
Yeah, drink lots of water.
Essential oils, you know, bro.
Come on, get
I
back
got
to
some
the
crystals.
conversation.
Yeah, come on.
So-
Can we go by? Yeah, for sure.
All right, so when you're talking about God as being goodness, are you talking about God as being like this absolute divinely simple idea of God's essence, of God's essence being the same as God's attributes?
Both, right?
No,
His
alright,
essence
so
is one of his attributes.
no. So would you say that his essence is the same as his attributes, or his
Not
energies?
all of his attributes. It would be one of his attributes. Yeah.
Well, I'm asking this like
It would
is
be
we're-
an
we're-
attribute. Yeah.
an attribute which is part of his essence.
Part of his identity.
Okay, identity can be synonymous with essence here.
No,
what
because
I'm-
you would say goodness. He has an essence of goodness, and that is an attribute, which is part of his
Well,
identity
Well,
of
when
God.
when I speak of essence, I mean of ousia, or like the being of God.
Yes, it would be
So-
part of his identity.
so
to
so
be God, you'd
goodness-
have to have a certain essence.
Okay, so you would say goodness, according to what you're supposing here, that goodness is part of the essence of God,
The
or is an
identity, yeah,
attribute of
yeah.
his essence or identity. Okay.
Yeah.
It
is necessary to have that to be God. Yeah.
So I'm proposing a different system than that. So goodness is not part of the essence of God, because we do not put essence before energies. So I guess this can be a bit of a big topic, but basically what you're proposing is that we start from order of theology from the essence of God, and then work towards his energies or his attributes, right?
You have to identify what God is first, and that requires having essences or attributes. To identify something, it requires attributes. Things that don't have
Okay.
attributes don't exist. Not having attributes is literally the definition of not existing. Like, there's no way around
So-
that one.
So it's like you're saying that like God's existence is given through, or is shown through, or is like his attributes or energies are essential and are integrated with his essence,
His
right?
identity. No, to his existence, his identity, yeah.
Existence, essence, identity. Okay. I'm proposing a said that God is not in essence primarily. God is a
Yeah, exactly.
person.
It's-
Is a person primarily.
It's part of his
So-
identity. Goodness is one of his attributes.
No. So goodness is an energy. Is an energy. It is not central to his essence. We know the essence by the energies, but the energies are not the same as the essence.
Okay,
Right.
so God can still be God without being good?
No. So goodness is an energy of God. It's not
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. It's something which emanates from him.
Yeah, it's
and
an attribute
it's
of
how
God.
we no. It's not an attribute. It's how we can identify his essence.
That's what we call
But it
attributes.
is. I know what you're saying. I'm saying that I'm working under a different system here.
Anthony, are you talking about UAPs?
Oh my fucking god, bro.
No, someone had to have said something.
That
Someone
is
had to have
wild.
said something.
Hi,
There's
YouTube.
no way that just happened.
There was a,
Someone
there was a
had to have
delay
said
in there
something.
since we said that Space Apache 3 times, wasn't there?
Hey, y'all take care. Be safe.
Fuck off, bitch.
I scared him.
Don't tell
God
me I said that.
damn, bro.
So we don't identify God in his energies. We identify God through his persons. But it's like,
Wait, I'm sorry. Why? Wait, sorry. Just very quickly. When I refer to God, I'm referring to a set of attributes, right?
and when I refer to God, I refer to a person.
Yes, that's still an attribute.
No. A personhood comes before an attribute, or before energies. Personhood comes before
Okay,
energies.
but they're all still attributes. They're attributed to God.
And like, alright, when you speak of attributes, are you speaking of energies?
Yeah, that would be one
like,
attribute. That would be a kind of attribute.
Tell me what you mean by attributes.
Attributes are details or parts of something that describe the thing that you're referring to, right? So you have attributes as a person. A cat has attributes. This computer has attributes. I'm not saying the keyboard is the computer. I'm saying it's an attribute of the computer, right? That's part of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
and all of these, all of these things are attributes. Yeah. Yeah.
So if I were to put this into the terms that I'm using, pretty much, the keyboard is part of the essence of a computer. But what I'm proposing is something different. This is like what you're speaking of is the idea of absolute divine simplicity. It's the idea that we can know God by his parts. I'm proposing something different.
No, you'd have to identify God by his parts.
So,
you are reworking God, basically.
I am?
No, D'Anthony.
Oh, okay.
The way he's describing it.
No, well, I'm describing Cappadocian theology. The idea that God is the sum of that God is the sum of all his attributes is a medieval idea.
Wait, how is that not what being is? Like, how's that not the definition of being? The sum of attributes is the definition of being. How is that not the case?
No, being is alright. So essence is identified by energies. I'm speaking specifically under Cappadocian theology.
Okay.
Under more like Catholic absolute divine simplicity, their understanding is that the essence of something is made up by the sum of its parts. It's similar to a sort of Aristotelian organicism, if that makes any sense.
No, I understand what you're saying, but I'm just asking, to describe something, to acknowledge its existence, you have to be referring to attributes. How do you get around this?
Well, I'm saying that like we don't know the essence by the attributes. We know the essence by the energies, or what comes out of the communion of personhood. So
okay,
I'm saying that
an attribute though.
No. So I'm trying to say like I'm not arguing from this sort of Aristotelian standpoint. I'm arguing from a different understanding. I'm saying that we don't start first with essence. We start first with person, and the communion of persons within God brings forth the energies of God, and it's by the energies of God that we know the essence of God. So essence doesn't come first; it comes last. So it's like when we speak of goodness under Cappadocian theology, we're speaking of something which emanates from the communion of persons of God.
An energy, yes.
So like an energy would be like creation would be an energy, goodness would be an energy, wisdom or knowledge, those are energies.
And would you say these aren't attributes of God's essence?
So these aren't attributes of God's essence, but they are how we can identify his essence.
Can I sidebar y'all for a second?
Attribute. Am I? Yeah, go ahead.
What do you think of this octopus?
Can have more tentacles.
A kraken.
Do you think of it?
Honestly, I mean, I don't know what made you pick purple, but it looks great. I don't.
I'm here for it. I'm here for it. I like it. I like it looking goofy and purple.
You've got to defeat the
Yeah, look how
Kraken.
janky this fucking fish
Oh
is.
look,
Also,
back.
just scale-wise, you know those creatures would be massive, right?
Yeah,
Like,
it's
they'd
just
be
a
huge.
design feat. It's not the
Amender, if you
actual
want me to give you my-
size of the fish or creature. or
Amender,
whatever.
if you want me to give you my, if you want me to give you a comprehensive observation that I've made based on what I've seen from it, I feel like the octopus might match the color palette a little bit less than that other sea monster you showed. But maybe you like that it stands out, that it's purple. I don't know.
Yeah, it's fun.
Amender, it's shit.
Sorry.
Thanks, bro.
But you're the artist. in this situation. That's what I think. No, it ain't shit.
Sea monster looks
That's not
good.
what I
Good
mean.
color.
No, I say it's a D&D map. Things are supposed to pop.
Yeah.
It's supposed to.
Yeah, no,
it's
Yeah,
supposed-
I agree. It
It's
looks
supposed,
good.
it's supposed
to have some character.
It's supposed to have character. You're supposed to see like some like big, huge purple fucking monster in the middle of the beautiful like mountains and stuff. It's not supposed to be uniformed. It's supposed to be great.
Thank you.
Now,
Hey.
I appreciate it. All right, now, sorry, you can go back to the conversation. Sorry.
But how would you call goodness and the three personhoods? Those would just be attributes of God. They're attributed to God.
And we would say no. So the view
Trinity.
that the view that you're talking about is it comes from a sort of it comes from a sort of Aristotelian organicism, which is not something that we use to go around talking about God. Actually, I'm going to turn my camera on. So basically, the way the way that Catholics go about it, they take a very Aristotelian standpoint. So they say God is this thing, and they say that this is the essence of God or the being of God. And it's made up, or it's an organism of a bunch of different organs. Those organs being goodness or mercy and stuff like that. So like things that they start first with essence and then move into attributes. I'm saying that we scrap that system because we don't use that system. We actually use something not older than Aristotle, older than the way that the Catholics have formulated it. It's the idea that it's tiered. So you have first personhood, and so we know primarily the persons of the Trinity, and then it's through this communion of the persons of the Trinity that you get the energies. So we go from personhood to energies, and then from energies to essence. And so it's by the energies that you can point out the essence, but the essence is unknowable. We can only know things about the essence because of the energies, and we only know about the energies because of the persons.
But okay, so it's person, essence, energy.
Person, energy, essence.
Okay.
And so
This is why I don't get into God theological debates.
Bro. Okay, well then I would just reframe the question to say, could God's person go against his energies or the lowest tier?
Well, so the persons aren't reliant on the energies. The energies come forth from the persons.
Okay.
And so goodness.
So the energy comes from. Okay, so then it's just that the goodness part is independent of God. So God would still be God if he didn't have the energy of goodness.
Yeah.
So then why would you ever describe God as all good if that no part of that is like?
We also
if you have a sweatshirt on or you have your shirt on and the shirt isn't mandatory for your person, I would never describe you as all shirtly. You may have a shirt, so you can say God is good, but you never say he's all good. That like.
Well, I a lot of this comes from more like modern formulations. So like the idea of something being all good, for us under the Cappadocian theology would be that that God is all good because goodness is what emanates from him. Goodness is an energy of God. So he is all good because he's the giver of what is good. So it's like he's not all good because goodness is an attribute of him, but say
Why would that be the case? How do you get to that? Why would that be the case?
Why would that be the case?
Yeah, like I pee, but I'm not pee. Pee comes from me.
Well, God he isn't his energy. He isn't his energies. He is his persons, but his energies come from his persons.
Like, yeah, exactly what I just said. I pee. Pee comes from me, but I am not pee.
Right.
Okay.
So we say he is good. We say he is good, not as like his
weird
being. We're saying like not because his being is the same as his energies, or that his persons are the same as his energies. We don't say that his personhood or his essence is the same as his energies. The energies come from him, but we use we say that he is good, not as a way of saying that his persons are the same as his energies, but saying that this merely is his energies. We know him through his energies.
No, it doesn't even mean anything that God can't do. He absolutely could do evil then, right?
So
because you can still,
well,
again, like you can still have
in the
good
same-
emanate from you and then do objectively evil things.
Well, we all part of the issue here is that like we say that he is not lacking in goodness because like the goodness which comes from him is infinite in itself. So it's like
So then it's not objective.
Well, we don't use we don't talk about morality or goodness in an objective or subjective way. We're virtue ethicists.
Explain.
So basically, I'd have to get a bit into ontology here.
Oh,
but
there's a
basically,
cute little XL.
No, ontology. I know ontology is the property of like being or the inherent.
Well, yeah. So it's like we would say that like that ideas really only have substance, or things only have substance when they're in communion with another thing, or like when two things are in communion relative to each other. That brings forth whatever the property is that they're that is being sought forth. So like in this sense, we'd say that goodness comes forth from God when one is in communion with Him. So the
Wait, how
goodness
do I pronounce
goodness only has substance because it comes through communion. And so
would that apply to God?
Well, God is communion.
So yeah,
like,
so God always has to be good.
Yes. So
then again, it's not objective.
Because the personhood, the persons of God are always in communion with each other.
Yes.
And as such, the goodness being communion emanates forth from that eternal communion.
Okay. So then again, it's still not objective though, because then God can literally do anything. You couldn't make an argument of objective.
We don't make that argument.
No. But if you were to say, like, you would just say God isn't. Wait, so would you just say morality is subjective depending on if you're communing with God or not?
Yeah. So goodness is not defined by a set of deontic maxims. That's the issue. That's the issue here. Goodness is not a set of rules that you have to follow. Goodness is communion with God.
Damn, that's base.
And then you would just determine that. You would determine that by what?
Well, you determine what is good by not just by the action, but by the action as well as the intent, and as well as
God, like with God's energy. How do you know you're communing with God's energies? Because then I feel like it's just because of he said, she said.
I gotta bounce, guys.
If you're asking about like, if you're asking about like a sort of thing that you can actually measure and stuff like that, I don't have an answer for you. I wouldn't be able to measure that.
I wanted to bring up, he's asking about your moral ontology, but you're talking about your normative ethics, which is like your system of how you determine whether or not something is good. He's asking about your ontology and moral facts, not your normative ethics.
I asked him originally. Now I am asking how he gets to, like, I understand the ontology of it, which is fine, but then the question would just be, how would you determine that?
Well, I didn't. He didn't say if he was. He didn't say whether or not he was a realist. He said he's a virtue ethicist, but that's not a distinction.
Yeah, well,
like you can be a virtue ethicist and be a subjectivist, or you can be a realist.
I explained the system of virtue ethics, how it comes from.
On a scale of 1 to 10 of how much I want to do these mountains, I'm like at a 2, bro.
I missed it. Then are you?
I'm at a 2, bro.
That's all right, Tal. Well, I don't fall under the usual the conceptions. We use what's called communal ontology. So it's the idea that an idea has substance, or that something has substance when it's brought forth in relation to another thing. So it's like goodness has substance because one communes with God.
Yeah, so it's just subjective to that interaction.
Yes.
Yeah. But again, it just kind of sounds like it would just become a he said, she said for determining that.
It's all about ultimately the goodness of any single situation is not really knowable, but we can determine certain things about it that can bring forth the knowledge of whether that thing is good or not. So it's like
Coyote is telling me pronounce axolotl right.
Axiotl.
No, it's because
axolotl.
Axolotl.
No, because in Nahuatl it's axolotl.
I'm just being a dickhead. I'm being a dickhead.
Okay.
Anthony, actually, I have a
I'm
question,
sorry.
like,
Did you just
wait,
ask
hold on, I
for
was having- wait,
a
wait,
taco?
Yeah.
It's
So-
taco.
Wait.
All y'all Westerners linguistics, be mad.
Like, hurry up with your fascination with Anthony, because like
My name
like,
is not
understand-
Dylan. My name is
no,
Dylan.
not you, the other guy. To Osho, like his weird fascination with other Christian gods. Like, bro, it doesn't matter. We're all from the same God. It doesn't fucking matter.
I don't think that. Well, I said there's a second argument that you can
All
make.
right.
But anyway,
Mountains.
But
I don't
again,
wanna
it just
do
kind of feels like the
mountains.
determination is just like you said, and even if you said we can learn things about the event that happened to determine whether it's good or not, you
have
couldn't,
to do
because even the things you learn about would still be a he
Free
said, she said
Palestine,
if
free
they're
Palestine,
interacting
free
with the
Palestine.
energy of God.
Actually, I have a
I
question
mean-
to you, Anthony. Oh, sorry.
I mean,
Yeah, so, like, to be more specific,
well,
if
here's the thing. So it's like we also there's a reason we're told not to condemn or judge people because of these things, because we cannot ultimately know what is good unless we're told about like what about that thing was good. So it's like
Well, even
ultimately,
if you knew, sorry, you can go. Yeah.
yeah. Ultimately, what the way that we would measure such a thing is through the scriptures.
All right.
And it's like that's a whole other thing.
Mountains.
But it's like,
God, I don't want to do
it's
this.
but because we're told that like the greatest thing would be communion with one another. We can use that as a measure for what is good and what is not.
Yeah, but you
So
don't
it's
know
like,
if you're
Ivan, shut
having
up.
commu- you
Hey,
don't know if
who's
you're having
hot
communion with
miking?
God at
Please
all.
don't hot
It's
mic.
Ivan. It's Ivan. It's Ivan.
He said there's no way to
Can you please
measure
mute
if you're
Ivan? Otherwise, I have to remove
communing
them.
with communing with God's energies.
Never mind, those are muted.
Right. So like take the example. You shouldn't judge poor people because you never know the events that led them to be poor, right?
Mhm.
But even if you found out the events that led them to be poor, it's just another thing where you can't determine if you're communing with God's energy.
What? Yeah, I can. I can judge them. They're poor.
Okay.
I mean,
But you shouldn't, though.
I mean, yeah. Even then, we're told not to judge them. Even knowing their situation,
they're
you shouldn't
poor.
judge them.
I know,
It's
that's exactly my point. So
it's
how
like
could you ever-
withholding? well, because we're told that like withholding that condemnation or withholding that judgment is what is good.
I can
Because, like,
judge them, though.
mercy-
They're poor.
Because
What's that?
mercy being an energy of God, when we commune with that mercy, we do not condemn or judge one another.
But you don't know if you're communing with that energy. We said there's no way to measure it. There's no way to know it.
I'm saying like there's no way to know based on any individual action or any individual thing,
Or some
any
of
individual thing
actions
that's
either.
done,
Yeah.
or any sum of actions. It's like we can only know what is good based on what is goodness itself. It's like because we're told that goodness is an energy of God and mercy is an energy of God. Having
Alright.
mercy would be good. Or being merciful would be good, and withholding
Yeah,
judgment,
but- and
withholding
then-
condemnation is good because mercy is an energy of God.
But you're determining what mercy is, right? You just said, "Oh, these things are merciful." Like some people think that. Some people think that shooting an animal in the head if it's bleeding out is merciful, and some
Well,
people
we're
think
told-
it's more merciful to let it die peacefully if you feed it. So you're just determining what your own thing is merciful, and then saying, "Hey, I'm attributing this to God's energies." Right?
Well, yeah,
It doesn't. It's the same thing.
That's why you're given free will. I mean, you guys people
we're told
the same thing.
No,
It's like
Given
we're told how these we're told what the energies are and how the energies are shown. And it's like we're told that because these are how these are shown, you enact these in this way, you are communing with that energy of God.
Again, that's just a he said, she said. So sure that if that works for.
I like
if that
how
works-
you're trying to be like fascinated with his religion, but you're also like criticizing it for no reason. Just saying.
Wait, what do you mean I'm criticizing it for no reason? I gave a very clear reason why I'm criticizing it, first of all. And then second of all, the fascination doesn't come out of it's another
not
there's
random.
another book.
Yeah.
There's some interesting parts of the Bible. No, the more interesting part is I've never had anyone engage with the question of the law of identity thing. So it's more on that part.
Yeah. He's good to engage with. So I have
Now
a
listen to
question as
me,
well, like,
guys. If you're poor, I can judge you. Buy my book, I'm Ayn Rand.
Okay. So Anthony, actually, I have like a question. Like, I thought about this like earlier. And I want to like if you would think like that is like a good description or not. So,
Sure.
if you would say, I assume that like God is goodness, right?
Well, I was going over this earlier, but goodness is an energy of God.
Yeah.
It's
but-
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So would it be fine to say that like the absence of God is evil?
So this is where we get into the sort of the virtue ethics, the virtue ethics part of it. So, I mean, we're not Aristotelian virtue ethicists. We're virtue ethicists according to communal ontology. It's like goodness has being because it exists as communion with God, and so to lack communion with God would be to approach emptiness. So it's like it ranges from a scale of fullness into emptiness. So it's like emptiness of the energies in oneself could be seen as evil. But evil isn't necessarily the actions themselves. It is the actualization of those actions. So it's like nothing that happens in the world is evil in itself. It becomes evil because one actualizes it to be as such. So somebody can do something in their emptiness, and then them doing that thing in their emptiness would be what is evil. But somebody can do something that seems on the face to be evil, but if they're doing it in fullness, then it's good.
Okay, so-
It's like so a sort of example with this would be like the action of taking the action of taking somebody out of a building, right, can be seen in different ways. Somebody in their emptiness who's taken somebody out of a building for the purpose of heinous crimes is for the intent of doing something evil or doing something that is completely lacking in goodness would be evil. But somebody who takes somebody from a building to save them from something, save them from a fire, or save them from being abused would be goodness because you are enacting the fullness of communion with that person. So if like you do something for your own desires, this is like I desire to take this. I desire to take this person and do with them what I please, and not care about having communion with them. That would be evil. But saying like I care for this person, and I wish for communion with this person, and I wish to save them from a situation that would end up pulling them down further. This is in fullness.
Yeah.
And so, yeah.
But it's more like you're like answering the question of the person before. Like I want to like just like to know like a simple like answer, and like I'm like trying like to trick you or whatever. But, like, do you think like that like evil means God is not there? Like the absence of God, is that evil? Like would it be like in your head like would that apply or not?
So we'd say that the presence of God is everywhere. But the presence of evil exists in oneself.
So God is
like
good and evil.
Original sin, baby.
No, so God is good because goodness is an energy of God. But evil is for somebody to be empty of that fullness.
Sidebar.
Is God present?
I remember
or
like
not?
reading like older.
He is present. He is present.
I remember like reading
But
like
you're just turning away
older
from it.
older stuff for like the church and whatnot. And bro, some of the crap that they like did was just like it was. I don't know how else to describe it other than it's like super metal. Like it's really freaking metal. Like I don't know. It's really like take for example they had like self-flagellators that would like whip themselves in the back and walk from village to village wearing like a cone hat of penitence. Like
Yeah,
what?
Beast Metal
Like
Head, I
what?
can say it too.
Like
Disgusting.
what is this
Black Blade
like
every
Dark
day.
Souls? Like
For metal heads, yeah, to do.
it's literally a Dark Souls villain. Like what?
Classic too. Just even granted all of that, it wouldn't get you to why you ought to do things. Like I know Hume is super annoying,
Well,
but I don't know
we
how
don't ascribe maxims that one ought to follow. We don't do that.
Oh, so you're just saying it's an attribute to be good, it just is like to be read?
Kind of, yeah, actually.
Okay.
I don't get what your beef is.
I'm not saying it's a beef. It's a strange thing because then like it kind of feels like moral
I mean-
claims are absolutely empty. Then
Well,
it's like
we're
saying
not-
the apple
we're
is
not-
red.
Well, it's like
Yeah.
we're not deontologists. It's like the issue here comes with assuming that we're coming from a deontologist position when we're not that. We're not divine command theorists. Like we don't say, you know, this is good because this
It
says
just
this
seems
is
like
good.
you guys are just Anthony. It just seems like you guys are just spiritual at that point when it comes to rules.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying if you were to say exercise is good, then that's not even. There's no person there communing with God, right? So what does that?
Hey, we're
sentence
saying
even
well, we
mean?
say good from a theological perspective.
I
mean,
know,
like-
but what does that even mean then? Or if you said the weather is good, right?
I mean,
then these
at that
sentences
point,
make
it's kind
zero
of
sense.
At that point, it's kind of a semantics argument. I mean, you could replace good with any other word there. Say good.
Yeah, I
you
know,
can
that's what I'm
say
saying.
good. It's like you can say the weather is pleasurable, or it's healthy to go to the gym, and those would be probably more fitting to those situations.
Yes, but
when I
you
speak
don't say that.
speak of goodness, well, when I speak of goodness, I speak more specifically of the theologic understanding of goodness.
Or like
Like
you would say
goodness,
that's,
goodness
that's,
is sp-
that's
like
good
goodness
food.
is specifically goodness is specifically communion with God and communion with other people.
language. It just doesn't make sense.
It's
Like,
just, it's not something which is commonplace. It's not something which is commonly talked about. So it makes sense that it seems confusing, and I understand. Like this isn't something that I can't
Fucking-
under.
Like you're not gonna get
Fucking
answer to, so
mountains.
just drop it.
These
No,
fucking
but
mountains.
what does he even talk? Like, what do you mean? Like, it's just a different context of the word. Like, what do you mean that you're not getting it? Like, what part do you not get?
You say things are good. What I think is when people say things are good, they're expressing like a personal opinion or feeling about something.
Okay.
Okay.
Right, then it makes sense when you say food is good. I
Tech
have
VR
a
says
personal-
theologic understanding. There's more than one quote unquote God.
Okay, so when I say food is good or exercise is good, I'm expressing a personal opinion. But if you take a theological stance on that, that sentence literally it doesn't mean anything.
I know.
Why doesn't it mean
That's why I'm saying
Stinky
that.
Paradox
why
is
doesn't it mean
saying, how else
Because
would I
it's
explain
your-
away
the-
being an anti-leftist, anti-religious, quasi-pro-Christian nationalist,
ChatGPT,
but
shut up.
trying to convince
ChatGPT.
all the Christians that Peter and Jesus were eunuchs? Autism?
Alexa, stop. Alexa, stop.
Yeah, you're in my VC, and this is my stream, so I am enjoying your guys' conversation. But yeah, occasionally I'm gonna read the chats. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Yeah, like
it doesn't-
sometimes the same conversation about religion gets tired.
It doesn't. I'm saying, real quickly. I'm just saying it doesn't mean anything because you're not conveying information. Exercise isn't communing with God when you say exercise is good, or when you say the food
Well, if
is
you're
good.
doing it for a particular, like if you're doing exercise,
I
'cause,
didn't even get a
the
sentence
Bible
there,
says
that's
your
crazy.
body is a temple. So if you
Yes, you
say,
did. That was
"Well,
a
I'm
sentence.
doing exercise so that I can,
Yeah,
do this,"
3 sentences.
for that reason, it is the theological good, right? I mean,
Okay,
if
it's
you're
still
doing
not. No, because when you say exercise is good, you're not talking about a person. When you say food is good, you're not talking about a person. When you say the weather is good, you're not talking about a person. Or when you say I'm feeling good, I guess you could say I'm communing with God in the feeling. But again, it still seems a little. Those sentences wouldn't be conveying any information, especially if you don't know what communing with God is.
Darth, you're so right. 1 billion
Well,
years later,
if
in
I
this
could
conversation.
interject, well, it would just be like, what do you mean by good then? Because what is being meant by good is just how does it relate to God? So when you say exercise is good, that when we say that, we're only saying in as much as it improves our relationship with God. Because if it's not improving that communion, if it's not like that the way it affects the communion is how we measure it. That's how we measure the application of the term good.
Yeah, but then what happens when you get to other things like food or the weather, right? You could make the argument that maybe you're making in reference to a person that would be doing the exercise, but even other things don't make sense, right?
Like what?
So I said even granting that example.
when you're saying,
if
but you're like you're making a
It's
difference.
all
You're talking
contextual.
about the theological good, and you're talking about the colloquial good, for instance. So like when you say, "Oh, this,
You're adding
this
an
was
entirely
great," or
different
"This was good,"
category.
you're just talking, huh?
Now you're adding an entirely different category. What do you
But
mean
I'm
by
saying like,
colloquial good then? Do you then mean my view,
colloquial
which
good
is
would just be
expressing
what.
a personal opinion?
Yeah, well, colloquial means exactly what colloquial means. That's not like a different
No, no,
category.
no,
That's
no. The
you don't have
definition
to
of your
define it. It's a
colloquial
very
good
set
compared to your
definition and what it means.
Oh my god, a
no, no, no.
definition debate
Your
now.
It's not
colloquial
a
good
definition debate.
versus
It's just what the
no, no,
word
no.
the word means what it means. Like
I
I'm not
know
gonna get
what
into
colloquial means. I mean,
right.
what's the
Tech
difference
VR
between your colloquial good and your theological good?
Tech
You
VR
can
is
read the chat.
saying theologically good sounds like what is made up by our parents when they tried to read us Grimm's fairy tales as children.
So theological good would mean what is what is good to God or what glorifies God
Participating in
or what
God's
God
energies,
does.
yes.
Colloquial would just be
Yeah.
the colloquial would just be what commonplace mean. Like when we say what good means as a normal people, or what good means as in common English, we would say, "Oh, that steak was good." It just means that we enjoyed it. It was something that was
Yes,
enjoyable.
expressing a
Or this is
personal
what
opinion. That's what I think all people
Strictly
do
from
when they
like
say something is good.
from my perspective, right? It sounds like a whole lot of semantics about.
It is
Well, effectively, like
hold on.
From my perspective, it's basically like a nothing burger. Like there's really nothing to kind of like delve into.
It's just God. It's literally just God. Who the fuck cares? Gosh, it's like
What? I'm just pointing out that like.
To be clear,
Considering like I reject the
It's
whole
literally
thing,
all
it just
semantics.
kind
You're
of
trying to
doesn't
describe
really.
his
It does fall
Is he
apart, yeah.
good? Is he bad? Is he mixed? It doesn't matter.
Okay, when we use colloquial good as an adjective to be desired of or approved of, that is expressing a personal opinion. That's how I think all people use good all the time for all of time. That's what I think good means. Now you're saying, oh well, sometimes they mean that, but sometimes we mean in a theological sense.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of like
hang on.
use of a word, for instance? Like there's a difference between what imperialism means in the colloquial sense, and there's a difference between what, for instance, Stalin or Lenin meant by imperialism, or what different economic people or different socio-political people think of when they say or when they academically use imperialism. So it's just that when you ask somebody who's using it on a different level than you, then yeah, it's going to be different. Like I don't, what part do you not get? Like it's just that we have a common word for it, and then other people use it in a different way. Like that's true of all words.
It's like the word fruit.
My only contention with that would
I don't
be
usually
is
think
why
of
would you
tomatoes.
Sure. My only contention with that would be why would you ever refer to the theological definition and not assume every use of the word good is a personal opinion expression? Because it is.
You would assume that because of course it's the colloquial term. So you would always assume that the colloquial term is correct unless you were talking because you knew in advance in some way.
No. Why would you ever use the word good, right? In a theological sense. Why would it ever not be an expression of personal opinion? How could it not be?
If I was talking, why would I use it as theological? If I was having a theological conversation,
how would you ever do that? How would you ever do that in any way? How are you ever using good in a way that isn't a personal?
I don't know what you mean. Because I mean, the Bible very clearly says the only thing that is good is God. So I mean, right. So when we're talking in a theological sense, to be like God is good, or to be like Christ is good.
How was that a yeah, and I'm saying that would be a personal opinion. You're expressing that, right? Because I'm sure there are things.
Not necessarily. We're looking at.
Well, I know you're saying that, but I'm not. Okay.
But I'm saying it's not a personal opinion.
Well,
Jesus says to be like me is to treat homeless people nice, for instance. So if you went around, mistreating the underclass or mistreating people that were less fortunate, then we would say that's
Wait, but I thought Ayn Rand told me pores are bad.
I got a question and a joke. Does this mean that God is class conscious?
No, of course not. I'm using
Wow.
Are you telling me Ayn Rand
being
wrong?
good. Hey, being good.
I can't hate the pores is kind of what you're trying to tell me.
You can't. I'm so sorry, but yeah, God says don't hate the poor.
Wait, Ayn Rand. So wait. Ayn Rand could be. She can't be wrong.
Isn't she also racist?
But
she's an object. She had created objectivism, and she's like this really weird person but she's a the easiest way, she's a libertarian economist. She's also
She hated the libertarians, by the way. She hated them.
I know she hated them, but like the easiest way to say it is like she's a libertarian, because that's like the only reason people
Yeah,
will read her.
she had she
Not a
wrote a
bad
book
thing.
saying the virtue of selfishness.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Anyway, no, but the only issue with that I have is you're expressing a personal opinion there, are you not? Like you're just saying you're not, but you are.
No, because I'm my quote unquote personal opinion is based off of something that is, that's already decided. Like he says, do not mistreat the homeless. So when I say, okay, to be good is to not mistreat the homeless, is based off of what he said and what is written down. So it's not really my opinion. It would be my opinion to say also to abstract off of that. But when I say something that's very clear, like when he says, don't mistreat the homeless, then that's very clear. Don't mistreat the homeless. It's in no uncertain terms, right? So it's not my opinion to say that.
Not mistreating the homeless is also good too. You're expressing that personal opinion.
That's not a personal opinion, though. It's an opinion based
He
on.
wants he wants a biblical verse. Prove him wrong. Prove him wrong.
If you said
I'll
that,
pull up the verse.
sure.
Yeah,
No. I'm saying if you said that mistreating the homeless is good. Sorry, not mistreating the homeless is good. There would be no way to determine for anyone.
Yes, there is. It's called the Bible. It's called the Bible, dude.
There's a book that tells
It doesn't
you-
matter if you had to finish yet. I understand
saying-
your question. It's quoted in the Bible, and he's going to look it up for you.
From Tech
This
VR.
isn't opinion debate. This is just following scripture.
From Tech VR, he is saying, my comment was when he said Christianity was watered down Judaism from the Romans, but that obviously didn't stick because it only rears its head 1,500 years later, almost like a religion was crafted by a human to control the population.
That's so dumb.
Crazy. I never thought about it before. Crazy thought.
You can say it's because of the Bible says so, or I can find it in the Bible, but there's no way to determine you came to that conclusion because of the Bible or because of personal opinion.
Why not? Wait. No. That's like saying that's like saying you can't get your morals from your religion. What the fuck?
No, I'm saying you're so close and you're not seeing it. If someone talked to you and you said, hold on, if someone talked to you and you said to them, I think not mistreating the homeless is good, there's no way to determine that you got that from Christian scripture or if you're expressing a personal
Yes, you
opinion.
can. It's called I'm making it up. I could say Genesis 1 to the 2. Like I'm sorry.
You
but
have to tell them though that you're using the Bible now. I'm saying if you went up to some random person and you said, I think that not mistreating the homeless is good, they have no way to determine if you're using scripture to find that out, if that's a scripture thing, or you're expressing a personal
doesn't matter.
opinion.
Well, hold on.
It does matter because my exact point.
I have a great way to show this, right? You say that you're mistreating the homeless, and guess what? And around your neck is a cross.
No, but that's still giving them
Say
information.
God is real, and I'm wearing a
And
cross.
even then, that's not even the
You
case.
instantly know what God I'm talking about. If I say, Jesus is king, and you had no idea what religion I was, and I had a cross on, you would know instantly, right? I mean, I get what you're saying, like, oh, how do we reach this or that? But also, I mean, the people that are let's say you get most of your morals from your parents.
Maybe I should make it very
Your
clear.
parents got
People
their
that
morals
told
from the
you.
Bible.
No, let me make it very clear. The people that told you that something is good, either from, well, you could say that the Bible was written by God, but I'm not sure. I would assume, do you guys think the Bible was written literally in hand by God or by a person?
No. It's by I mean, no one says it's
So-
written by God. They'll
so-
say
No,
it's
it-
divine.
no, wait,
that's not true.
Hold on. If you're getting this information from a person, you as an individual have no way to determine if them saying something is good is their personal opinion or if it's them communicating their having a relationship with the energies of God. That's
For
literally
example,
the entire point.
I could say,
Like, that's literally the whole point. You understand that,
You
right?
could ask a follow-up question and say, okay, well, how do you get to that moral
The people
standpoint?
that
And
are
they say, oh, it's the
dead?
Bible.
Are you gonna ask
From
like
the Bible.
Peter?
Or that's from the Bible.
Like Peter
So, I
or
mean,
John?
you talk to most Christians and
No.
or not most Christians, but
You
the ones
said
that are
someone wrote the book, right?
well, because divine inspiration. It's
Okay,
definitely not
exactly.
written by.
You
like,
have
like,
no way.
Holy
You
book
have
is
no.
written by a god. Like no modern religion
Exactly.
claims that.
So you have no way of determining the information, like the person saying this thing is good is divinely inspired or they're expressing a personal opinion. You can't do that. Like literally, I mean you as a person I'm talking to right now. That's literally how I feel about every single Christian person. I say they're not communicating the energies of God; they're expressing a personal opinion.
Listen, guys, as Ayn Rand, as an objectivist, I can safely say that if you see a homeless person, make sure you spit on them and tell them, "Get a job, loser."
By the way, wait,
By
I
Ayn
was
Rand.
just something real quick. One of the certain, well, I can't speak for all Christians, but the Orthodox at least does make the claim that the Bible is the word of God through the Holy Spirit. Okay, this has to be understand. It is not. It is the book of divine nature.
Well, hold on.
Right?
He
The
said
divine,
like handwritten.
Like handwritten.
Was it handwritten?
handwritten?
Was it handwritten by God? No, but it was written by God through the Holy Spirit, right? This is
saying you
it's
have
divine,
no way.
It's divine doctrine. Wait, I'm
It
sorry.
was
It doesn't
by
mean,
prophets.
guys.
Other
Is this really that difficult to understand? That if God,
That's literally what he's saying. Is it
what I'm
handwritten
saying.
by
How
God
do
or
you
is it
determine
written by
that?
human?
Yes,
How do
that's
you
what I'm saying.
determine
I've
that?
always thought that it was
Yes.
like directly inspired by God, and God says things literally in the Bible that people like they wrote down exactly what he said, and it is accurate.
No, this is just a
Yeah, that's-
misunderstanding of. This is a misunderstanding of how the Trinity works and how does the role of the Holy Spirit work, right? Because the
Bro,
Holy
what are
Spirit
you-
can manifest.
Jesus wrote the Bible.
Let me. Can I fucking finish? Thank you.
Because it's not.
Thank you.
Well, hold on.
I
because
can
when you say
finish you.
I'm
My
saying
point-
like it's
my
in the
point
Old
is,
Testament
the
that
Holy
those
Spirit- the
what
Holy
I just
Spirit-
said.
Yeah, no, that's what I
God
agree with you on that.
literally talks to the Israelites and has verses that is literally from God Himself, right?
That is
No,
correct.
I think nothing in the Bible,
In the
like
Old
I don't think
Testament,
that anybody
there-
like believes in the Bible thinks like that. Like the words you're seeing like in the Bible is like word by God. I don't think any Christian
That's
like any,
wild. That I'm
That's
positive
word.
that's not the
It's not
case.
I don't
not
mean the
the
word
case.
to
Let me
word.
re-
I
let me
mean
re-explain
literally the ink on the page.
The
Who wrote
actual
the first
ink
ink on the page.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
it's
can-
not.
but what you're not understanding is that there's a second layer to this, right? Just because it's written on ink by a human body, right? Like for example, Matthew by Matthew. No, I'm not gonna finish. I'm
Dude,
gonna continue.
Akna, let
It's
other
the
people
fact-
talk.
it's
You've
the
been kind of
fact-
commandeering
it's
this
the
chat and like just let other people talk.
It's the fact that the
skip over the
Holy
point.
Spirit, it's the fact that the Holy Spirit, right, which is part of God, right, part of the Trinity, right, can work through people, right? And so when people wrote the Bible, the Holy Spirit is working through them, right? So maybe you could make the case, right, that yes, okay, the Bible wasn't written ink by the hand of God, but the Holy Spirit works through Matthew, Luke, John, okay, to write the New Testament and also to the rest of the actors in play in the Old Testament. Now, sometimes, right, in the Old Testament, like Amender was mentioning, God does speak word by word, right? And those are the things that are extremely important, are pointed out in the Old Testament. For example, when God refers to himself, he says, I am, right? Or even when he gives a message out to Moses or Abraham, he speaks to them, right? That's directly the
I
Father.
don't care. I literally, unironically, do not care. That's not even close to my point, and you know it. That's why
He's
you
saying
avoided
it's
my
literally
point.
written by
I
God.
literally meant the ink on the page. Who took a pen and put it on paper? Was it God?
An actor being okay, so
He's just
so
gonna
a
keep
human
repeating that.
It's okay.
He's just gonna keep talking
No.
about divine inspiration. We understand divine
No,
inspiration.
it's not
but
divine
also,
inspiration.
a lot of
There's direct divine intervention. How is that? How is
Based
that
on what
missing?
you
divine
guys are
inspiration
both
is. That's
saying,
literally what the
right?
doctrine
It
of
doesn't
divine
sound like that
inspiration
y'all are
No.
disagreeing with what I had said initially. It is an inspiration of
I
like
agree with
God
what you
It was an
said.
inspiration, which
spoke
is what divine
to Moses.
inspiration.
Moses
Okay.
writes the shit
Yes.
down.
Yes.
And then what you see in the Bible as say to the Israelites, blah, 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 that's God talking.
Yes. But the question that I have is, how do you determine that that wasn't just Moses writing that down, or he was
Well,
actually
I don't believe
participating in
I
it?
don't even believe
the Holy
Moses is
Spirit-
real. That's a
I know
different
the Holy
discussion
Spirit-
entirely, though.
Does the Holy Spirit provide?
I don't believe any of this shit is real. I'm just saying what people believe, what it says in the Bible.
The Holy Spirit
God
presents
damn,
that.
dude, we
The
gotta
Holy
be able to
Spirit
let other
is
people
the one-
talk. This is ridiculous, dude.
The Holy Spirit does. in the job of the Holy Spirit is to ensure that these things don't happen by working through people, okay? So the Holy Spirit enforces that Moses couldn't just write Moses' opinion, okay? Now, even though it's based off of Moses' perspective, and that is what is being written, right? That doesn't mean that it's its opinion that that's how the things just went. The Holy Spirit is making sure that it is the perspective of Moses, and that Moses isn't interjecting something that has nothing to do on what he saw, right? This is why we see so much similarities across the Bible, right, of different people's stories when specifically talking about God. There is not these large, there's not these large contradictions that you guys may think that there is.
You mean like the rock, the women, the people on the cross next to him, the dates and times, the punishments that God gave to King Saul? Not Saul. Which one is it? I forget.
Right,
One of the kings. Anyway, the point is, literally, I like, unironically, it sounds mean. I don't care about.
So instead
any
of going over the
actual parts.
contradictions, we're just gonna name them and just move on, right? That's
Exactly. Because I don't care about any parts in the Bible. I care
So then
about
what's your
how
focus
you
on?
determine. Well, I'm trying to tell you. I want to know how you determine the fact that the Bible wasn't just written by a person and was actually engaged with by a godly,
Power of the Holy Spirit.
a divine.
Power of the
That's
Holy
not
Spirit.
how you determine that.
But it's
my
faith.
God.
It's obviously it's faith.
Because I
bro.
believe in the Holy Spirit. Are you fucking serious? Is that not?
Obviously it's faith. Obviously it's faith. This is not going to be a
theological debates.
Religion
This
is
so
not
stupid.
it's not difficult to understand that if you have faith in God and in the Trinity and in the Holy Spirit, then the Holy Spirit is the one that enforces this. If you want to argue something of substance, would be to argue against God's existence and the existence of the Holy Spirit.
Like,
but that's not the one in case. You're asking where does it come?
Here's the thing,
Where does it
right?
come?
Like I feel like
That's what you're doing.
I feel like
You have this bias. No.
Okay.
You
Yeah,
have
you
this
wanna do
bias.
Can I say something?
No. You know why I won't do it with you? Because
I know why you won't
entirely the entire point of you making these arguments is just the fact that you have this basis that God doesn't exist. That's why it's just so dumb that why you're having these arguments.
I mean, like,
instead of just doing that, just ask someone to debate it with you. Stop bringing
Sure,
around
let's debate it.
developing.
I mean,
I'm not gonna
even
debate it with
like
you.
even I can
no, you
like,
won't.
for
I
example,
don't know why
like
every
I'm one of the most
debater.
like.
So
Hold on, can I
definitely
just
being able
say
to be
something?
able to-
Fuck. Even I'm like a hardcore atheist, right? I can at least steel man the point and understand that yeah, this comes from like a point of faith, right? Like.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. But I'm not going to debate someone who
Faith
is
doesn't
in bad
mean
faith
there's no
just
evidence.
continuing to gish gallop around this like morality and philosophy just to end up at the same avenue of, yeah, God just doesn't exist. Just debate that with someone. Like, why are you just going around and making
trying?
dumbass points?
Because he wants to try to appeal to the people.
No, I'm not trying to appeal to anything. It's the fact of the matter is you've been interrupting and you've been doing this entire time. You literally took me off of a conversation because of that, right? And now all of a sudden, right now that I'm pointing this out, it's like crying. But all you do is just interrupt fellow Christians. Like you're focused on. No, well, okay, yes, I'm complaining. I guess I must be whining, but
Hey, look, he's
doesn't mean that I'm
interrupting
wrong.
right now.
It's like
Yes.
Like he can't handle criticism, basically.
Yes.
I'm not the one that's complaining right now, so that's kind of a funny comment.
Again,
regardless of that.
you attack.
Now we're gonna complain more.
See,
Now we're
Timmy,
gonna
you're
complain
interrupting
more.
me again because
We're
you're
gonna
triggered.
complain
So
more.
again, stop it. The fact
Again,
that
I'm not
you're
the one complaining, so
again, but you attacking someone because of their complaint just shows
I'm
that
not
you're immature
attacking.
and
I just
yeah,
think
you're
I'm not the one
deflecting. You're
complaining.
defensive, dude. You're being defensive right now.
I'm
Stop
not
it.
the one that's complaining, so it still doesn't make sense.
Because he called you on your bullshit, which is
So
something
my
that you
complaint is
did.
wrong because I'm complaining.
I'm not complaining.
Okay, so my complaint is wrong because I'm complaining. That is
I
what
didn't
you're
say it was wrong. I'm just saying you're complaining a lot.
Point being,
He's,
though,
he's trying to say that because you're
There's
complaining that
nothing
your
to
value
do
is
with
decreased.
it. It gets his concern. Like at the end of the day, right? He's just gonna believe, in God, and it really just comes down to like a faith-based
fine.
argument. And it's like
Yeah,
I
so
guess
then-
like deriving it down to like I give people my reason, but obviously like I can't expect or like drive somebody down through like a syllogistic tree and they're just going to agree. I mean, I have to operate that this is probably not going to happen.
Yeah, you can give reason, but faith isn't a reason because there's no logical process to faith. You don't logic your way into
Yes,
faith.
that's what faith is. Yes.
You don't logic your way into faith.
No.
What are you talking
Wait,
about?
whoa. Not, again. This is what Dylan was just saying. He's trying to move around. Again, dude, it's about faith. you're trying to like tiptoe
Faith
around
isn't
it. Like,
reason.
like right now, like
Correct.
right
It's
now,
not
you just
reason.
made.
They would
No,
do.
wait,
That's
hold on.
okay.
Point made. Hold up, wait, Amanda, just wait. Because now he's making a new point. Now he's making the point that if you have faith, you're not making a logical whatever. Like, what the fuck?
I can't believe I'm arguing on the side of the religious people.
Again, I can make it very clear because you guys don't seem to understand. I asked what reason or how do you determine that the book was written by a spiritual guide instead of a person's own opinion? And you said faith, and I said faith isn't a reason. There you go. Very
I'm
simple.
not a Christian. I'll take a crack at that question.
Alright,
Prophecies?
listen.
Would
I can
prophecies be
I can
evidence
help.
for it?
Prophecies.
Well, I mean, it's something, right? That's at least
I
something.
mean, honestly, like
Again,
one
you
of
could
the
say
one of the best
prophecies.
arguments that I was able to come up with on like trying to disprove, effectively the Bible, or rather just like the Trinity religions that's referring to like the Yahweh. So that would be Islam, Judaism, and Christianity. I believe that that I'm able to sow huge doubt by pointing out the fact that depending on time and place, often separated by geographic boundaries such as mountains and oceans, people tend to believe in radically different things. And so that's a really, really strong indicator that these ideas are made by man, because mountains and oceans are hard for man to cross, but trivial to God.
Yeah, it's just going to be a free will thing. They don't like arguments for probability because they just said it doesn't matter how improbable it is. God gives you free will. Like Christians, not even.
Like I'm
touch
saying,
on
like if you
arguments.
grew up in say
It's just
600
not true.
BC,
Not
right
true.
in Greece,
You
would likely
don't engage with the Dylan.
you would likely believe in
literally
Zeus.
argue with Amanda on this point.
Bro,
Like, literally.
Dylan.
We don't have to argue it. I'm just saying, hey, this is my
quicker we
position
let
of how
him
I feel
spew
about it.
his atheist stuff, the more we can move away from this topic. Like,
To be clear, I never said I was an atheist, unironically. So
I don't
you assuming that
care.
is kind of funny.
I
Oh,
don't
okay. So it's
care.
okay if you don't care, but it's not okay if I don't care. Got it.
Suck my dick. I don't care.
Wine. Okay. Anyway, so
Wait, is it
again,
dick to be
just to
sucked?
make to make my point very clear, you could say faith is the way you got to that stance, which is fine. That's just not a reason because there's no reasoning there. That's it. That's all. That's all I would say.
Cool.
Good talk.
Cool.
End of discussion. Amender, I'm going to Little Rock tomorrow.
Little Rock? Where's that?
Yeah. Arkansas.
Oh, sounds nice.
Going to my state capital.
Is it pretty?
I don't know. I haven't been to Little Rock. I'm going my first time, and I'm going to be testifying in front of a Republican Senate, whatever, because someone's pushing a bill that I don't like. and
Good
I'm going
luck.
with
They're gonna be
friends.
like.
They're
Well, hold
like,
on.
"Fuck
Step
you."
question one. Are you brown?
Yeah.
Oh, you're fucked. That's it.
Miguel, don't you?
So-
Never getting past.
So basically, the reason why I'm going is during like last year, me and my friends from ARU, which is a renters group, we did an amazing thing in our city. We passed an ordinance that basically restricts how much landlords can put rental fees in the city, and we found that a lot of landlords
you
in the
talked
city
about
are corporate landlords, and there were rental fees that were charging $120 just for the fee. And we were just
yeah,
like,
you're talking about the application fees, right?
yeah, it was fucking horrible.
Yeah, I remember you talked about this.
And we decreased it down to $40. That was the ordinance, but because Arkansas state law says that municipalities can't put caps on services, which landlords are arguing me doing the application fee is a service, and we're arguing no, because you can still reject me. So we've been fighting that fight, and Republicans in the state did not like our city doing that. So now they're pushing a bill to like basically ban it for real, just like they banned rent control. So we're going to
wild.
Little Rock tomorrow.
Cool, dude.
Yeah, unlike
I
everyone
wish
in
you-
this room, I actually am involved in my politics.
I wish you luck.
Thank you.
I used to be involved in the politics, and then I realized it was just like a giant waste of time. I was like, fuck
Did
this. I
you
don't really
just
care.
debate Rattlesnake Jake or whatever? You just argued with him.
I did.
Did you just debate
Amender.
Rattlesnake Jake on trans stuff? That's politics.
Yeah. No, but
I
that's
know
not
you
like
appreciate
actually
this,
like
Amender.
going out and like canvassing and stuff.
Oh, okay. I got you.
I just, dude, I almost got
Like going to
fucking
your state
heat
capital
stroke
type
fucking
shit.
canvassing, bro. It was fucking wild.
It's not for everyone.
I mean, like, I liked it okay, but I realized that like, usually people who like at least when I was in the Libertarian Party, there's some fucking crazy people, dude. And I found a hard time like
I mean,
wanting
Amanda,
to hang
again,
out with them when they're like
they're extreme right
they were
party.
like,
What'd you expect?
are they an extreme right party?
Yeah, like I'm sorry.
Libertarians?
In my opinion, if you're for the cutting of the administrative state and abolishing it, you're fucking radical, in my opinion.
It's true.
Like Dylan.
I don't know. Maybe like if it, is there like a local
Mm-hmm.
Democratic chapter in my maybe.
I am
Amender.
radical, and I love it.
Yep.
I know you'll appreciate this when you see it, Amender.
What?
A radical
Look at this.
Democrat? Holy shit.
No, I'm not a radical Democrat. I'm saying just a Democrat. Like I'm just a Democrat.
My question is, what is a radical Democrat?
They're
That-
not radical
yeah,
at
I
all.
was just saying,
Democrats
yeah,
aren't
what-
radical.
I was saying more like a joke. I don't think like you can't be radical if you're a Democrat.
That's like
right?
saying a coffee is hot and cold, like Amender's famous analogy is.
Yeah, like
coffee is hot
the only
cold.
thing I could think of is like Elizabeth Warren, but even then, I would not consider her radical.
Maybe like AOC, like
I mean, okay, that's something.
more radical.
She's
I
just,
guess.
she's just a radical that just registered as a Democrat. That's different.
Yeah,
She's
That's
not
what
a
we
Democrat.
Yeah, like a Democrat's like
Honestly,
someone
though,
who's, like,
she's becoming more shrewd. She's becoming more calculating, and which is I think is super important. Like Nancy Pelosi is getting very old, and it's like we really kind of need like another Nancy Pelosi because she's
oh hell no.
no,
How
she's I got news for you, man. I read her book. She is getting shit done. The shit
Who,
she does
Nancy?
is fucking insane, and she's very often more right than she is wrong.
Who?
Nancy Pelosi, yeah. She's also conniving as fuck.
She is conniving.
Yeah, dude, she's like
backed that-
pure
she
Machiavellian.
backed AOC with a guy with
guitar like
cancer. Talk about fucking conniving, like for real.
No, but I kind of like that's what I'm saying. It's like you kind of need to have like if you're going to be in that level of politics, you kind of need to be like pretty shrewd, right? You need something like that in order to actually pass real substantive policy. Keep in mind, it was Nancy Pelosi that managed to actually get Biden to step down. Without Nancy Pelosi, that likely never would have even happened.
Would have been funny as fuck.
Yeah, Biden would have gotten crushed.
I'm staying in the race.
What do you think of my sticker, Amender? Do you like Alex?
Could you imagine a universe where he did win though?
Did you know that Nancy
Holy
Pelosi
fuck,
fought?
so funny.
Nancy Pelosi actually fought tooth and nail against going into Iraq to try to find weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah, but Summer Lee, wait, no. Who's the Barbara Lee? She was, sorry, I meant her, but Barbara Lee beat her to the punch.
Well, I'm just saying that Nancy Pelosi was a staunch advocate against it. Which,
Yeah, and Barbara Lee
that's a great.
was against the war in the Middle East from the beginning.
Okay, fair enough. I'm not shitting on Barbara Lee. I'm just pointing out Nancy Pelosi's accomplishments.
Mm-hmm.
Ami.
And it's it's really sad that her husband was attacked at her house. They were looking for Nancy, and he went after him with a hammer. Horrendous! It never should have happened.
This is how you play a bass, guys. You don't have
Right?
to hold it. You don't have to do anything. Just have your hand right here.
Con la guitarra.
Shut up.
Did you just call a bass a guitar in Spanish?
It is a guitar. It's just a thick guitar. Listen to this.
La
Watch this. Watch this.
Con la guitarra.
There's a difference between a bass guitar, come on, and a double bass. Yeah, there's pretty big differences.
Sorry, Anthony.
My arm,
Anthony,
it
go ahead. What is
hurts.
it?
My
I said there's a
back,
difference
it
between a bass
hurts.
guitar and a double bass.
Yeah, one of them is a
Your
guitar, the
never
other one is
fails
drums.
to-
No, what?
No,
drums?
double
What?
bass is drums.
Double bass is not drums. What are you talking about?
No, there
Yeah,
is
sure.
bass drum.
Double bass is like when you have like two
talking
pedals on the bass drum.
You're talking about an octo. You're talking about an upright bass, bro.
It's called the double bass.
Yeah, but
No.
it's all. Isn't it also referred to as an upright?
I mean, it could
Or
be.
is upright
Like
is upright also other stuff?
the more classical term is double bass. Yeah.
That is the term, the better term for sure, and it sounds cooler.
All right, so hear me out, right?
Yeah.
Hear me out.
Wait,
Hear me out.
double
What
bass
if
will
wins, the whole
so
always
if
wins.
let's
The
say
whole
for
always
example that you're really really good at playing the bass, but you're also like
good at bass.
you're also like racist as fuck. Would you be a racist bassist?
Well, I am a
Racist
racist, and I'm based for being
Hey,
racist.
hey, yo.
I
Oh,
wanted to be.
Pooh, in what race? Like the Daytona 500?
No.
Oh.
So
Indy
anyway,
500?
you know, black people are inferior to white people.
Oh.
Boom, 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 boom.
No, you know what Quinny said the other day though? He said he was tired of a certain demographic of people going out and voting.
Oh my god!
He said that the other day, Quinny.
If you enjoy car races and you're driving the car, are you racist?
I mean,
Boom, boom, boom,
I
boom.
love racing games.
I'm a racer, not a racist.
No, you want to know the truth? You want to know the truth?
Yeah.
You want to know how? You want to know why I'm racist? Because I think people who are more mixed race are better than people who are like a pure something, like genuinely.
I tell white
What?
supremacists,
What
I
does that
said,
even mean?
bro,
Because they're like.
I am going to make sure to have as many brown babies as physically possible, so that way I can counteract you.
What?
I will have as many brown babies, and I will laugh at and I will say have each one of the brown babies. I will say make sure you find as many white women, find as many white people as possible, and breed them out.
Listen,
They lose their mind when I tell them
What's great
this.
about mixing races, Amender?
I could imagine you just
destroys
like walking
racism.
into like.
Nazi, bro.
I could just
Racism
imagine.
destroys racism.
Oh, I got ketchup on my shirt.
You know what's the wild? You know what's the wild part about
Levi,
this,
you're acting a
right?
little
The wild part about this, the whole fucking idiot, fucking like, oh, whites are getting replaced argument. That's fucking stupid because what ends up happening is if you settle in a temperate zone, as in lack sun, for say I don't know 500-600 years, guess what fucking happens? You become white. Yeah, hot
I think
take.
you're
Yeah,
missing
that
the
actually
point.
yeah. So unless if you get rid of the fucking temperate
sorry,
zones,
sorry, you're missing the point.
there's still going to be
The
white
country
people,
for
no matter
the
what.
white argument
Yeah,
argument
to be
is
fair, you are missing the point. The point is they just
religion and culture, not actually the skin color.
No,
I
they
will
do care
say,
about
though-
the skin color.
Oh, they do care about the skin color, bro. Don't even get me started, bro.
Okay, then those are racist and they should all die. But
Jesus, I don't know.
Amender, could you imagine like walking into DebateCon if you had gone, and you just walk in like debating like Wilson or like?
Dude,
any
there's
other
no
Republican
fucking way
fighter?
I would not end up punching Wilson. There's no
No,
way.
no,
I would
no,
have.
no, no.
I would, dude. I would be in jail. I would go to jail.
Honestly, I think
Like,
that's
like,
the
dude,
most-
I wouldn't even care, right? Like, I would go and I would punch him and I would get beat up, and I would be like fucking hospitalized or whatever. My fucking thumb would just be up, be like, dude, I did it. I punched the Nazi.
You think you would have lost to Andrew Wilson? Like,
I
can you
mean,
just
I don't
remind
know
us
how big he is. He looks big.
Wilson is like way older, and he smokes like crazy.
Oh, does he?
He would probably just shoot
He's
you.
a
if there's
chain
gun.
smoker. Yeah, he's a Republican. You think he
I
knows
mean,
how
I'm
to fight?
not.
That's why he's
I don't
fighting for
look.
guns.
I'm not that strong. So I mean.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but you're not
Amanda,
Andrew
you
Wilson.
don't got the
I'm
R-tard
strong.
strength. I've got the R-tard strength.
No, okay. In all reality, like I wouldn't punch anybody. In all reality, I'm being hyperbolic.
Kick him in the groin.
Though, yeah, I mean, I just don't. I don't. But I definitely would not like him.
No,
But
Amender,
hey, you guy, I hate.
I've
I
had
hate
people
you.
fucking
You
sit
wouldn't
there
punch
and tell me, bro, you gotta watch out what you say because
No,
you,
real talk,
you're
Amender,
gonna
don't-
get, you're gonna
don't
get
punch them.
punched.
Don't punch them. You gotta whip out the pipe and blow them away.
I think you're more.
Amender, but my point that I was trying to make
whip out your
was,
pipe and blow
I
them
could
away.
imagine you walking into the BayCon and just seeing some Republican chud there on the stage, and you just say, "You're fucking racist," and all I see you is like show stepping or like jazz hands and singing the freaking song that you were just singing, like just out of the room.
Amender, has anyone ever told you you sound like a generic radio voice in the 30s? Like, get him over here. He's gonna get ya. And then he's a crook. He's gonna steal all your money. Come on, let's go. Transgender rights. Like you sound like.
Thanks. I think.
Yeah. Also, Amanda, could I please be able to like stream to this channel? I would really appreciate that. Thank you.
I am not a moderator.
Oh, you have to be.
Yeah, of course, that's your server. Yes, you are.
No,
This is not my server.
It's not.
No.
Oh,
it's not.
okay. Well, in that case. Thanks anyway.
No problem. You just gotta hang out for a while.
Don't do that.
Yeah,
Don't do that.
Kilo, are you okay? You
I was
did
throwing
it.
a
I
bean
copied
sign. No,
you.
don't do
Guys,
that. Don't do that.
What is this?
I have to do so many mountains.
No, stop doing.
So many
That's
mountains.
gang affiliated. That's cracking
That
files.
sounds.
I have
Don't
to
do
do
that
so
hand
many
motion,
mountains,
Boone.
and I don't want to
Just stop.
do any more mountains. There's so many mountains, guys.
Mender, if you don't do
I'm
this,
a blood.
it's
I'm
kind
a
of
blood.
impressive that you didn't just copy paste a bunch of like mountain sections and then draw over some of
No,
them
it's
to
all
make it more
unique,
detailed.
dude. It's all gotta be unique. I already did the fucking line art. I'm not fucking going back.
Yeah, I know. The shading makes sense that you're not.
It's already over.
Also, if you wanted to make it easier, you probably could have just figured out a way to get the line art, and then just like copied it, erased the land, and then shadowed it.
I know.
Hey,
Okay.
guys, look, I made guys.
Why is First Amender's camera? Why does he look like that?
Why do I look
Because
like
he's
what?
That's how we look like in real life.
I look like this in real
this,
life. What do you mean?
I was gone for a week and he's a cartoon now, bro.
My thing
Hydra,
says
do you wanna see my
libtardo.
Tinder? Hydra,
I'm
Hydra, look at my
libtarded.
Tinder. Look at my
Look at
Tinder.
your-
It's chopped up wood for starting fires. Isn't that cool?
That's awesome, bro.
What do you think I was talking about? A dating profile? Freak.
Oh,
Forget about it.
kitty. No. The reason why I'm wearing, I have
Did you really think that was funny, Pooh? Did you really think that was?
Yes.
the reason why I have the reason why I have the cartoon is because I'm drawing and there's no way to like get like an accurate, like a good angle when I'm just like hunched over a drawing tablet. That's
Makes sense.
I like your little character. He got a grumpy face with some big eyebrows. Look at him laugh.
Did you see it laugh? He like this.
Whenever you laughed, it went.
Oh my
How
gosh,
much
I
effort
love
you put into like your audio setup and it still sounds bad.
Do you want to see this? Look, guys, you see that behind me? Guys, be careful. Thanos is right behind me.
Hey, I can give
Thanos
you
if the Marvel writer.
You have to be careful. Thanos is right behind me, guys.
Amender, I can give you one with my profile picture dancing behind you if you want.
Wait.
Cammy.
Minder, like every time when you like get louder, do your your avatar shakes more?
Yeah.
You scream.
He said yeah, and it just like does a little jump like up down.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Well,
That's me.
Just keep saying,
yeah. Really charming.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny.
Yep.
Yep. Uh-huh.
Act like Pac-Man. Act like Pac-Man.
Waka
This is
waka waka
Fortnite
waka.
players. I don't even play Fortnite.
How does this even work, Amanda? Explain it.
It's just
What
a
about
little
Fortnite?
program called VitoTube Mini. I basically just got. There's 4 drawings. There's open mouth, eyes open, closed mouth, eyes open, open mouth, closed eyes, closed mouth, closed eyes, and it basically just does like an animation. That's it. It's really simple.
that's 2 balls and something.
What?
Very unimpressive.
What you're saying is, Amanda, is that you're a VTuber now.
Yo, so I watched the movie I watched I watched I watched the movie Nosferatu. Guys, this movie
Nosferatu, the deadliest.
This movie is really good. It's a really good movie. I enjoyed it.
You know what? What movie
love good
I
movies.
watched for the first time in since it came out?
Human Centipede.
Don't Look Up.
Oh, that movie's fucking
That
yeah.
movie was fucking awesome.
That movie,
was
is
amazing.
kind of terrifying. Actually, it's a little upsetting.
It is.
So
It is.
realistic, though. That is exactly how the world runs.
That is
in that movie
exactly what would happen. That is exactly what would happen. But that
Something
was
as objective as like
beautifully
a
shot.
fucking meteor's gonna kill us all.
No, that movie was fantastic.
Hey, you want to see my new microphone, Hydra?
The movie Microphone?
No.
Why are you whispering in my
talking
ear
about-
so
I'm talking
sensually?
I'm talking about. This is my other new microphone. I'm gonna show you my even new.
I feel like I'm about to get touched right now inappropriately. Please stop.
Yeah, he gives off voiper vibes.
Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Nope.
Sorry.
Okay.
How long do I have to listen to this?
Excuse me.
before I
Excuse
can-
the kilo.
Mods.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I see it, yeah, I gotta say it.
Thank you.
My back hurts.
But here's my other microphone. It doesn't have
We can't hear it yet.
My back hurts.
You have
My
to
back
unplug your main
hurts.
one. Yeah, we can hear it now. We can hear it
My
now.
back hurts. I've been leaning over this fucking drawing tablet for hours now, and my back hurts.
Watch.
You need.
Okay, I give up. This is
you
just
have the
embarrassing.
drawing- Wait, do you have the drawing pad that like connects to your PC?
Yeah, I have a sound interface.
That's not what I was talking about.
I think she's asking first and Mender.
I have a drawing tablet that has a screen on it. It's like a matte screen, and it's fucking
I
awesome.
highly-
I love it.
I highly suggest like for your back problems, you get like I don't have mine on me. Mine is in my art studio. If you get like this drawing pad, all you gotta do is like Bluetooth it to your PC or your laptop, and you can literally draw from the pad and like look up at like your computer and stuff. That's what I use to help my back posture because I also like hunch over when I draw. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Okay, guys.
I just want to finish this drawing. Honestly, though, I'm making pretty quick work of these mountains, so there's that.
It smell like penguin pussy.
Amender, you ever tried whippets?
No.
Good for you. That's good on you.
Bro, Amender do not look like the type to do no types of drugs in his life.
I've done weed.
Did you inject?
Oh, for real? That's
Yeah,
surprising.
but that's about it. I mean, it's not really something I go out of my way to get. No, my drug of choice is alcohol. God, I love alcohol. God, I love alcohol.
Did you say you liked heroin the other day?
I just love alcohol. God, it's so fun. So fun.
Stop reminding me.
It's just
We didn't see any signs.
I got really I don't know, I went too hard on grill day on Sunday, and my day was not good today.
Why? What happened?
No, I just went too hard, man. I just drank too much.
The hangover
and
of
partied
hell.
too hard, and it just sucked.
Alcohol is spicy.
What?
That's why you get margaritas.
Bro, I'm so
Yeah.
You don't drink the heavy, nasty shit, man. You always drink fruit alcohol. Always.
Yeah.
What,
Yeah,
that makes you
that
drink more.
literally the opposite is the
No, like
I don't, bro. I've had a few cocktails, man, and like margaritas, man. It's none of them were ever. I had Irish
sugar
whiskey-
is what
Irish
gives
cream.
you can give you hangovers.
Fruity
but
drinks
the
are
biggest
fuck you up.
yeah, fruity drinks fuck
Well,
you up.
no,
You
I'm
have
not
to
saying
drink
like the
clear
fight for a
liquor.
hangover. She said they were spicy, right? Like I've had like a few like cocktails, like those kinds of things. I've never had like it was never rough going down, but I drank
it's-
Irish cream once.
wait.
That shit was horrible. I almost vomited. It was
No, but,
so bad.
But Hydra, you have it without the tail though, right?
I like Irish cream. It's good.
Okay,
it
bro.
without the-
What?
You have it without the tail, right?
That's so weird. Why would you ask me that
The
question?
cocktail.
That's so funny. Stinky Paradox says, "Lol, you've done weed."
I'm sorry, Hydra.
Yeah, that deserves.
No,
an
there's a
apology,
lot
man.
of people. There's a lot of people in like VR and whatnot. Dude, they slam on some drugs, bro. It is wild.
You ain't fucking lying, bro.
They fucking slam drugs, dude. There are so many. They're just like, oh yeah, I just tried a little PCP. I'm like, what the fuck?
I met a few ketamine addicts
Yeah, man.
on there. they're cocaine heavy. They use cocaine a lot.
Crazy, bro. Shit's
Believe
crazy.
it, most of the people on VR chat, you would think they'd all be stoners. It's not many. It's mostly like pill heads, fucking.
That's disgusting. That's creepy. That's weird.
There's a lot of fucking drug users in that game.
Yeah, furries. There's a whole bunch of furries on VR. Like that's why I don't play that shit no more.
There's a
Like,
furry
I'm-
right here.
Furries are the least of your
literally
concerns in
literally,
that fucking
like,
game.
You're getting
bro.
discovered.
In this server, I think.
Call him out.
Bender, hide.
That's right.
Fuck.
You dirty furry hot pooey.
You know what's funny?
That was the driest spit I've ever heard. Oh my goodness, you failed.
What was it? It had more moisture than That's how you really.
Oh god, you gotta
God
fucking try it out.
damn. God.
Wait, was that a
damn
sneeze, Kilo?
God damn that moisture nest big. God damn.
Yeah,
Oh,
my nose.
that was a bird. That was
Oh,
booger,
shit,
man. She
fucking
was spitting
Thanos is
booger
behind
sugar.
me.
What the fuck?
Amender, really?
Ew, what the fuck? That.
Oh shit. Thanos is behind me.
You gotta give
Thanos
Thanos a
was
break,
working
bro.
on
He's
your
been
shoulder.
She
dancing
put
for a
all
minute.
the spit in her mouth and the mucus in her nose. Like, there was the entire fucking.
Listen, guys. If you want
All I know is-
to listen,
Amanda,
listen,
you got to start paying
do you
Thanos
guys-
tips.
Listen, if you want to jam with the homies, you want to play "Pastime with Good Company" by music of Henry VIII.
No, I think
This is
another
this
Irish
is
breaking
this is
song's
the
better.
jams right
Ooh,
here.
Play Fetty Wap.
This is the jams. Listen, we gotta play it. We gotta turn it up.
Play Fetty Wap. Play Fetty Wap on a JBL speaker.
Put on Elton John, Creed, Michael Jackson.
Yes, this is.
Y'all, do y'all know the song
Yes.
of Henry VIII?
Oh yes. This is
Beheaded survived. Henry VIII and I had 6 wives. Divorced, beheaded him.
Yeah, didn't you say you didn't give me what I wanted? I'm cutting your head off. Didn't he do that to a bunch of his wives or something?
Yeah, like,
Two
the
of
wives
them.
didn't. The wives didn't give him
Yeah.
children, so he killed them.
No. It was like they couldn't give birth to males, right? Like they kept giving birth to
Yeah, but he
girls, and he was
also-
like,
yeah, but-
fuck you.
Yeah, but he thought that anal would make a boy, so he wouldn't. But they wouldn't agree to do it.
Really?
Yes, that's the base.
Yes, he wanted a male heir.
That's hearsay and
King Henry VIII composed a few things.
Second one.
Bro, I'm here for it, dude. This guy's got fucking Pastime with Good Company, bro. Fucking, that's a.
I've heard he
that's
chopped
a.
their heads off, and that he changed
That's a vibe.
the Catholic rule on
I can't
divorce
even hear
because
the
he wanted to
music
get rid of
because
his
I have to watch
wife,
the-
but
I
he,
have to watch
you
the
know,
stream.
that's the only other thing I know.
Oh,
about
do you
it.
want me
That
to?
He was like,
combo,
I can just stream my.
Well, yeah, he got annoyed with
my,
having
Yeah, because
to
remember, you have
deal
your
with the
camera
Pope.
on. That's how we're seeing your stream.
Yeah.
Ooh.
There, if you watch not my stream, but just you won't see everything else. But you can.
No, I'm
hear
just,
the
I just,
music.
no. I just turned. You just, wait, I just have your stream on and just press back on your camera, so I hear the music at least now.
Okay.
And I'm just going back to seeing you. You still have to make much more mountains. don't you?
Libtardo.
Well, I got to do the snow on
doesn't
this
you have to do that
collection,
area?
and that's pretty much it. The map will be done.
You making a Minecraft?
Oh, I
map?
thought you had to add more mountains.
No. Well, these are
then
the
why are
mountains.
you-
This is it. This is the mountains.
Oh, you just have to add snow? Come on, you got this, Amender.
I know. I'm working on it.
Amender says that. Wait, when do you have to get this map done?
I mean, I wanted this
Is it a
done
Minecraft
fucking
map?
weeks ago, bro.
Yeah, but you're not gonna actually need it in your guys' travels yet, are you?
I am. I plan on
Really?
using it for their travel. They've got a quest where they're going through the Western Province and they have to collect a sword that's been. It was used to slay the what's called the shit. It was used to slay the god of greed. Some old adventurer just hiding out in a village because so many people want him dead for killing the god of greed. Created all sorts of factions that wanted him dead. And he's like, retrieve my sword. Use my name if you want to find where my blade has been. Which is a great advice, because what's going to happen is people are going to want to kill people instantly because they're mentioning the guy who killed the sword, the god of greed.
That's crazy. How's the guy doing with the feathers, by the way?
The what?
The guy with the
I
feathers.
remember that in that picture you drew last.
Yeah, so here's
Why does everybody wanna-
here's the character that I'm talking about here. I'll show you.
Yeah.
Why
Whoa,
does
is that
everybody
me?
wanna kill the- Why does everybody want to kill
He
the god
said-
of greed?
Whoa, is that me?
All right, hold on. Give me find it.
No, but remember what I'm talking about? Remember you were explaining the guy with the feathers and how the feathers represent societal
Yes.
structure and stuff? Yeah. How many feathers does he have now?
Oh, he's got 6. He's stuck on 6. He's not gonna get any more. He got excommunicated.
Draw a bird.
The old guy got excommunicated?
Yeah, so this is Abram, the old adventurer. So he settled in a town under a different name entirely, and just like went to like live the rest of his days in wealth and comfort. And he is.
I have a question. Have you ever thought of actually like, I don't know, because I think it would be like great material to like actually write a book alongside the D&D journeys?
Bro, I got like 40 pages worth.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Here.
you're also writing the actions that the characters are taking, right? Oh, you got...
Yeah, I got this big ass thing of history. I got drawings, all sorts of stuff.
Oh, that's actually really cool.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, this is... Wow, wait, there's a lot. Wait.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm
I
not,
was not
fucking around.
Never mind. You kind of just took what I just had in mind and said, "Oh no, we already got it."
Yeah.
Oh, that's a cool ass. Oh my god.
Yeah, no, I got a lot of drawings.
You didn't say that last time we were talking. Could have mentioned that.
It's not really something I usually just... Because, like, the problem
Right,
is
we
that,
were
like,
talking.
me showing this stuff to people, it's like, it's a lot. And it's like, it's just, you know, it's just very overwhelming. Like, like, I don't know. I feel like most people would not be interested in it. But
That's what happens when you're so passionate about something, Amender. Nobody seems enthusiastic as much as you, but because you really care about it, right? You
Yeah,
put your heart and soul
exactly.
into it. That's how it always feels, no matter what, when you create things.
But so basically, the map that I'm doing is that there is the Western Province, which is, if you pull up the maps, there's this, which kind of details exactly what's going on. This is the Middle Province. This is the Eastern Province, and the Western Province is this. But notice how like the map is kind of like old and gross looking. Yeah, that's because I don't have like a fully detailed map like this, for example.
And by the way, the black lines are the travel routes, but every spot is like a stop, right? Like
Yeah,
something could happen
yeah,
to
it's a
the spot.
node. Yeah, that's what's called
That's
a
what's
node.
cool.
Yeah. Stinky Paradox says, "What's this tune called again?" This is here. I will link you. This is okay. This one's called. Here, I'll just link it on. I'll just link it. There you go.
I mean, I'm
and
very.
if you want the full thing, there it is, man. I just gave it to you. You got the adventure list. The adventure list is fucking huge, bro. There's like 100. I have 189 songs, and it's all good shit.
Oh, it's not that big.
Wait, you make music too, Amender?
No.
No, by that.
No. Anyway, where was I?
No, like art. People who make art need to realize that not everything you make is going to be a masterpiece and make something change somebody's life. What it might do is just make them, like, you know, bob their head a little bit, tap their fingers, or maybe say, "Wow, that's a nice drawing," but it's not going to change somebody's life.
Have you
like, no one's
seen?
going to love your art as much as you if you put your heart and soul into it.
I completely.
Have you seen Jetin
Well, it
Attar,
might, but not always.
the god of 1,000
Not every
teeth?
piece of art changes somebody's life.
What do you think of
Changes
that?
Your life every time you make art. What I mean.
I mean, I disagree though, because like, you might not see that in your lifetime, but art in reality gets most of its recognition after the fact, especially now.
That's true. That's true.
Do you see my drawing?
I'm just saying. Don't expect.
I'm an avid.
Like-
I love going to museums and seeing art
too.
of many different kinds.
Hey,
Like,
Dylan.
Agree,
men-
but you
yeah.
have a different.
I did.
perspective
I'm
on
looking
this.
at it, Amender, at the same time.
What do you
it's
think?
amazing. You know what my question is why choosing like the blue in the actual blade compared to like the red in the flame?
Oh, it's a rune scythe. It's blue.
I'm saying like what was like the objective with the contrast between the blue and the red? That's like the first
No,
thing
no
you see.
objective. It's just rune is blue.
The actual materials.
Anyway, it says here, Jeten Atar, god of 1,000 teeth. The blood tribe, both burdened and free from the binds of the modern world, found their god. Yet while the god was bountiful in harvest and birth, it demanded blood. It mattered not where it came from, simply that it demanded it, for it would protect or swallow natural born whole without. The blood tribe maintains Jeten's demands in a land where gods dare not wander.
It's fire. I like it a lot. I also like the fact of the great detail into how really dried up this god.
Yeah.
A very dried up god.
Yeah, I actually think that that's my alter ego.
Jeten
Your
Atar,
Okay. There,
the god of 1,000 teeth.
Kilo is the god of 1,000 teeps in her alter ego. Be careful, guys.
Truly, true.
Yes.
Yeah, that god out of all the gods is probably one of the more dangerous ones.
Kilo in real life says, no, I don't bite. No, she does bite.
But there's so many like gods in the world, and it's like Jeten Atar, like other gods see that Jeten Atar is hanging out in a specific area, and they're like, fuck that. I am not going anywhere near that thing. I am letting him. I'm like, bro, have you seen him? He bathes in blood. What am I supposed to do? Talk to him? No. That's what the gods are like.
That's funny.
I'm like, bro, I just watched him crunch on like 12 babies. I'm good.
What's it called? I really did like playing a holy paladin, right? And I always liked the fact that you had the choice to like completely go against your entire moral system as a paladin, right? And I always thought it was so funny, and I would love to play like that. I never actually got the opportunity to play the paladin to that point because I forgot what was the requirement.
You're talking about Death Knight?
I don't remember what it was called, but it was like when a paladin decides to like actually kill someone without actual reasons, right? Like when it violates its oath. Oathbreaker. Is that what it's called? No.
Oathbreaker Paladin.
Is that what it's called? Oath.
That is what it is called in D&D 5th edition. When a paladin
I think he's talking about
their
World of
oath to
Warcraft,
their
though.
patron god, they will become an Oathbreaker Paladin.
Oh no. That is what it's called. I just searched it up. It's called the Oathbreaker Paladin. He's right. Or technically it's Paladin, but it's Oathbreaker instead of being a holy paladin.
No, but when you say Oathbreaker Paladin, it sounds much better at the table.
That is true. Is to pursue some dark ambition or serve an equal power. Whenever light burned and the paladin's heart has been extinguished, only darkness remains. Like all those hell based magic is fire.
Stinky Paradox says, at first amendment, you might like V. Ricorda o Boschi Ambrosi Leorfero Claudio Mondervi. Okay, I will highlight, copy, paste that. Let's try it.
I like how you read that. Definitely not the right way of saying it.
Okay, here we go. I'm listening to it. All right. As requested, I am listening to it. Can I just be done with this? I don't want to do more.
Oh, it's like an Italian
Yeah, it sounds like an opera.
Are you playing D&D, Amender?
It's not
Yes,
D&D,
playing
it's my
D&D
own
is
system.
Dick and dick.
Oh man, let me check this out. I remember
Niseb.com, niseb.com.
I'll just watch you stream. It's okay. I'd rather watch you paint.
Amanda, when are you gonna get that knee surgery?
What?
No, my God. Oh my God. No.
Shut up, Boone.
Thank you. Reverend, you spoke my mind. Thank you.
I can read your mind sometimes, Dylan.
I'm telling you, man, that alcohol.
So this is good, but sadly, it's not. It doesn't have that
gives me dumb powers.
medieval fantasy vibe that I look for drawing my
sexual fantasy vibe.
Well, this is like Renaissance kind of. Yeah, Claudio Monteverdi was like 16th century. Yeah, there you go.
This is the hurdy-gurdy.
The hurdy.
That's what it's called.
Yeah, it's like a twisty instrument. Like spinning.
Yeah, it's like a really interesting instrument. It actually lost favor and popularity because it was seen as like a peasant's instrument,
Yes,
and
it
so
was
people
easy to
stopped
play.
teaching them how to play this instrument, and so it's basically an unknown instrument. Most
Yeah.
people don't know how to play it, and very few people use it. But it's got a fabulous droning sound that I really adore.
It's very cool. It's just an easier violin, bro. It feels like.
I do like that droning sound it has. It's very unique.
It's like a Western sitar almost.
I find any music that uses like what is it, the lute? No, the little guitar that's like that. Similar shape but not the same. It's
Oh, nice. Stinky Paradox says, I watched this whole documentary on the hurdy-gurdy on the Down the Rabbit Hole channel. Yes. Fabulous video if you haven't seen it. It's a great video.
Down the Rabbit Hole is one of the best YouTubers. Frederick Knudsen is his name.
Yeah, I can't even imagine the amount of work that guy does for those videos. Guy deserves those subs. I mean, guy's like next level.
He honestly deserves more subs, dude.
How many subs does he have? I mean, doesn't he have? Can't he make like a living off of it? Of course he can. He's good.
what's it called? I remember there was this one person who like used to do like medieval folk music and would try their best to actually introduce like lyrics into it using like actual like languages that we've been trying to trace towards certain ages and certain regions. It's like so cool.
One of my favorite like songs I found out. It's a language called Akitian. It's like a mix of like French and Latin and some other languages in there. Italian, I think. It's like this old ass language that's barely spoke today. It's almost dead. But it's got a fabulous sound, and there's a song called I Vislo Lop, which is like the fox, the hare, and the wolf, I think it's called. And it's a really fun song. It's really fun.
Hey, Amender?
Amender.
Amender, what are you talking about, boy?
What's up?
Can you queue up a song for me? I want to know what you think of it. It's like
Sure.
kind of in the style of the hurdy-gurdy and shit.
Sure.
Check out that thing I just sent you, Amender, in your actual stream.
You ready?
Just yeah.
After you get the Dylan's link sorted. obviously.
Just post it inside chat, and I'll just play it.
Oh,
Okay.
I'd posted it in the stream if that was easier. But that would be easier
Oh,
for you, Amender.
I mean, you can do it there too.
Yeah. I thought this one was like really funny. It's like a modern day.
I don't know if it filters out YouTube links or whatever, and then just do it inside chat. All right, let's see here.
I'll do it inside chat too.
You're not gonna meme it. You're not gonna fuck with me, are you?
You said you like cool vocals, Amender, so...
All right, I'm listening.
Oh, Bardcore is bass too. Holy shit.
Bardcore.
I knew I liked you, Dylan.
Ooh, that's a shamashine, a samashine or something. It's like an Asian.
Yeah.
Shamisen.
Shamashine.
Oh my god.
Lament for Enkidu, baby.
Bro, you know what's so interesting? Like, you guys know like throat singing, like Mongolian like throat singing, like that shit is so cool.
Oh, Mongolian throat singing is really
no.
cool.
No. Yodeling is not that exactly. It's like that.
I always thought that was Norwegian death grunt. That's what I've heard that is. But
well,
we really went to a whole different continent with this music, huh?
Yeah.
Believe it or not.
This is not bad, but again, it's not the medieval fantasy vibe I'm looking for.
It picks up. Don't worry, it picks up.
I think it sounds a little more Eastern. I think it sounds
Yes,
a little
yes.
bit
For sure, it's
later in time.
What do you mean it sounds more Eastern? This is definitely
It sounds like Eastern
Babylonian,
Renaissance.
actually.
It sounds like
Lament
Eastern
for
Renaissance
Enkidu.
times to me.
I don't know about Babylonian. That's a stretch.
Yes, this is a very, very old song.
This gives me more like East Asia, like Southeast Asia.
Ow, my back. My back hurts. Oh my god, there's Thanos behind me.
Oh, Mender, I swear, bro.
I'll put him away.
Or sorry, Mesopotamian. I'm a little drunk, fellas.
I have a good folk song for you too, Amanda. Real talk. It's actually really good. Found it a few years ago.
You gotta play
finish this. I just want to finish this fucking map. Honestly, I think I need to stop because my back hurts and I still got all those mountains to do. I can probably do it tomorrow.
Finish that island, boy.
Didn't you say that like a week ago?
Finish that motherfucking island, boy.
Why are you saying island boy?
Here, let me see here.
I'm not gonna say island
I'll hit
boy,
it with
obviously, because it's like a
Said-
meme.
That's what you just said. You said island boy.
I said island, boy.
Yeah, there you go.
You just gotta say boy.
No.
Oh, yes.
Amanda, I'm catching up with you.
How
I got
about that map? Look
320
at that. Look how
subscribers.
good that looks.
I'm liking it. I'm liking it.
You said you have 400 subscribers, Amanda?
430.
Yeah, I got 320.
God
but I haven't made a
damn,
video
that's a
in
lot.
months.
Fuck.
That's right, Revan. I bet you.
All right.
Revan has 0 subscribers.
All right. I gotta call it. I do. My back hurts.
Revan
I
doesn't
gotta
do
go to bed.
anything.
I got work in the morning, and so
Bye, Mender.
I need
Oh,
to
jeez.
stop doing what I'm doing. Thank you all for joining. I really appreciate it. Likely not going to stream tomorrow, but we'll see what's going on Wednesday. Anyway.